Hello, beautiful humans, and welcome to Victory Monday over here at Defense Diaries as the Chicago Bears defeated the Pittsburgh Steelers yesterday with zero chance of them winning going in because their entire defense was decimated by injuries. It was a glorious day. I powered through my sickness and went and sat in the stadium and watched that glorious thing go down. So, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? All the haters going to hate out there. I love it. I'm eating it up. It's delicious. I'm in such a good mood. Allie knows when the Bears are good, Bob is happy. And it's been a long time since they've been good. So, I'm excited about that. At some point today, I will be singing the Bears fight song. It'll come out of nowhere. You guys will love it. It's just so good. Rick, fuck the pack. Packers suck. Just remember that. We very well could get our ass handed to us on Friday, Grundles. They're playing on Black Friday, not on Thanksgiving. But we'll see. We'll see. We've created this buffer for ourselves. All right, enough sports ball talk. Just had to get that out there. It's like there's this part of me that wants to start a whole entirely different channel.
Who are they playing on Friday?
The Birds, baby.
The Eagles?
The Eagles.
Oh, so then maybe we'll be able to find it while we're in New York?
Honey,
no, we're going to be in Connecticut.
Baby cakes. It's nationally televised. It's a fucking Black Friday game.
Black Friday game.
And if you don't think that I made sure that our flight landed so that I'll be there in time.
Well, just make sure you tell our friends to find a bar that has a sports bar. I
don't even need a bar. I just need a TV. Actually, I just need my phone. I don't care where we at. I'm watching the game. I'm excited about it. All right, so if you guys are a little late to the story, last Friday we covered day 2 of I think it was actually day 4 because this is gone. Yeah, there's a post-conviction petition that was filed. They were granted a hearing on it. I think that there were 2 days that preceded these most recent 2 days.
That were not televised.
I don't know. I'm going to have to dig through. But here's what's going to happen. So
we're going to go in reverse order.
Yeah, it'd be like, does it matter?
Well, because you said there's 4,
Correct.
So we're starting on 3 because we already did.
It's like Star Wars. It's like people didn't know, like A New Hope was really like the middle of the story. It doesn't matter.
I mean, for a post-conviction petition, it doesn't make much bit of a difference.
Thank you, my dear. That's exactly what I was saying. So we will do 2 things before the next dates, which are December 29th and 30th. Allie's like, so we're covering this during New Year's. I'm like, no, man. It'll be the 2 days leading up to New Year's. We'll be done by New Year's Eve day, baby cakes. You know what I mean?
You might be without me.
Oh, boy. Wow.
I mean, I'm hoping to spend some time with my nieces and nephew, my brother, our friends.
You heard it here first. You're assuming that I'm going there on the 30th.
You're going to arrive on New Year's Eve?
Day?
Wow.
Maybe.
Okay.
Wow. All right. So what we are doing in the interim is that I fully plan on watching the trial. Now, Allie, you don't have to watch with me. I'd love if you did. I'd love if you did. I have to watch this trial. I think we need to watch this trial.
I'm not even convinced yet that, I got to hear more personally.
Wait, you're not convinced what?
I don't know if shit.
You don't know shit. Like, just go ahead and say it. What are you trying to say?
I'm just, one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, all we've seen is one witness. I don't blame you. That's the prudent thing to think. I'm just saying from what I've dug up in terms of looking at it, pretty spurious conviction. Pretty spurious conviction. I mean, when it's essentially relying completely on the story of some dude, it doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy.
I already forget everything. I watched from my phone, but
all right, so let me see. I got to find the full. Okay. So I think this might be. Let me kind of whip through here.
look, half the people in here started watching ahead of us.
Well, I mean, then they have no patience. I can't help them. I can't help them. How was that? Did you guys like watching that alone, or would you have rather watched it with us? I mean, we all make choices. We all make choices in life. All right, so I think this is it. I feel like this is the Thursday because it was Thursday, Friday. And just in the event that you don't know anything about this case, I'm just going to give a really, really broad kind of like overview of what this thing is all about. And let me see if I can. How you feeling, bae?
I was just going to say a lot of people are asking, so while you're digging that up, I am feeling better today, although last night was a rough night. It was a rough night.
And she slept down in the recliner.
I mean, I kind of bounced around from couch to recliner to chaise to couch to just walking around.
My poor little love bug.
And then at I think 4, I finally went up and grabbed some of those cornbread goodies.
Oh yeah, our great sponsor.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've pretty much burned through that little jug there of edibles.
There's another one on my side of the bed.
Say what?
I thought, man, does he know this one exists?
Oh, I know.
I took 1.5. I wanted to pass out, and then I actually did sleep until 8.
Good. All right, good. All right, so here's kind of the underlying of Holly Bobo case. Okay, so Zach Adams is the defendant here during this post-conviction hearing that we're going to be watching today. This is like a real brief summary of the factual background. Back on April 13th of 2011, 20-year-old nursing student Holly Bobo disappears from her family's home in Darden, Tennessee. She had woken up at around 4:30 in the morning to study for a test. She's a nursing student, remember. And then she got a phone call from her boyfriend, Drew Scott, at around 7:30 a.m. Shortly before 8 a.m., her brother, Clint, hears the family's dogs barking and looks outside, and he sees Holly with a man in camouflage.
Oh, okay, so that's one of the points. The Holly and the man with camouflage.
Yeah.
And then is the same day. Now, I mean, maybe y'all are going to be like, well, what month was it?
April.
I don't know. Is that hunting time? Are people supposed to be wearing camouflage?
I mean, these are some backwoods folks.
That the defendant was wearing camouflage in some kind of Facebook post from that day or something, unless it wasn't that day.
Yeah. I'm not that. That doesn't do much for me. I mean, he had his own girlfriend that he was having problems with.
I've made a mental note personally. So.
Mental note. So the brother Clint sees this dude with Holly in camouflage, thinks it was Drew, the boyfriend.
Just assumes it was Drew, right?
Yeah. And then the neighbor a neighbor hears Holly scream and then calls Holly's mother, Karen, at work. Says, you may want to check on your kid. I think I just heard a scream from over at your property. Fast forward three years plus to September 7th of 2014. A couple of guys that were hunting for ginseng, the root, in the woods, end up discovering her body, her remains, in northern Decatur County, Tennessee. And they don't find the whole body, obviously. It had been out there for 3+ years, but they find a skull with a gunshot wound consistent with a .32 caliber.
Like just one gunshot, right?
Right.
When you test DNA, right? It's got DNA confirms it's her.
It's her. So yeah, to the tune of 21.8 billion. 7 ribs, 10 teeth. So they know it's Holly. Okay, so and they also find various personal items. Her lunchbox, her cell phone in a culvert, and her SIM card for that phone. So that investigation goes on to become the most exhaustive and expensive in TBI history. And it ultimately involves over 460 pieces of evidence, none of which connecting Zach Adams to the crime. So eventually in September of 2017, Zach Adams goes to trial. And the kind of the things to note with respect to that is there's no physical, no DNA evidence connecting Adams to Holly. What the prosecution relies entirely on is Jason Autry's testimony. He is the star witness. He gives a graphic detail.
And a co-defendant.
Yeah, he pled though. He pled out.
Right, but I'm just saying he was the only witnesses were co-defendant witnesses.
Yes, correct. Well, no, there was also some jailhouse snitches.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so Autry's gives a graphic detailed testimony claiming that he served as the lookout while Zach shot Holly under a bridge near a river. Described hearing in court, boom, 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 echoing under the bridge. He said that they then wrapped her in a blanket, placed her in the pickup truck's bed, and then drove off to where they stashed her where she was found. The trial judge, Allie, called this.
Right, I remember.
And I think it was it came out that this was during sentencing. Some of the most credible, persuasive testimony I've ever heard given in a courtroom. So additionally, there is Zach's brother, Dylan Adams, who is initially arrested on unrelated weapons charges in March of 2014. He is then placed in the home as part of the plea agreement of retired Memphis police officer Dennis Benjamin for 5 weeks. After 5 weeks, Benjamin calls 911 claiming that Dylan wants to confess to the murder of Holly Bobo. And then Dylan says that he saw Holly alive at Zach's house, sitting in a green chair, wearing a pink shirt. Said Zach claimed to have a videotape of R-ing Holly, which was
all right. So wait a minute, just slow down, hold up.
Yep.
That's one of the things I don't get. What is this? So he's former law enforcement. He's current law enforcement.
I think he's retired.
Okay.
Memphis PD.
And what is his relationship to any of this? Like
that's $1 million question. He was hired by the TBI. I don't know.
I thought that was 2 different people. So this Benjamin guy that he went to live with was the very same guy that is former TBI.
He's former Memphis police.
I thought there was like some former TBI. Okay, so that was investigating this case while he was a police officer.
This guy, no, this didn't take place anywhere near Memphis, so he wouldn't have been. And I don't know what his. You're asking me background for Dennis.
Well, because there was some guy. Maybe it's not Dennis Benjamin. There was another guy who was like former police that they hired to be the private investigator on this case.
Okay, this guy, that's Dennis Benjamin.
Well,
it's this very fucking guy.
So he's already the private investigator when this guy comes to live with him.
That's the $1 million question. That's what I was asking during the live on Friday. I'm like, wait a second. I'm like, had they already hired this guy and then they go when Dylan Adams gets arrested on this unrelated weapons charge and say, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this guy with you as part of the plea agreement in this federal case. He's going to live with you, and you're going to fucking extract a confession out of this guy.
Yeah, I saw two
It's the way
different
it
reports.
seems.
I saw two different reports. One where he was like the person they released him to on bond, and another that he served his sentence there. I'm not sure which one's accurate.
Well,
and an Indiana girl, I don't know where she gets this, says
he
Benjamin was
did-
working for the Bobo family.
He did no, I don't think he did any time on it, babe. Like this was
So the 4 months was all pretrial probation?
Yeah, I think so. Well, he made right. Like this was, from what I gathered, this is the plea deal. Now, what I know happens on Thursday is for some reason they boot everybody out of the courtroom and allow this guy to testify under seal. I don't know why. Don't ask me questions. I don't know why. It was like that. That was the first thing that piqued my interest in really watching this, beyond Yellow Jacket saying, hey, have you looked into this case? And like Kathy Russin from Law and Crime had tweeted, oh, well, for some reason they're kicking everybody out of the courtroom while this Dennis Benjamin is testifying. I think it was him.
I just don't get how they put these 3 specific guys together.
We don't know.
I understand that the only way they came to
Holly
suspect
Bobo's
them
mom,
was right, Holly Bobo's mom, but
they were in my
putting them together is what doesn't make sense to me. And
It's
then
crazy.
they actually happened to have been together that day. At least, was it all 3 of them in the ATM? I can't remember. Or was it just the brother?
You can't really even see the pictures. So, all right. So you got Dylan coming in. He says all those things after he spent 5 weeks with Dennis Benjamin at his house. You've got jailhouse informants, aka snitches, who claim that Zach made incriminating statements. His estranged girlfriend, Rebecca Earp, great-granddaughter of Wyatt Earp, maybe, testified that Zach threatened to tie me up just like he did Holly Bobo, and nobody would ever see me again. So witnesses claim that Zach had said, no body, no gun, no crime, and bragged about what he had done. So the circumstantial evidence this is kind of the totality of it. A white truck similar to Zach seen rapidly leaving the Bobo home that morning. That truck is actually his grandfather's.
And they're saying, I don't know, between 8 and 11. So I don't know the time. I still don't get the time frame.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I want to watch a trial. Facebook post by Adams, which I think was what you're referring to, the day that Holly disappeared. You know you never was, is a quote from the post. You know you never was, you stupid whore. And a photo in camo with the caption, who am I looking for? So, and that was enough. He goes down.
What are you looking for?
Well, that would be relating to his girlfriend, Rebecca Earp. Like he doesn't even know Holly Bobo. Like, not familiar with her. Not, they weren't hanging. Didn't know.
You're assuming that it was about his girlfriend, or he somehow said that, or somebody's alleged that.
I don't know. We'll find out because he's the first dude on the stand.
All right. Well, then
should we roll? So do you guys feel like you got enough? Like I said,
and there's been recantation since then. The brothers recanted. Did the other guy recant?
Yes, Autry recanted. More importantly, Autry recant.
Oh yeah, he said that he knew nothing about it, and he just stuck her in the middle of like what he otherwise did during that day.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's pull it up. I'm gonna do it at 1.5. See how that.
People tend to like 1.25 better, but
all right, I'll start with 1.25.
No, start with 1.5 and see how what they say.
The peoples. Okay. 1.5. Oh, we should have captioning today, which is good. Sounds pretty good though. Here. All right, let me pull it up. Let's get rolling. Okay.
I had this other little pillow to support my arm that I can't find now. Go see if I can find it.
Oh, oh my Lord. Zach's taking the stand.
Why did they keep him like that while he's testifying? It's ridiculous. I mean, it just seems excessive is all.
Morning, Mr. Adams. You ready? Oh, is it on? Okay. Will you just please state your full name for the record?
Zachary Adams,
And Mr. Adams, where did you grow up?
around the Holiday area.
And where did you go to school and work around at the time of April the 13th, 2011?
Where did I do it now?
Where were you working and living at the time of April 13th, 2011?
Whoa. We had our first do what?
Do what?
Do what now?
I think you might have to go down. As much as I'd love to stay at 1.5.
Pretty fast. I don't want it to sound like crazy. And I want to hear it.
How long is it?
You're much more accustomed to. I mean, it's long, bae. It's long.
2011, I didn't have a normal job.
April the 13th, 2011.
Where did I do it now?
Where were you working and living at the time of April 13th of 2011?
In 2011, I didn't have a normal job. I lived in Holiday, like I said, at 235 Adams Lane. I helped my granddaddy. He worked with the water department. I helped him with odd jobs, stuff like that. That's what I did.
Okay.
I tended to. We have a lot of land and stuff, so like during the summer, I would mow and bush hog and stuff.
Okay. I want to first, before we just handle administrative matter really quick, do you recall reading and signing? I'd like to hand the witness doc. This is just the proposed addition of the Second Amendment supplemental to his petition. It's a verified copy. It's the one that he signed before a notary. I'd just like to make it part of the record, Your Honor, to authenticate it.
So this is
It's
a
the
post-conviction
verified copy is not in the record, and I would just like to.
post-conviction hearing in front of just a judge. So it doesn't matter that he's in his prison garb. It just seemed excessive.
Mr. Adams, if you'll, do you recognize that document as a document that you signed?
I dropped.
Okay.
You hear that guy grunt when he leaned over? Let's hear. Watch it
Just go
again.
back to, I think it's like the
Watch
third
this
page.
guy when he has to lean over. Oh.
I heard it. Come on, babe.
You just go back to, I think it's like the third page from the back.
Yes, that's my signature.
Okay, so, and that's the petition that you signed, that was filed with this court.
Yes.
That's all I want to do. Oh, right here.
Hey, what's up, T? Good to see you, girl.
Okay, Mr. Adams, I'm just gonna speak to the elephant in the room, okay?
Okay.
Did you know Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any knowledge of the Bobo family?
Miss Karen Bobo was my fourth grade teacher at Parsons Junior High School in middle school.
Did you kidnap Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Did you rape Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Did you murder Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Did you have anything to do with the disposal of Holly Bobo's remains?
No, ma'am.
So I want to take you back to April the 13th of 2011.
Okay.
And I just want to ask you some questions about what you specifically remember. Okay. So where you just said you were living on Adams Lane, right?
What's up, Kurt?
Okay.
Right beside my granddaddy.
And who were you living with at that time?
So at the time I was living in my dad's old house, and Rebecca Earp was living with me. She was my girlfriend.
Okay. How long had you been dating Rebecca?
We had been dating at that time about 9 months to a year, I would say.
All right. And who were you hanging out with during that time?
I hung around Jason Autry, Shane Austin, my brother. He lived right next door. He hung out with us a lot. That's mainly about it. My girlfriend's sister and stuff would come over on the weekends. She had a boyfriend named Michael Petty. They would come on weekends and hang out.
Okay. And I just want to verify some facts about your relationship. So just Shane Austin, can you just real quick tell the court about what your relationship is with Shane Austin?
Shane, I grew up with Shane. We grew up in church together. We went to church together since we was very little. We went to school together. He was a year younger than me. We competed in sports together. We grew up. He lived about a mile away from me. So we lived real far away from the high school. We probably lived the furthest away from the north end of our county. So we was the only two, as far as he was my closest friend that I went to school with.
Okay, and you said Dylan, you hung out with your brother Dylan. Is he your younger brother?
Yes, 4 years younger than me.
And tell me about your relationship with Jason Autry.
He was older than me. He was somebody I guess you could say I looked up to. We did a lot of drugs and stuff together. That was our main.
That was going to take me to my next question. At this time, were you a drug user?
Very much.
And
Daily.
how often would you use drugs?
Daily, I would say.
And what types of drugs were you using at this time?
Marijuana, morphine, methamphetamine, Xanax, Valium.
All right, so I just want you to quickly recall what you like. I want to clarify something. There's going to be things that you specifically remember, and I'm sure that there are things that you recall because of documents that you've been provided during this case, right?
That's right.
So just real quickly, take us through April the 13th of 2011. What are the things that you remember about that day?
So that day, I specifically remember Shane called, and I remember he called and he said, "Hey, Zach," he said,
Your Honor, you're saying?
Your Honor, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter, sir. He's just taking us technically through the day as to what he did that day.
Shane asked if when I answered the phone, he said, "Hey, you want to see if we can't overdose on Xanaxes today?" And I said, "Shane, don't be messing around," because me and Rebecca had been arguing the night before. He said, "Yeah." He said, "I've got some Xanaxes lined up. I need a ride." He had just previously wrecked his truck, so he didn't have a vehicle, so he needed a ride. I said, "Well, Shane, I don't have a vehicle. I have to get Dylan to give us a ride." I said, "I have to go out and get him up and stuff." And so I went out to my granddaddy's, told Dylan the plan. He was getting ready. So while he was getting ready, I think I got on the internet and got on my Facebook, which is a password protected that I only have the password to. Nobody else gets on my Facebook page but me. Nobody has the password but me. And I got on there, and like I said, me and Rebecca had been arguing, and I think I had cussed or something on the main wall where everybody could see. And Becky Moody had commented, she said, "Zach, you can't talk like that." And I think I apologized. And it didn't take Dylan like 10 minutes to get ready. So we left. We went to Shane, picked up Shane.
So say you and Dylan
Me and Dylan.
went and picked up Shane. Okay.
So Dylan didn't have enough gas in the truck to make it to Parsons. So we go to the Shell station on the Decatur County side. We get $5 in gas because the gas is more expensive at the interstate. It's cheaper in Parsons. So we was going to get more gas in Parsons. That was the plan. So I'm pumping the gas. Shane and Dylan are in the vehicle. I pump $5 in gas, and while I'm pumping, I see 4 or 5 SUVs. And I'm not for sure if they had their blue lights on. I know there was no sirens, but I could tell there was cop cars. I could tell there was police SUVs. So my antennas kind of went up because we're going to pick up drugs, and they're cops. So I go in, pay for gas. When I come out, I asked Shane and Dylan, I said, "Did y'all see the cops get off the interstate?" And they was like, "What are you talking about?" So it kind of irritated me that they wasn't paying attention to what was going on, So I get on 641, and I kind of fall in behind them to see how fast they're going. And I get Dylan's truck up to 100, and it shuts off, and they run out of my life. So I don't go 100 all the way to the Parsons. I go 60 or 70 because I know there's something going on. I don't know what's going on, but I know something's going on. I know there's whatever's going on. There's no cops coming our way. So we get into town. What I remember, we stopped by. I think we went behind Ramey's barbecue, and we went to the drug dealer's house. I'm not sure who it was to this day. I still don't know who it is. We get out, and I thought we was going to go in, me and my brother and Shane. But when we get ready to get out and go in, Shane said, "Y'all can't come in." So we sit out in the driveway, and whoever's house it was, they had a bass boat, and it was a nice Triton bass boat. The reason I know this is I love bass fishing, and so me and Dylan were looking at the bass boat. And we're talking about how nice it would be to have one, and I'm not really sure how long it took Shane, 10 or 15 minutes. He comes back out, and we go from there. We go up 1 block to the Delta gas station, which is right up from behind Ramey's. It's right 1 block up, right beside the hospital. So when we pull in there, there's a local deputy, Tony Weber, and Tony Weber has been known to harass me. He knows I was a drug dealer and drug user. So when we get there, I told Shane, I said, "Shane, you go in and pay for gas. I'm not going in." And so Shane pumps the gas, and he goes in. When he goes in, he pays, and when he comes out, I said, "Look," he said, "when I was in there, the deputy was talking about what happened. He said, "You're right. Something did happen. Somebody got abducted." And my antennas kind of went up. I said, "Well, I knew I was right. I didn't know what happened, but I knew something. Like I said, I knew something had happened." And so I knew that we needed to buckle up. We got these Xanax. Jane had all these Xanaxes on him, so I knew we needed to, kind of be safer.
Okay. So when you guys went to get the drugs, who paid for them?
Shane.
Okay. So again, I initially.
So the riding dirty. So you had missed there's one part of this that kind of irritates me a bit, and that is that he's telling the story of what he did that morning. Okay. How much of that did you hear?
When I turned my stuff off, none of it until.
So essentially, man, I wish you would have told me to pause it. I would have paused.
Sorry,
it.
I didn't want everyone to wait. I was trying to find this
fucking guy here.
This little pillow that I had while we did the newlywed thing that was perfect that I can't find anywhere.
What is it?
Like this little pillow that fit right under my arm, like kind of perfect.
What's it say?
I don't know if it said anything.
Like what kind of little pillow?
It was like a small white, like
fuzzy.
No, but it's fine. I looked around. It must have gotten moved somewhere. I might have brought it up because I liked it so much. Maybe I left it upstairs somewhere. But I got a little setup going.
All right. So at any rate, he's kind of he's regurgitating what they did that morning. He gets called by one of his buddies. He's like, "Hey, you want to OD on Xanax today?" He's like, "I got some shit lined up."
OD on it?
Yeah, it was like a joke or something. So he's like, whatever. So they end up. He's like, "You need to get your truck." So important part of the story. He's like, I don't have a truck. He's like, it's over at my granddaddy's and I don't have access. So you gotta hit my brother up, roust him up and see if he'll drive us over there. So they're talking about Dylan. So they all get moving. But so here's the part. So they get into town, they park at this spot, and then they go back to the drug dealer's house. This is the part that bugs me because drug dealer or not, like he says, I still to this day don't know who that guy is. Like somebody needs to fucking figure out who that guy was or is.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that guy with all the warts attached to him is pretty important in terms of establishing that he was at the place that he says he was. I don't know why that hasn't happened. That was just something that
could be suspicious that it hasn't. It could be that he doesn't know, but Shane,
he didn't know the guy.
Right, but Shane would know.
Shane committed suicide in 2015.
Oh.
So, but like he knows where the fucking house is.
Wait, when did he recant?
Shane's not the one who recanted.
I'm so confused.
Autry is.
Oh, who's Autry? Well, that's what I mean. Autry knows where it is. Was he with Autry?
Autry.
Who's Shane?
Shane was another dude.
So is he with the other guy at all?
There was let me see. So Jason Autry was the star witness. Dylan Adams is his brother. And this Shane guy, like people in chat that have watched the trial, clue us in.
So, but did he say he was with Autry or not?
Autry. Quit saying Autry. Quit saying
spelled with a U. So, what is it?
Like Gene Autry, the cowboy.
Autry.
There's no L.
Autry.
What?
Autry.
What? You're saying it with an L. Autry.
Autry.
Oh my God. Do you guys hear an L?
I'm not saying an L.
You're saying Autry. Autry.
There
you go. Nailed it.
Whatever, dude. So does he put himself with Autry or not?
I think so. So Autry said, right. We know that. Autry said that he was with Zach when she was killed. We know that.
But did Zach just place himself with him? Or he placed himself with the Shane?
He was with Shane and his brother. Okay,
so he doesn't even say he was with.
I don't know if he was with Autry. All right, let's just keep watching. That's why I want to watch the trial.
Actually asked you, there's going to be things that you specifically remember and things that throughout the course of this proceedings that that you learned.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Has there anything that you have learned based on the documents that you've received or things throughout the course of your trial that you didn't specifically remember at the time?
No, I'm gonna object to that. I don't know how he can share with the court things that he has learned through other sources. That's the epitome of hearsay. That's the epitome of not firsthand knowledge.
Well-
He's a witness to a hearing. He can't come in here and regurgitate to the court.
Which 4 terabytes of data that was provided to the defense in discovery.
Yes, sir.
Certainly, he's going to distinguish what he learned from that discovery versus his own memory. I'm going to allow.
Yes, sir.
There was things that jogged my memory about that day. I don't specifically remember going to the ATM until later on. There was a moment later on when I realized Shane had a lot of money that day, and I didn't specifically remember. I remember I was irritated with Shane. Shane liked to joke a lot, and he liked to make people laugh and stuff. And I wasn't having it that day because me and Rebecca had been up. I'd been up with Rebecca arguing all night, and I was kind of irritated. And I wasn't in no mood. And I can remember, like, when we pulled up the ATM, I remember I specifically pulled him backwards. And how I know that's because I didn't want Shane to accuse me of stealing his pen, or I didn't want him to lean over, But in my statements to police, I don't believe I gave that. But it wasn't because it's just I didn't remember.
All right. So you spoke with police several times throughout the course of this investigation?
Every time they came to my house, every time they asked me, anytime and every time, I gave a statement. Not once did I ever. I left my job when they come to the jail. Anytime they asked.
Okay. So real quick, I want to back up to something that you said. You said that you weren't in the mood because you had been fighting with Rebecca all night.
Just
Okay. So
Hence the text or the
did
Facebook.
Rebecca stay with you that night of the 12th?
she did not.
Hmm. Who am I looking
All
for?
right. And do you recall telling police that maybe she did, or were you confused?
See, that's another thing that I didn't learn till we had the cell phone records. And she normally stayed there all the time, but her cell phone records put her at her mama's house at up to 4 a.m. I think we was texting. So there's no way she stayed with me that night, because she got off work at 10 or 11 o'clock from Joe's video, and she would either come straight to my house or go to her mom's house. And, her
Okay.
mom lived in Parsons. So
All right. So you're saying upon receiving the discovery documents, bank records, whatnot, it triggered your memory that you went to the ATM and got cash, and that you specifically remember pulling in backwards. What vehicle were you driving at the time?
we were driving my brother's Silverado. I think it was a 2007 Pewter. It's extended cab.
Okay.
2-wheel drive.
All right. And I'm going to ask you to look at something back there. Your Honor, this is Exhibit 8, I believe.
He reminds me of Johnny Knoxville with deep dark circles under his eyes.
Yeah, I can see that a little bit.
Little Johnny Knoxville action.
Your Honor, I apologize for having some technical difficulties here.
Yeah, we
Shaw.
hit the loop.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
5-second arrow.
I'm going to try to get this to him a different way, maybe show him the still. Sure, if I can approach. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. Now, let's clarify. Are you showing the whole video or just the still shot?
I'm just going to show the still shot, Your Honor.
Which is exhibit 101.
Yes.
Mr. Adams, do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes, that's my brother's truck.
Okay. And you're familiar with the ATM that you stopped at.
Mhm.
So who was in the vehicle with you?
I'm driving. Jane's in the passenger seat. My brother's in the back.
The timestamp on this is approximately 11:11 in the morning.
Mhm.
Does that sound about the time that you guys would have?
And
gone
how
to the
far
ATM?
is that from Bobo's house?
I don't know. So there was another part of the story you missed. He said when they had pulled up to a gas station, he was putting like $5 of gas in the truck, and that like 5 black
I heard that. So he
SUVs,
knew something was up and they were
something was
driving
going down.
dirty. So they
Right.
put on their seatbelts.
Right, because they were riding dirty. So
Right. And then somebody told him, hey, yeah, there was something going on. Someone was kidnapped.
right.
So he must have been close in proximity. If the police,
That's what I'm thinking. Like general vicinity.
right. So if they know the time the phone that the woman called and said, I heard a scream. They know the time they saw them walk into the woods. I just don't know. Like at first, when I heard all of this, I was like, oh, that's an alibi right there. Like, but it's 11:11. It's 2 hours later. Now, I don't know where the
Maybe
body
even
was.
3.
Right.
Like
Oh,
the
right.
scream happens at like 8 or something, like around 8ish. But I mean, if they're buying Xannies and getting gas and shit and driving a pickup like around town, like it doesn't seem like they're the ones who did it to me. Seems like,
Well, if that really happened, right.
if you've abducted, well, they have a picture of him at an ATM, so. But
Well, you might need a drug fix after you just murder somebody.
maybe.
So, one second, Your Honor, if you'll give me one moment.
Sure.
I need
So-
to show how the vehicle went in, so that because it correlates with my client's testimony. So I'm going to show the video.
So now we're going to show the video today. You're still unable to connect.
Bloop.
The TV is not connecting to the for you. So, Mr. Just to show how the other vehicles are.
All right.
All right. So, Mr. Adams, I'll play that for you. So, do you see that vehicle coming
Yes.
the opposite direction? And which direction is your vehicle going?
That would be going the wrong direction. Like if you were going through the drive-through in the bank, that's the wrong way. The arrows were pointed. It would be going the wrong way.
So when you pulled,
Are you talking?
Yeah, I'm gonna be talking on mute a lot today because I've got this cold, so I'm pretty much muted at all times. Do you want me to come put your ice thing on?
No, that's a whole to do.
Not really.
Maybe I should just stick my brace back on. It's not that uncomfortable. I'm just going to do that.
All right, let me know.
into the ATM, who was it? The driver's side or the passenger side?
Or
that
my
was facing the ATM?
Plan.
It was the passenger side.
Thank you for your information. Okay. Now, you were driving Dylan's vehicle. Why is that?
So at this time, I didn't have a vehicle. My Silverado, I had wrecked. The whole front end was tore off of it, and the Nissan, the white Nissan, I didn't have access to at the time. My granddaddy had it hid somewhere that I didn't know where it was at.
Okay. So when is the well, first of all, this ATM footage and this trip to the bank, is this something that you told your attorneys during trial?
It came up, yes. It came up, but like I said, I didn't at the time. I didn't realize that about the ATM. I didn't remember. There was a lot of places that we stopped that day that I didn't really remember.
And when is the first time that you saw this ATM footage?
First time I saw it was with Mr. Bates.
Okay. So do you recall being in court back in, I think it was January or March, and Mr. Boiano had his laptop on the podium?
That was the first time. Yes, that's right.
Okay.
That's
Is that the first time that you saw the picture of your vehicle?
That's right. That's right.
All right.
And what jogged my memory is the reason I knew that is because when it went pulled in backwards, I said that's us because that's what we did that day.
Right. Now, you've
What-
been given
pause
your
this.
cell phone records, all these things that you've received in discovery, and you heard.
Doesn't this go against what his lawyer said? She was looking all over for this ATM video. She was trying to make sure they turned over all the ATM. Like, what the hell? If he didn't tell his lawyer he's at the ATM at this bank, look for this shit, then I don't know how it's ineffective that she didn't find it.
Well, he said he did bring it up.
But he didn't remember it until he saw it.
Yeah, I
the way
know.
it seemed like he was saying. So I'm totally confused.
Heard the testimony at trial. So record. Right. Now, you've been given your cell phone records, all these things that you've received in discovery, and you heard the testimony at trial. So you heard Jason Autry's testimony that y'all went to the river that day. Do you recall going to the river that day?
I don't recall going to that river that day, but I went to the river so much down there underneath the interstate bridge. It was, I would go 5 days out of the week, sometimes 7 days. I bass fished down there. I did drugs down there. I went down there to look for arrowheads. We just went down there just to kill time. Like, it was just a place we hung out.
And to be clear, when I say the river, where specifically are we talking about?
Under the interstate bridge, under I-40 bridge, exit 133.
All right. Now, do you recall going to Victor Dinsmore's house that day?
I don't recall going to Victor Dinsmore's house.
Is it possible that you went to Victor Dinsmore's house that day?
Could have been. I don't remember though.
Okay. Do you recall getting in a fight with Shane Austin that day?
I did.
Okay. And where did that take place?
That was at Doug and Dottie Cooley's house.
Okay. And so did you see Mr. Dinsmore there?
I did.
And who was with you at the time?
Jason Autry, Shane, and my brother was in the back, and I was driving. He was in Dylan's pickup.
So he was with Autry.
And what was the purpose of you guys going to see Mr. Dinsmore?
Mr. Dinsmore was a morphine connection of mine. I bought morphine from him, and at this time, Jason or Shane they couldn't access Victor to buy morphine from him, so I was the kind of the go-between. I would buy morphine and distribute to
All
Jason.
right. So then you guys were doing Xanax, the pills that Shane Austin purchased,
Mm-hmm.
and then what time do you think you guys went over to Miss Dottie's?
It was after we picked up the Xanaxes. It was after that. I would say, I'm not going to speculate.
Okay. If you don't know
Yeah,
for sure.
I don't know for sure.
Okay. So this is not this particular conviction is not your first run in with the law, is it?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So I would like to take you through. You're aware that if you would have testified at trial, that you would have had to have talked about some of your prior convictions.
Of course.
I'd like to run through those with you if you don't mind. Okay.
So they need to establish positive sec, babe.
Mr. Adams.
So part of what they're alleging is that he wanted to testify and ineffective assistance for his lawyer not prepping him and not giving him the opportunity to testify despite it being his decision, blah, blah, blah. So what they want to do now is establish he would have testified to this even without regard to his criminal record. So that's why they are asking him these questions. Because that was the lawyer's concern anyway. She was like, well, I knew all his shit would come in and I didn't think that was good.
Yeah, well, she said that the thing that worried her the most was not so much his criminal history coming in, and it was this what sounds like 404B shit, where allegedly his sister was saying that he had R'd her or essayed her. So
they'll probably get to that next then.
You have several convictions for possession of drug paraphernalia or possession of narcotics.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. When did you start doing drugs?
Started smoking marijuana when I was 14. Started doing meth when I was 15 or 16.
And there was a notice that was filed in your trial. We call it a Rule 609. It just shows saying that this is the evidence that you're going to be impeached with if you testify at trial.
Okay.
Did you tell your attorney that you wanted to testify at trial?
I did.
Okay. And were you willing to face up to and acknowledge all of these crimes that you committed?
Absolutely was.
So you've been convicted of some assaults as well.
I have. I pled out to him.
Okay. So there was one in 2004. Do you recall a conviction in 2004 for assault?
I don't know the specifics, but I don't dispute it.
Okay. And you have possession of controlled substance in 2004. Possession of drug paraphernalia in 2006. So you have several possession charges. Does that
drugs
sound
most of
about
my
right?
life. That's correct.
Okay. You have some theft convictions as well.
I do. You have 2 of those.
All right. And in 2007, you have 2 assaults. convictions. Do you recall the circumstances surrounding that?
2007. I don't recall if you had more details about the incident or something.
Well, why don't you tell me under what circumstances have you been convicted of assault?
So, my grandmother knew. She knew that if I was in jail, sometimes, she knew I wouldn't be getting high if I was in jail, and she knew that she could call the law sometimes if I was high and say, "Hey, look, he pushed me or he did this," and she knew that I would be arrested, and she would be hoping that I would go to jail and I guess the catch Jesus moment, get Jesus and get saved and start acting right, and that's happened a few times where we had gotten in an argument or something and she called the law. And
Mr. Adams, isn't it true that you shot your mother?
I wouldn't say I shot her. I did operate a firearm in a reckless manner that caused her to get shot. So it was my fault, but it wasn't like what you would say I just shot her.
And you weren't ever convicted or charged with that, were you?
I was charged.
You was charged. Okay. And
I did plead out to a simple possession or a simple assault.
Okay. So that's one of these assaults that you have on here.
It was.
And in 2011, August 30th of 2011, there was a conviction for assault on a police officer. Do you recall that?
I do. That was the incident in Nancy State Park.
The shooting of the mom ending up being a simple assault. It must have been. I wish I would have gone into more.
Right. And that his lawyer would have said, well, why don't we just plead to reckless handling of a firearm or reckless discharge of a firearm?
Simple assault? Yeah, I mean, simple assault.
Could be a misdemeanor.
Well, I'm assuming that it was.
The way when they put the word simple in front of it, it's a misdemeanor.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like, I don't know.
And
in 2011, August 30th of 2011, there was a conviction for assault on a police officer. Do you recall that?
I do. That was the incident at Nancy State Park. And where the park ranger, I got out and run, and he chased me down. I run into some thorns and got scratched up real bad. Still got scars on the inside of my leg.
Okay. Oh, and I missed one. July of 2011. July 25th of 2011, you have an assault conviction that you pled to for 11 months and 29 days.
That was me and Rebecca. Me and her got into it. It was kind of a shoving incident. And
was Rebecca using drugs at the time as well?
She was.
And then you also have a domestic assault June 11th of 2012. What was that from?
2012. I think that's where me and my granddaddy got into it.
Okay, and you pled to 11 months, 29 days.
I did.
So in your entire criminal history, have you ever been charged or convicted of any crime that was sex related?
Never.
So they give them 11 months, 29 days so they can stay in jail. Your sentence
hang on a
is
second.
a full year. You go to prison.
So do you recall sitting here in 2017 in this courtroom and watching witnesses give testimony and putting words into your mouth?
I do. Hearsay.
And I'd like to, first of all, what I'm going to do is I'd like to take you through some of the statements that you were alleged to have made. Okay. Did you say some of the things that were testified to?
I did.
And did you say all the things, every single thing that was testified to, did you say?
I did not.
Okay. I want to go through these statements, but before we do, these statements that were given at trial they were accusing you of joking about the murder of Holly Bobo, right?
Yeah.
Why would you say anything like that?
Well, I sold a lot of drugs, and I found it a lot easier when I fronted drugs out. If people were scared of me, I got my money. I got paid. It was just the way it is in the drug business.
So he made that threat.
If people are scared of their drug dealer, they're going to pay. So that's kind of a stupid answer, but it's the truth. I mean,
right.
All right, pause it, babe.
Who's Carl Statler?
He was a friend that lived right below me.
All right, so it's the most notorious, well-known murder in their town. I get that. But the chances that the guy who ultimately gets convicted of it is using it to scare people so they think he's dangerous. What do you think?
I mean, it tracks with me. Does it not track with you?
I mean, it's just a really bad coincidence. I'm making a mental note.
Yeah, make a note. Make a note.
He went to school with my brother.
All right. Did you hang out with Carl Statler during this time?
I did.
Do you recall going to Johnny's bar and grill with Carl?
I do.
And I'm sure you heard his testimony. Did you tell, so first of all, who's Misty Tubbs?
She was a friend of my son's mother. Never really hung around her that much. I think I've been at her house one time with Amy, my son's mom.
Okay. And was she the bartender at Johnny's bar?
She was.
Do you recall getting in an argument with her?
I don't really recall. It seems like we did get into some kind of argument. She accused me of, I think, doing something to her car or something.
All right.
And
Did you say, I'm just going to ask, did you say, I'll kill you like I did Holly Bobo?
I don't recall saying that.
Did you tell Carl Statler that I did it?
No.
Is it possible that you made some statements similar?
I've made some open-ended statements before where people could have had the wrong idea. You know, I remember I told Rebecca once, I said, there's already one person missing. What makes you think it can't be two? And by that, I wasn't meaning that I did anything. I was just, we was arguing and just trying to get her to, she was kind of griping at me.
Were you admitting in that statement that you killed Holly Bobo?
Absolutely not.
All right. And do you recall Rebecca Earp's testimony?
I do.
On the day after, so on April 14th of 2011, she testified that you guys were watching the news and that you said they'll never be able to find her. Did you say that?
I believe I did say that. And now there's reasons why. There in Decatur County, there's a history of women that goes missing and hadn't been found. There's still a Bogus girl that has never been found. Nobody knows what happened to her. And this happened when I was in high school, and nobody knows anything about it. So yeah, I made that comment.
Okay.
That
Did
one
you
I'm not-
make that comment because you had knowledge of where Holly Bobo's remains were?
I did not. I only made that comment because of the time period of the news interview, and it's just statistics. If the police doesn't find the person who goes missing, it's just statistics, and that's all I was stating. Now, I guess I watched too many crime.
You heard Rebecca Earp testify that you said
Goes.
that you would tie her up just like you did Holly Bobo and no one would ever see her again. Did you say that?
I don't recall making that statement.
How about she better not go to the law and she better not make any statements, otherwise you would hurt her or her family. Did you say that?
I may have said that.
Okay.
I
Was
don't-
that
I
you
don't speak
admitting
that.
to having anything to do with Holly Bobo?
No,
Was that you claiming to have any knowledge of the murder of Holly Bobo?
no.
How about around July of 2011, when you and Rebecca were at John Mitchell's house? She testified to that. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Okay. She said everything was ready to go in the back of the truck to be put under the Birdsong Bridge, and that you said, or I should say, you or John Mitchell said, they said that it was Holly's remains in these Tupperware tubs that were in the back of the truck.
The only thing is that date. The date was, we wasn't dating at this time. This was after me and her broke up, and this was after me and her broke up. And I think she was seeing John, and I do recall that. And it had nothing to do with no remains. It was meth making material. We was just kind of the way we was discussing it. We just didn't want to put our business out there.
Okay.
But with the way she took it, I guess she took it that way.
But you never told her that it was Holly Bobo's remains in those tubs?
I never told her it was Holly Bobo's remains. I never told her it was a meth lab.
All right. Do you recall Victor Dinsmore testifying?
I do.
All right. So you testified earlier that you do remember getting into a fight with Shane at Miss Dottie's that day.
I do.
Okay. So Victor Dinsmore testified that you and Shane were arguing about who was going to hit it first.
Yes. And
So-
can I elaborate with that?
Please.
And when I jumped out, Shane was like, "You ain't gonna hit me," and I said, "Well, I'll hit you first." And that's where that comment came up. And I did. I hit him first, and the argument was something stupid. To this day, I still don't know. It was just like, well, that wall is white. No, it's not. And we just jumped out. He's like, "You ain't gonna hit me." I said, "Okay." He's like,
When you made that statement, were you in any way claiming that telling Shane that you were going to rape Holly Bobo first?
no,
Anthony Phoenix, who is he?
he was a friend of mine, a drug friend of mine.
All right. Do you recall hearing Anthony Phoenix testify?
I do.
Now, he testified that, first of all, did you talk to Anthony Phoenix about meeting with Miss Bobo?
I did.
And did you express concern to him?
I don't believe I expressed concerns. I think I just told him about the meeting.
He testified that you were driving around in the car and said, "Let's rape this bitch."
I did make that comment. I didn't say let's rape this bitch. We was riding around and he was needing some money. He was wanting to rob somebody's house. And anytime I've ever stole something, I've always gotten in trouble. And I could not get him to shut up about wanting to go rob somebody's house. He was wanting to be drop him off somewhere and pick him up. And I made the comment, well, if we're just going to do that, we might as well just go rape somebody. Because anytime I steal something, I always get in trouble. So that was, and after I said that, you know, the wheel started turning his head, and I wouldn't admit nothing. I was just trying to get him off the track of going and stealing something, which he did. He didn't say nothing else about stealing nothing that night. So
Did you say to him, I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch, and it sure was fun?
I don't recall ever saying that.
Okay. So at any point in time during your conversations with Anthony Phoenix, did you admit to raping or killing Holly Bobo?
Never.
Jamie Darnell, who's he?
He's a local friend of mine that uses drugs.
All right. And did you guys use drugs together?
Yep.
Okay. You heard him testify at trial.
Yes.
So he testified that you said about a knife that you were carrying. If you knew, if you knew what that knife had done, that you would probably be afraid of holding the knife. Did you say that to him?
I did. That's another situation where he kept bothering me. He was wanting to buy. I've got a knife collection of my dad's, and my dad had this guy named Perry Wingo to make these knives. He would make them, and I probably got about 25 or 30 of them. And I had one of these knives with me at the time, and he wanted to buy it. He kept bothering me to buy it. He was getting high and kept asking me it. And I just finally, that's what I said. If you knew what this knife done, you wouldn't want it. And after I said that, he didn't ask me no more to buy that knife. But the whole goal of that was just to get him. He didn't. When I told him no the first time, it's like he wouldn't listen. You know. So I told him that just to get him to quit asking about it.
Were you in any way implying that knife had been used on Holly Bobo?
No.
How about his testimony that you pulled a pistol out and shot it over the top of his girlfriend's head out the front door?
No.
Did you do that?
No.
Okay. He also testified that same night he had pushed you out the door and you broke down crying and started apologizing. Do you recall doing that?
I do. And we was in his bathroom getting high, and I was at this time I was an intravenous user. I used a needle, and I tried to get him to shoot up that day, and he didn't want to. And after that, you know, I felt real bad because I tried to push that on him, and I apologized for that. You know, and that's what I.
So you were not apologizing for something you did to Holly Bobo?
No.
And he also testified that you needed to clear your name, that he couldn't be coming back around his house. You need to clear your name. And he said that you said that you couldn't do that because you were too far involved into it and there was no way that you could do that.
I did. And there's reasons. I thought he was talking about you need to clear your name as far as like being the local drug dealer, being the local drug user. And I told him I was too far in. I can't do that. Like I was selling dope every day at this time. And yeah, I absolutely said that. But that was a mischaracterization.
All right. So when you said that was there any implication from you that you had anything to do, but you were too far deep into Holly Bobo's murder?
No, absolutely not.
Corey Rivers. Do you know who that is?
I do know who that is.
Okay. And you saw him testify.
I did.
So who is Corey Rivers?
He was just somebody that was at Williamson County Jail in the pod that I was with.
Okay. And does it sound about right that it was around sometime between April and June of 2016?
That sounds about right.
He testified that you said that you went to him and asked him if God would ever forgive you. Did you do that?
Never.
And he also testified that you told him that you and a couple of your friends got drunk and went into the woods with this girl. One thing led to another, and I was there for the worst of it. Did you have any conversation with Corey Rivers that was anything like that?
No.
Have you had conversations at all with Corey Rivers?
I did talk to Corey.
Okay. What did those conversations entail?
I don't really recall. I may have told him what was going on, like what was going on with the case. You know, what the state was alleging. That's the only thing that where he, you know.
Did you testify to him, or I'm sorry, excuse me, not testify. He testified that you said that the bottom side was found in one part of Tennessee and some other pieces was found in other places. Did you say that to him?
I don't recall saying that.
And that it had been chopped up?
I don't recall saying that either.
Did you at any time in any of your conversations with Mr. Rivers admit to killing, raping, or kidnapping Holly Bobo?
Never.
All right. How about Sean Cooper? You remember him?
I remember Sean.
Who's he?
He was so when I was at Chester County Jail, he was in the little room right there with us. I think it was three of us,
Okay. Now, he testified that you asked him to tell your brother, Dylan, that if he doesn't keep his mouth shut, that you're going to put him in a hole beside her.
I don't recall saying that. I do remember telling him that he needs to tell my brother. I think he had charges in Obion County, and that's where my brother was being held. I said, well, you get up there, you need to tell my brother, Dylan Adams, he needs to keep his damn mouth shut because the lies he's telling has got me arrested for something I didn't do.
Did you in any way admit to Mr. Cooper or imply to Mr. Cooper that you were involved in Holly Bobo's death?
No.
How about Jason Kirk? Do you know who that is?
I think that was the other guy that was in there.
All right. And so he testified that he overheard you tell Mr. Cooper that will you give my brother a message for me? Tell him if he doesn't keep his fucking mouth shut, I'm going to plant him next to that bitch. Did you say that?
No.
Did you make any statements? You know, Mr. Kirk also testified that you were bragging about the bond that was put on you. And he testified that you said, I guess you got to kill a bitch to get that kind of bail around here.
I don't recall specifically saying that, but I did make a comment about the bail being so high, and the way the judge, when I left the courtroom at Chester County, the judge made an announcement to the court that was the guy for the Holly Bobo deal. Like it was kind of a messed up little deal, but I got angry, but I don't specifically recall just saying that.
Okay. Chris Swift.
He was another person at Williamson County Jail.
Okay. He said that you went up to him and asked him, would God forgive you? Did you ask him if?
The only thing I talked to Chris Swift about was making meth and his meth use and stuff like that, but no.
All right. So he testified that you told him that you weren't involved in the killing, but you were involved in the worst part of it.
Never said that.
Okay. And he testified that you told him about some boy who hung himself, and that he and his brother were involved, and your brother were involved in the killing. Did you mention anything to Mr. Swift about Shane Austin?
I may have mentioned that Shane and my brother were where my brother was being charged, and Shane was a friend of ours, and he had hung himself. But other than that, no.
Did you tell Mr. Swift that they were in the back room having sex with Holly?
No.
Did you tell Mr. Swift that something went wrong, and that you were involved in the worst part of it?
No.
Okay. Did you tell Mr. Swift that as soon as the trial's over, that you're going home, they didn't have a body and they didn't have a murder weapon nor a motive?
No.
Right. Did you have any? Did you call Mr. Swift from another inmate's?
He gave me his phone number, and I believe I did call him.
Okay. And did you tell him that you probably wouldn't be talking to anybody else and to take care of himself?
I don't remember what I said in that phone call. I'm sure it was recorded if it was a jail phone call.
Did you threaten Mr. Swift in any way?
Absolutely not.
All right. I want to talk to you a little bit now. You said earlier that you had been visited by police on multiple occasions. Okay.
Yeah. My opinion in terms of the amount of weight that I give any of the shit that he was talking is very little. I mean, that's just, if you've ever dealt with addicts, and anybody that's kind of like living that lifestyle, it's just you can't really trust anything that they say one way or the other. I mean, like there's typically one motivation that's going on in people's minds when they're an addict. And, Zach's not only an addict, he's breaking the number one rule, never get high on your own supply. I just don't give these statements any weight. Like I need more. Like I'm 100% watching this trial. 100% watching this trial. Because all they're thinking about is how to get that next fix. That's it. That's all they're thinking about. It is a very one-tracked mind situation, and just talking stupid shit ain't it. It ain't it. Like those are not the kind of things that you can convict people on, especially knowing what their state of mind was. So, frankly, I find him to be credible up on the stand. I mean, he's owning his shit. It's one thing to own it, but it's another thing to appear to be truly owning it. I don't get the sense that he's up there trying to like dodge and weave through shit that he might have said. I think things that he said that he can recall and recollect saying, he's owning, and things that even things that he can't specifically remember saying. He's like, yeah, I could see myself saying that shit. So I'm glad they're addressing it. They have to address this because obviously, in terms of the jury, when he was tried and convicted, it was damning. It was damning for him at that trial. I mean, essentially, you've got a guy here that's sitting convicted with just a bunch of words from different people and no actual evidence that he did anything. So they're going to have to, pick him off one by one. But yeah, and I had seen a comment in chat, and it was very astute. I forget who made it. Oh yeah, it was Surprise. Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely true. He would have been dead either by his own hand on an OD or somebody else fucking killing him for running his mouth, whatever the case may be. This is rural fucking Tennessee. Like I said, this is like my old private investigator, Steve Yonke, lives down there. He's like, this is some fucking country. This is like the Hollows down there. These are country folk. And, and he's running around fucking methed out. Yeah, I agree. And the bigger point that somebody else had made, or an equally important point, was the fact that it's that thing that I'm always talking about with mental illness, that jurors, if they have not had personal experience either themselves or with somebody that they care about suffering through heavy duty mental illness, it just doesn't resonate with people. People just don't fucking get it. And it's the same with addiction. It just is. People that have been able to navigate through their lives without ever having some kind of addiction problem, especially to hard drugs, you're just not going to fucking understand it. And there's nothing that you can say as an attorney that's going to make them get it. I mean, you can certainly point it out, but in terms of it resonating, it's just not going to happen. So, yeah, man, yeah, I have half a mind just to start the trial right now and then come back to this. Like, I want to have all the factual background. I'm like dying to know it all. All right, let me continue on.
So, well, first of all, so I'm looking at all of these statements that you admitted to saying to witnesses that testified. And so as I understand it, there were some of the things that were testified to by various people that you knew outside of jail, right? That you admitted to saying, right?
Yeah.
But that the people that you knew in jail, you didn't say any of those things.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Do you recall?
I didn't know them well enough to talk to them like that.
Do you recall meeting with Karen Bobo?
I do. Her and Clint.
Okay. And you heard her testify at trial, right?
I did.
And she testified that when you met with her and Clint described what the kidnapper looked like, her testimony was that you said, that's Shane. Is that what you said?
That's not what I said. I said, that's the same height as Shane, but Shane has red hair and he was with me.
Okay. Did you tell Miss Bobo that you would do whatever you could to help?
I did.
All right. So in all of the interactions that you've had with police, let's go back to the first time that they came out to your house. Have you cooperated with law enforcement during the course of the investigation?
Yes, I gave my statement of where I was that day. Yes.
And did you allow them to search your house?
Yes.
Did you allow them to search under your house?
Anywhere there could be a body, or I told the FBI and the TBI, y'all can come in here and look anywhere y'all want. Y'all start pulling drawers up, I'm gonna ask you to leave. You look anywhere a person can be, anywhere you want to look. anytime they came to me, I would answer questions. Anything, anytime. I mean,
All right.
jails, anywhere they wanted to question me. They would bring me off the work crew at a jail, and I would go in and talk. You know, I knew I didn't really know my rights, but I knew I didn't have to talk to them. But I did. I wanted to help.
Do you recall hearing testimony about officers observing you in those early days vacuuming out your car?
I vacuumed out my truck all the time. If you looked at my vehicles, I vacuumed my trucks out all the time. That was a regular occurrence. You can ask anybody that knows me. All my vehicles were clean. I kept a shop vac at the house just for that.
What about the mattresses that were leaning up against the house?
So when Rebecca moved in, we moved all her stuff. I had a double wide 16-foot trailer. We moved all her stuff on that. And the mattress, I think there was 3 mattresses. She had 2 mattresses and the box set. One of the mattresses blew off whenever we on 641 when we was coming. So we took everything off the trailer and stuff. And I went back and got that mattress. And she said, look, don't bring it in. We're going to clean it up and stuff. I don't really need that. It just makes the bed look higher. And so I was like, well, what do you want me to do with it? And she's like, I don't care. Just don't bring it in here. We don't have nowhere to put it. You know, so I said, okay. So I leaned it up against the back side of the house. And every time I would mow or every time it would get dirty or something, I'd either wash it off or I would blow it off with the leaf blower because I was under the impression she was still going to use it. I didn't know, what to do with it. It was hers. I wasn't going to throw it away. That would cause the argument.
Can you give me one moment, Ron? All right. So have you had a chance to review? First of all, do you know what an IR is?
I do now. It's the investigative report.
Okay. So have you had a chance to review the IRs that related to statements that you made to law enforcement?
I have.
Do you recall right around April 23rd of 2011 with them coming out to your law enforcement coming out to your house?
What was the date again?
April the 23rd of 2011.
Okay. Who was the law enforcement officer?
FBI Special Agent Matt Ross.
Oh, that's when he took the pictures.
Yes.
Yeah, that's when I was all scratched up from running from the police in Nancy Straits. But it wasn't nothing for me to have scratches. I grew marijuana back behind my house. It's nothing but clear cut. And that was another, the time when they was talking about I ran behind the house. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Rainey also testified that he knew where my marijuana plants were, which he did. When they come searching, I had to move everything. I had about 5,000 marijuana plants when all this went on. And when Miss Bobo went missing, I moved everything outside. I had just got them started and I moved everything outside. Well, when everybody started searching, they come through, I had to move everything. And when law enforcement came that one time and talked to me, that's what I ran around behind the house doing, was moving all the marijuana plants that I had there.
Okay. Did you provide your best account of what you did that day to law enforcement?
I did. I didn't tell them every time I used the bathroom, though. I mean, I didn't tell them, I was a drug user. I told them where I went,
Okay. Did you, do you think that there were things that you did throughout that day that you didn't include in your statements to law enforcement?
Absolutely. But I didn't lie. I didn't, I gave the best, there was people that called that morning that I didn't remember talking to that later on that I realized I talked to, like going to the river. There's nothing that happened that morning going to the river. I don't specifically recall going to the river that morning with Jason, but we went down there so much. I'm not disputing that.
Okay. And do you recall right around July 6th of 2011, you were visited by S.A. Dykus and Investigator Inman?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And they came to your residence?
Yeah, I think it was my granddaddy's. He was sitting on the back porch that time.
All right. And did you give them an accounting of what you did?
I did.
On April the 13th, 2011? I think they had, did you tell them that you had gone to the coon hunt or that you didn't go?
I didn't go. I didn't have no way. And I didn't go to stuff like that. I mean, when I was younger, I did, but I didn't go to stuff like that. I was a drug dealer. Like I didn't go out in public much. Not a lot of people like me, I had a known reputation in the neighborhood for being the local drug dealer and drug user. So just, I could go in a gas station and people would look at me different. Of course I would give them the stink eye, or I would, I gave them that perspective. Like I wasn't the person to be messed with, and
Okay. So you were visited again by Agent Dykus on August 28th of 2012. I believe that was in the Benton County Jail.
Yep. In the basement in the investigator's office.
Okay. Did you ever ask for an attorney when you were speaking with law enforcement?
Never.
Did you voluntarily give them information?
I'll take that back. When I talked to Jeff Jackson, I think I had asked for an attorney at the end, but during this This meeting I did with Terry Dykes at Benton County. I didn't know.
And did you voluntarily sign a release for your phone records?
I did. Anything that they needed, anything anything. You wanted my DNA, anything I could have did. I would have did.
Okay. Even if that, so would you have done anything that you could do, even if it meant?
There were so many cops in the neighborhood. We would have did anything to get the police to solve this, to get the TBI and the cops out of our neighborhood. It was so hard for us, on us drug dealers and stuff. We wanted the police to solve this thing, you know.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with Mr. Dykes, or sorry, S.A. Dykes on May 22nd of 2013? And
Hard dealing drugs, hard.
That fucking rings so true, though. It really does. Like you have to think of this, babe, in the sense that we're talking about rural ass Tennessee.
Yeah, they want the cops to not be
They
looking
want
all
them out of
over
their
everybody.
fucking faces, man.
Yeah.
You know, it's like they were really crimping their style in terms of being able to sling, in terms of being able to use everything. Like cops are fucking creeping around all over the place. I find Zach Adams to be highly credible. And I don't know if you kind of heard my diatribe about users and addicts and, you know, just that lifestyle and what they're willing to say and do in order to you know, get that next fix. I mean, that's just, you know, I mean, we have some firsthand experience, you know, with addicts. It's a fucking thing. It can't be the basis for a conviction. I don't give a fuck what he said. Can't be. There has to be more. There has to be more.
And Bob means with people that we know.
Yeah.
People be like, oh, Bob and Allie are addicts.
Oh no, yeah, obviously. Well, I mean, if that needs to be spelled out, I can't help you.
I
Right?
believe that was at the Decatur County Sheriff's Office.
Go into specifics on that.
There was an investigator Cunningham and investigator
about
Meeks.
the leather coat.
Yes.
Yes,
So you gave a voluntary statement to law enforcement at that time?
I did. There was a leather coat that I didn't know the specifics of what had happened or whatever, but there was a leather coat in my brother's truck. I didn't know who it belonged to. I know my brother did at this time. I don't think he had a girlfriend, and I was willing to do anything I could to help. And I called him in. I said, "Hey, look, did Miss Bobo have a leather coat on?" And they said, "No, this didn't." I
Okay.
was willing to do anything, you know.
Do you recall again meeting with or speaking with law enforcement September? Let me make sure that I'm on the right one. Hold on one second. September 9th of 2013 with Agent Joe Walker. Did you meet with him?
I did at the Benton County Jail. He brought me in from work release. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. And did you give him a statement about your whereabouts on April the 13th, 2011?
Just told him where I was.
Did any of your testimony change? Did you add any additional information to him that you recall?
Not that I specifically recall. Not that I recall.
Do you recall Mr. Walker asking, saying, your name keeps coming up?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. So did you address that with Mr. Walker at all?
Yeah, I think I told him I'd made some jokes, made some statements.
All right. And what about on February the 28th, 2014, when you that's when you
Today I
spoke
got
with
arrested.
Jeff, that's the day you got arrested, Jeff Jackson and Agent Lewis and Carter.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that interaction.
So February 28th, I was with a girl named Trish Evans. She had a house in Camden. So I had stayed the night with her. And that morning I was getting up. I was going to help a guy that owned a local plumbing shop up there. He's not sure his name. I think his last name was Farmer. I was going to help him that morning, and Richard Cottom went by my house and seen there was police everywhere. And I think it was Linda Kimball is the one that called and said, "Hey, there's cops all at your house. What's going on?" So I thought it was the local cops. I thought they had done sold to us a confidential informant, sold some drugs or something. I didn't really know what was going on. So I called the Decatur County Sheriff's Department. And I said, "Hey, look, what's going on? Why is the police at my house? What are y'all doing?" This, "Zach, we don't know what's going on. It ain't nuts." So I call. I said, "Well, y'all go back by there and see what kind of cops it is." So they went back by and they said, "Well, it's got to be TBI." So I went on the internet looking for the number for the TBI. They don't really have a number, so I just called 1-800-TBI-FINE. And I asked them, so what are y'all doing in my house? And they asked, well, where are you at? They wouldn't answer my question. I lied. I said, I'm in Lexington. What are y'all doing at my house? They said, well, we need to talk to you. And I said, well, I'm working right now. You need to get here. And I said, well, I don't have a driver's license. So I hung up, took my phone apart, and I called my girlfriend. I said, TBI's at my house. And I said, I don't really know what this is about. And she said, well, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I need to go see what this is about. This is, there's lots of law there. So I said, I'm just going to have her come pick me up. There's no need in you driving. She didn't have no license. And so I called TBI back. I said, well, y'all come pick me up at the McDonald's in Camden. I'm leery of police anyway. So I wanted to meet at a public spot. So they came, and I called them back and I asked, I said, how many TBI agents are there? And I think they said 3 or 4. I bought everybody. I went in to McDonald's. I bought everybody Sprites and drinks and sausage and biscuits and just I bought everything and got in the vehicle at the McDonald's with Jeff Jackson, and I don't know the other agent's name. I know Jeff Jackson was in the back. We leave McDonald's and they pull right in the Camden Bank parking lot. Tell me to get out, and the whole time Jeff Jackson's got his hand on his gun. And I'm thinking, when I get in that vehicle, I thought I was going to get shot. I didn't know what was going on. He never took his hand off his gun. They pull me out. They search me, take my pocket knife, and we ride to my house. And I'm asking, like, what's this about? What's this about? And they make statements that my brother has made statements. I says, Dylan, he's in federal holding. What has he made statements about? And we get to my house, and it's a circus. Like, they had the driveway blocked off. They had the TBI mobile command unit in my granddaddy's front yard. It was a circus. It was a circus. And
so let me just make this. You sought out law enforcement when you found out that they were looking for you, and you invited them to come meet with you.
I did. I called them.
And bought them Sprites.
They had already knocked the door down, was in my house.
All right. So I want to ask you one last set of questions. Okay? At your trial in this case, has your defense always been straight up innocence?
Always. Till my last breath on this earth, it's always going to be innocent.
Then why didn't you testify?
The reason I didn't testify, a week before my trial, Jennifer Thompson had my mom and my cousin come in from Atlanta. My mom had to take off work and come up here, and we all met at the Savannah jail over here in the library. And they had already talked before this and planned all this out, but they got up there. She got my mom up there and my cousin up there, and my mom made me promise that I wouldn't testify because all the bad things that the state was going to try to say about me, and they just didn't want me to testify. And
did any of your attorneys ever meet with you and prepare testimony for you?
Never.
Did you discuss taking the stand with Ms. Thompson?
I did multiple times, and she the way I guess that she practiced, she tried to say that she didn't want me to. She didn't want me to at all. Okay. I was advised not to. I wanted to bad.
How about with Mr. Simmons? Did you have that conversation with him?
I didn't. Not that I recall.
Okay. Did the pressure from your family and the advice you received from counsel, did that in any way affect your decision not to testify?
It did.
Do you recall Judge McGinley asking you questions, saying, is this your decision not to testify?
It did. He did ask me that. And at the time, I didn't realize I could have said yes, and went against my lawyer. I just was going with what Jennifer, and we paid her a lot of money. She was a paid attorney. We paid her a lot of money, and I was told to listen to her. And that's what I did.
Did Ms. Thompson ever sit down and discuss any kind of defense strategy with you?
We met a lot, but like the discovery. I never got to see all the discovery.
I want to address this question. I don't know where Allie went.
I'm here. I'm just the Zoom court's about to start. So when it does, I'm leaving the.
Okay. Well, so in terms of this question, won't all defense attorneys say not to testify? I mean, as a general proposition, yes.
Typically.
I mean, again, in terms of strategy, you always have to keep in the back of your mind that as defense counsel, we have no burden, right? And, that burden rests entirely with the state. And there's pitfalls that exist when you put your client on the stand. And, I mean, Zach has a checkered past, I mean, like, and when you're thinking about the impact on a jury who doesn't know this guy from a fucking hole in the ground, first impressions, they're impactful to a jury. And in terms of like this laundry list of shit that he has in his background, I mean, you have to weigh that. You have to weigh that. And that's not even getting into the concept of, if he says one thing that's misinterpreted on the stand, or if he in any way is construed to be acting defensive under cross-examination. There's just so many potential issues with putting your client on the stand that it's if you can avoid it, it's preferable, because and again, I get that concept that people think in terms of, if I didn't commit a crime, there is no fucking way. There's no way. No one on the planet would be able to keep me off the stand from professing my innocence. And that's just not the way that this thing works out, like ever. It's like you have to really look at it strategically in terms of whether or not, and like I said on Friday, I mean, we're typically waiting until after the state's case in chief is done to make some kind of final decision in terms of how we're going to advise our client whether or not we think that they need to take the stand. I can see why she told him, I would advise you not to testify. However, when you have a case that there's no evidence of any substance beyond what people are saying,
that's typically even less of a reason to risk putting your client on the stand.
right? I mean, that's the thing. It's like you're sitting there thinking, okay, well, they don't have any fucking evidence. Like, if we put you on the stand, if you take the stand and you say fucking something sideways that the jury misconstrues, you're sealing your own fate. If they hate you, you're sealing your own fate. So I don't know.
But yeah, and that's important, DB, because if they never prepped him, they never got him ready, he was never in a position where he could have said, yes, I want to testify. So yes, you're accurate that that's what they're developing.
Yeah, and that is absolutely ineffective. I mean, you have to have massive discussions with your client about whether or not they're going to testify. And you have to, and you say it with the proviso, look, we're going to take it as it comes, but we need to talk about it. You need to prep your client either way, whether they're taking the stand or not. And you've got to have these exact conversations that we're having with you, with your client, about the potential, pitfalls that come along with them taking the stand. Otherwise, it's, you haven't done your job. It's that simple. Well, let's keep rolling.
Like, she tried to
Sit down and discuss any kind of defense strategy with you.
we met a lot, but like the discovery. I never got to see all of the discovery. Like, she tried to fix it up at the Williamson County Jail where I could get a computer and get the hard drives. Like, and the sheriff, there wasn't trying to make anything.
Oh my God. Where did I go? God damn it.
And they just didn't want me to testify. And
Did any of your attorneys ever meet with you and prepare testimony for you?
never.
Did you discuss taking the stand with Ms. Thompson?
I did multiple times. And she the way I guess that she practiced, she tried to say that, she didn't want me to. She didn't want me to at all. I was advised not to. I wanted to bad.
How about with Mr. Simmons? Did you have that conversation with him?
I didn't. Not that I recall.
Okay. Did the pressure from your family and the advice you received from counsel, did that in any way affect your decision not to testify?
It did. It
You went
did.
way back.
Yeah.
You were,
I fucked
Time,
up.
Jennifer. And that's
Just
what I did.
did Ms. Thompson ever sit down and discuss any kind of defense strategy
There
with
you
you?
go.
We met a lot, but like the discovery. I never got to see all of the discovery. Like, she tried to fix it up at the Williamson County Jail where I could get a computer and get the hard drives. Like, and the sheriff, there wasn't trying to make anything extra, like, special for me. He said, no, you can get it mailed in. What the sheriff didn't realize, they would have filled 4 or 5 cells up. And I never got to see all the discovery. I never, we met a lot, but a lot of it was just, she just asking where I was. Just, she was unorganized, very unorganized.
So
Mm.
being a part of this post-conviction relief process, observing Mr. Bates and I.
Day and night difference.
So knowing now, if you had known then what you know now, would you have testified?
Absolutely.
And I just have to ask these questions one more time. Did you kidnap Holly Bobo?
No.
She's done.
Did you rape Holly Bobo?
No.
Did you murder Holly Bobo?
No.
Did you have anything to do with the disposal of her remains?
No. And if I would have knew anything about this, it could have helped in any way possible, I would have.
And is everything that you testified today the truth?
Absolutely.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. At 8:19 in the morning on April 13th of 2011, you texted Jason Autry.
Okay.
Never mentioned that to the police.
I didn't mention every text
I can just tell you right now, I hate this bitch.
How are you supposed to remember who you text like that long after the fact on a certain day? Come on.
Right. This is 3 years after she's gone missing. I hate this fucking prosecutor. I hate her with her painted on fucking eyebrows and that fucking just witchy fucking bitch face she's got. Ugh. I just hate her. I hate her.
I didn't tell them every time I used the bathroom.
8:30, you called Jason Autry on the morning of April 13th, 2011.
It's why there was a lot of phone calls I made that morning. There was a lot of people I talked to that morning that I don't recall talking to.
8:35 on the morning of April 13th, 2011, you called your grandfather, Dick Adams. 8:37 in the morning of April 13th, 2011, you're calling Jason Autry again. Let me guess, you don't remember that, right?
If I would have.
You would have what?
Mention
If I would have remembered, I would tell you. I'm not
Okay.
gonna sit here.
Okay. 8:38, Jason Autry calls you back. Again, I'm talking about the morning of April 13th, 2011. The morning that has been your whole life since it happened. Since April 13th, 2011, that day has consumed your life. And nobody until this moment has heard that information. You didn't tell one officer.
I did not.
Wait, I had nothing to do with Holly Bobo's disappearance. I was on the phone with my grandfather. I was texting with my buddy Jason Autry. Never mentioned it, did you?
There's a lot of things I did that day that I didn't mention.
Right.
And it wasn't because I was lying or trying to be. It's because I just didn't remember. I was a drug user. I didn't remember everything I did that day, but I didn't lie about where I was at.
You like to
Absolutely
leave
did not.
things out, like you
Huh?
told. You like to leave things out sometimes when the police talk to you.
No.
Okay.
No.
8:38, you're calling Jason Autry. 8:53, you're calling Jason Autry. What was the urgency of getting hold of Jason Autry that morning?
I mean, does this asshole realize she's not in front of a jury? She has to fucking tone her shit down. Like, this is the kind of cross that you do in front of a jury, not with just a judge trying to determine whether or not there's enough here with this post-conviction petition. She's fucking unhinged, this fucking woman. Like, seriously, she is.
We talk all the time.
Okay.
We probably talk to her every day. Pull the phone records before that day, April 12th, April 11th. How many times did we talk to Jason Autry? I talked to Jason Autry a week. I mean, every day I talked to Jason. There
You
probably wasn't a
also-
day that went by during that time period that we didn't talk. We used drugs every day. Of course we talked.
Y'all were
Absolutely,
close.
We talked every day.
Y'all were close.
I looked up to him.
Right. 8:58, you get a call from Brandon Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
9:10, you get a call from Brandon Williams.
Yes, ma'am. We was talking. Brandon Williams was a friend of mine and Rebecca's, and yes, I was talking to him. We were trying to get him to help get on my side and get Rebecca back on my side.
Rebecca Earp testified at the trial. Of course, she was not telling the truth, right? She was mistaken about what she remembered. She wasn't telling the truth. She told the jury, you left early that morning to go scrapping. Turns out you didn't go scrapping, right? Remember that?
I didn't. Look at the scrap records. I didn't. I scrapped before. I think it was 2 days before that, and a couple of days after that.
She told
And
her
then how
that's
was
where
she
you
at my house? If she testified that she was at my house, how is she at my house if her cell phone is pinging at 4 a.m. at her mama's house? How is she at my house?
I don't know. At
Somebody's lying.
between 9:50 and 10:32 in the morning, you're wearing your phone out. You remember that? 9:50 and 10:32 from the Bird Song Tower, which is the closest to the interstate, which is the closest to the underpass, which is the closest to where you put a bullet through the head of Holly Bobo. You are wearing your phone out. Do you remember who all you texted and called? You called Joe's Video. Shane Austin is calling you. You're calling Michael Hughley. Is he one of your drug buddies too?
He is.
Okay. You're calling Joe's Video again. Who works at Joe's Video?
Rebecca Hart.
You call Joe's Video again at 10:15. At 10:15, you're calling your grandfather again, trying to find him. At 10:16, you're calling your grandfather. 10:18, you get a text. 10:18, you send a text. 10:19, Shane Austin is calling saying, where are you, man? Right? Where are you, man? This plan is about to fall apart and blow up. Where are you, man? 10:19, you call Joe's Video again, trying to get a hold of Rebecca because y'all were having a fight, right? 10:35, you call Dick Adams, your grandfather, again. 10:38, you call Rebecca. 10:49, Rebecca texts you, and lo and behold, and the whole world heard it, and there's no denying it, and nobody cares, that at 11:12 in the morning of April 13th, 2011, where were you?
It's at my house.
At 11:12 in the morning on April 13th, 2011?
I don't recall exactly where, I don't recall the exact time. Like I just testified to, the first thing I remember that morning is Shane calling. He asked if we wanted to overdose on Xanaxes. Just like I said, I went out to my brother's, got him up, got on Facebook.
No, you didn't, because there's evidence in the file, and I'm sure you've seen it because your lawyers that are sitting here today have shown it to you. And the lawyers, the 16-member team that you had representing you at trial, they showed you everything. There's no proof that you were on that computer at home. It was a mobile posting from your Facebook page. The last activity was at 6 o'clock in the morning. Is that coming back to you?
That's
at
wrong.
11:12 in the morning of April 13th, 2011. Where were you? Let me give you a hint. The bank. Does that sound about right?
I don't
isn't
recall.
that what this is all about? Your lawyer stood up months ago and said,
No,
our client was
We was at the bank.
May I finish? They stood up months ago and told this judge that on April 13th, 2011, the last day that Holly Bobo took breath on this earth, my client could not have committed the crime that a jury convicted him of because he was at the ATM in Parsons. Dun, dun, dun. Mystery solved. We are so sorry. 11:12 in the morning is the whole point of this hearing, for you to convince Judge Bradbury that there's no way you could have raped, murdered, and kidnapped Holly Bobo because you were pulled in backward at the ATM at 11:12 in the morning on April 13th, right?
That's
right?
correct. That is
Right.
correct. That's correct.
But we got no proof of that.
That truck.
Okay, the truck that you can't see anybody in.
That truck is my brother's truck. I was driving that truck.
Okay.
Was there any other vehicles that was pulled in the ATM backwards that day?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
If we had the
That
real
time-
ATM video, we would know, wouldn't we?
We've seen it.
That's not the real ATM video. ATM video shows the person that's punching the numbers in. If we had that, we would see Shane Austin punching the numbers in.
Okay. And here's,
And you would see me in the driver's seat and possibly my brother in the back.
you know what the jury heard from your cell phone expert? Do you know what the jury that convicted you heard from your cell phone expert? Not the state of Tennessee's, though he agreed with it, but from the very expert. Remember Jonathan Reeves? Remember that name?
I do.
And you attended the trial. You were here every day, right?
I did.
Miss Thompson put you in a new suit every day from her husband, right? She put makeup on you, right?
I did.
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean, you sat here, you listened to the witnesses, you took notes, right?
I did.
You were engaged in the trial, right?
I did.
You're pulling on their suit coat and asking them questions. You're interacting with them. Jonathan Reeves, your cell phone expert, told the jury Zach Adams' phone was pinging off of the Parsons cell tower at 11:16 in the morning. Remember that?
That's right. Along with Shane Austin and Dylan Adams.
Right. We're all in Parsons.
That's right.
We're all in Parsons at 11:16 in the morning. The jury heard it. They didn't seem to care much about it, did they?
The jury heard a lot of things, a lot of lies.
Right. Everybody was lying, weren't they?
Well, I wouldn't say everybody, but there was a lot of lies told in that case, in that trial.
Mhm.
Lots of lies.
Let me ask you about the trial a little bit more. You mentioned that if I had just known that I had the opportunity not to testify or to testify, I would have done that. I would have done that. I'm sure you've seen this, and we'll talk about it in a little more depth in a minute. There's a series of documents that your lawyer's team put together titled Zach's Stupid Mouth. Remember that? Did you ever see that?
No.
It outlines everything that Ms. Etu has just talked to you about. In addition, everything else that you said to anybody with ears between April 13th, 2011 up to today, because you're still talking about it. But at the trial, after the state rested, right? And Judge McGinley looked to your team and said, will there be any defense proof? Does your client want to testify? Remember that?
What was the question again?
Do you remember being asked if you wanted to testify at your own trial?
I did.
Okay. You're on trial for the rape, murder, and kidnapping of Holly Bobo. The judge asked you if you wanted to testify. Did you answer the judge right away, or did you talk to your lawyers about it?
I believe I answered right away.
You just blurted out an answer.
I said no. I was advised by my lawyer not to, and that's what I did.
Okay. All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may, you pass it to the vote.
Your Honor, may I see what the being
The moment here at the trial, page 2,539. I don't know what one. There you go. Thank you. You recognize this?
Your Honor, would you like the transcript? We have a copy of the transcript for the court if you would like to follow along.
I'll be all right. If you're going to be objections, just leave it.
No, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and accept it. Exhibit 116.
You recognize Mr. Judge McGinley talking to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Norbert, you mean if he's granted a new trial, would she be the prosecuting attorney? It seems like it. Seems like it. You know, I mean, she's one of those prosecutors that I'm always talking about that, you know, die on the hill of their predecessor in terms of cases that they've tried, and the office is of the mindset, this is a good conviction. You're going to fight it to the death. We don't give a shit what they've pulled up. We don't give a shit what evidence that they've discovered. Yeah, I mean, that may be true, but if he's granted a new trial, she'll bone up, right? I'm assuming. I mean, I don't know who else they'd put on it. You know, I mean, I suppose it could be anybody from that prosecutor's office. So, but it would seem to make sense that it would be her, which, holy shit. Oh, man, that'll be a fun trial, having to listen to her screeching for fucking 10 days.
You sat in that stand, didn't you? You remember?
I don't recall sitting in the stand. I think I stood up over there at the table.
Swear you in?
No, it would have to be
I
her.
don't believe I was sworn in.
Yes, you were. Read
Somebody
it.
from the office.
You were sworn in, and you were sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
Okay, I see that right here.
By virtue of, I would ask that this be marked as an exhibit.
I did. I marked it as
Thank you.
exhibit 116.
By virtue of the Constitution, we all have certain rights. One of those rights is you can't be compelled to give testimony. You were present when this is the judge talking to you, right? Not to Ms. Thompson, not to your mother, to you. You were present when I read that to the jury at the outset. It said if you do not take a stand to testify, that they can draw nothing from that, that's constitutional right. Also, you have a constitutional right to give testimony if you wish or desire. You can take a stand. If you do, you will be subjected to cross-examination, and your credibility will be judged by the jury by the same standards I've already charged them. This is your decision, okay? Again, this is the judge talking to you. Your big moment.
Miss Wyrick,
You can make it having consulted with your attorneys. Again, this is the judge talking to you after you've been sworn to tell the truth. I would expect you.
See, here's the problem with prosecutors that have never been on the defense side in their entire career. They have no fucking idea what they're talking about. That's the thing about prosecutors is if you have prosecutors that came in straight from law school, They're doing the job. They've never dealt with the defense side of it, which is an entirely different thing. Like, this woman has never sat down with a defendant ever. Is she sitting here trying to pretend that she doesn't understand the impact that a defendant's defense attorney has on that person and the decisions that they make? Is she pretending like that's what the fucking reality is? This woman makes me sick. She truly does. Like, she's not gonna even be intellectually honest about this. If your fucking case is strong enough, quit browbeating this guy over some bullshit. His lawyer advised him not to fucking testify. That has a massive impact on a defendant. Massive. And she's sitting here pretending like what the fucking judge is spewing out during his colloquy is going to change his fucking mind. It's a moment in time when that happens, when a defendant is given, the colloquy, and they're told, look, you've got an absolute right to testify here or to not testify. It's your choice, entirely up to you. I cannot stand prosecutors like this.
To consult with your attorneys, but this is not their decision. This is your decision. You're standing there between two of your attorneys. Mr. Gonzalez came on the case late, but you've had ample opportunity to discuss this with Mr. Simmons and Ms. Thompson. Is that correct? That's the judge asking you. Is that correct? You know what you said? Yes, sir. Having said all of that, is it your election not to give testimony? Again, this is the judge asking you. Yes, sir, that's right. Correct. The judge goes on because the judge wants to make sure this very important decision is being made freely and voluntarily, without any pressure, without a lawyer saying, oh, no, you ain't getting on that stand. So the judge says to you, are you doing this freely and voluntarily? You said, yes, sir. You don't feel you've been pressured either way? This is the judge asking you again. No, sir. The judge goes on because it's that important. To give or to not give, you cut him off. You were so ready. No, sir. No pressure. No, sir. This is your decision. The judge is asking you again. This is your decision? Yes, sir. All right. Want to address anything further? Here's your open mic moment. Do you want to address anything further?
Absolutely.
No, sir, I do not. And that was the end of it. And then your team began putting on your proof in the trial. What was the defense in your trial? Do you remember?
I was innocent.
Right. What was the defense? What was the strategy? Who committed the crime?
Mr. Britt.
There you go. Terry Britt was the strategy. And the defense was built around that, correct?
I also want to say my mind was already made up about the testifying before the judge asked me all this. My mind was made up the minute that I promised my mom and my cousin that I wouldn't testify. There was nothing that was going to change that.
So you're either lied to Judge McGinley when you were under oath. You didn't tell Judge McGinley anything about your mom and your grandmother pressuring you. So you either lied to Judge McGinley on that day, or you're lying to this judge today about it, because that never came out of your mouth, did it?
That didn't come out of my mouth, but my mind was already made up.
Okay.
My mind was already made up.
You never told the judge that, though, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. All right.
I didn't. There was a lot of things that I didn't realize at my trial, things that I know now. There was a lot of things I was totally unprepared. I had no way to access law books or anything. There's a lot of things I didn't know that I would have did different. There's lots of things
That you would have done differently.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely. There was. I would have demanded to go through all the discovery. I would have demanded it. That's one of the key things. What if there's something in there? My lawyer don't know if there's something in there. I mean, that's.
Let me ask you this: how many times did Ms. Thompson come to meet with you?
I don't recall Miss Wyrick. She came a lot. She did.
She worked hard on this case. Almost 4,000 hours. Do you know that? Almost 4,000 hours of time that she billed the state of Tennessee for, which is probably an underestimate of the time. I would imagine she probably put time into this case that she didn't bill the state for. In addition to that, your family paid her $50,000, right?
I believe it was 55.
All right. She put a lot of work into this. How many times did she come see you? 10, 20, 30, 40?
She came a lot.
Give us an idea.
50,
50 times.
I would say, yes.
Jay trying to just speculation.
I don't recall. Like I said, I don't recall how many times. I didn't count. I didn't mark it.
He's giving us estimate. It's a lot. We know it's a lot.
But every time she came, she wouldn't. A lot of times we would just be going through the discovery, going through stuff.
Well, I thought you just said you never saw this.
I didn't see all of it.
Did she ever
There's
call
4
you?
terabytes worth. I didn't see all of it. I'm not sure she looked at all of it.
Did she ever call you on the phone? Did you ever call her on the phone?
We did.
Okay, so you had in-person meetings, you talked over the phone. Every time you had a court setting, you were with her, correct?
We did. And when she did call, when we did talk, we didn't talk. She advised me not to talk about the case on the phone. She was very leery. I remember when I was at Chester County Jail, I remember they would let me call her, but they would carry me to there's a little room in there, the same room when she would come to meet with me. It's the same room they would put me in. And when I told her about that, she said, well, from here on out, don't talk about nothing on the phone. We think this room may be wired or something.
Sure. So she didn't want you talking there. Right. So she came to see you many times. She also sent people to come see you, correct?
She did.
Mitigation experts that came to see you, right? Remember Lee Norton? Who was Lee
Yep.
Norton?
The one that did the IQ test and all that.
Okay. Jim Simmons, did he come see you?
He did.
All right. Did Jerry Gonzalez ever come see you?
I don't specifically recall. I think he might have came once. I don't really recall.
How many times did the mitigation specialist come see you?
I think we met once with Jim Simmons, and then she came back another time and gave me the IQ test.
And there was a team of investigators working on
I
the
remember
case,
2
right?
investigators. I remember
Eight?
2. I think there was 2. Jim Simmons had a investigative team, and Jennifer had one, but it was like 2 investigators.
They ever come see you?
They did. They came with Jennifer and Jim.
And so I'm certain, correct, that in these conversations and these meetings, when you met with Ms. Thompson, did she take notes? Was she writing anything down? Was she just on her cell phone?
She took some notes.
Okay. So in the course of these interactions, did the investigators take down notes?
I don't recall. I believe so.
Okay. What about Lee Norton? Lee Norton take notes?
I don't remember much. I can't really recall Lee Norton. I know we did the IQ thing. That was with the blocks and all that stuff. I thought that was kind of.
But it's your testimony today that you told all of these people, I couldn't have done this because I was with Shane ODing on Xanax, right?
That's the truth.
Okay. So, and you told all of those people, I couldn't have done this. I was with Shane ODing on Xanax when Holly Bobo was abducted, raped, and murdered, right? That's what you told them.
Shane and Dylan was with me.
Okay.
They was with me.
Right.
So
When?
we was.
At what time?
Well, like you just said, 11 o'clock, we was at the ATM. So that truck that you just showed, that's us pulling the ATM backwards.
Right. Okay. But you told all that to Ms. Thompson and to Ms. Norton and to Jim Simmons and to the team of investigators.
No,
They all
no.
knew there was
Now,
no
there was-
way.
Like I just testified to, there was things that I don't remember about that morning. I don't specifically recall going to that ATM until some later on.
Okay. Do you remember telling, well, let me ask you this. Do you remember reading or seeing from Ms. Thompson a report from one of the mitigation experts? There are problems with using his mother as mitigation because Zach shot her. Remember that? I know a minute ago, I wrote it down because it was such a creative description of a shooting that somehow your mother's leg accidentally got in the path of a bullet that you accidentally had in your possession. I think I'm not getting it accurate, but you shot your mother.
I did not shoot my mother like you're sitting here saying. I operated a firearm in a reckless manner. Rule number 1 of hunter safety: you're supposed to always, any weapon, you're supposed to treat it like it was loaded. I treated that firearm, a pistol, as it was unloaded, and it went off and it struck my mother in the knee. I did not voluntarily shoot my mother like you're sitting here, like you're trying to explain to everybody.
I'm
That
not
did not happen.
trying to explain anything,
But, that's
Mr.
what
Adams.
You're trying to make it like.
No. What I'm trying to do is get to the truth for
That
the
is the
judge
truth.
and for this court. And you're well versed in the use of guns, aren't you?
I am.
You've been handling guns since you were about 8 years old, right? When your
I am.
grandfather taught you how to handle a gun and how to shoot deer.
Probably before that.
Okay. All right. So you know about all that.
Yeah.
You told the mitigation or the investigator team that came to see you that you've known Jason Autry for a long time, right?
I believe I just testified to that.
Right. You never told the police that, though.
Yeah, I never told the police that. I was scared of Jason.
Okay.
Jason's not a
Thought he was
person that you're just going to tell the police on.
I'm not asking you, why didn't you tell the police that Jason Autry was with you at the river when you murdered Holly Bobo? Why didn't you tell the police Jason Autry is my best friend and we text and talk to each other on the phone every day? You never said that to the police, did you?
I never tell the police a lot of things.
Okay. In fact, you told Eva Pilgrim with 2020, I wasn't with Jason that day.
I don't recall being with Jason that day.
You just testified that you were with Jason that day.
I was, but I don't, there was no specific, I was with Jason so much. There was nothing we did that morning that like, we didn't catch a big bass. There was nothing specific about that morning to make me remember. Like those phone calls you just went through, I'm sure they happened, but I couldn't tell you that what we talked about. There was nothing specific that happened that morning that stood out. I'm sure I made every one of those phone calls. I'm sure I made every one of those texts, but I can't tell you what we was talking about. I'm sure it was about drugs or something along. I guarantee it was about drugs. It's the only thing it could have been.
Do you remember how many times you told your lawyers, I just want to go to trial. I just want to go to trial.
Absolutely.
They wanted you to plead
I'm
guilty.
innocent of this. Absolutely. I don't care if death penalty's on the table or not. Absolutely. I'll to my dying breath, I'll be innocent. And that's the truth.
In all of these interviews with the investigators, when did you ever tell them I was with Jason Autry that day?
I kind of said, I don't recall being with Jason that day. I was with Jason so much. Ma'am, we did so many drugs. Days would run together. Jason hung out at my house so much. We was together all the time. All the time. Look
Then
at my
why
phone
not
records.
tell the
Look at
police
the phone
that?
two or 3 days before April 11th or April 13th, 2011. Look, 2 or 3 days after. We talked all the time. All the time.
Then why not tell the police that? Do you remember telling investigators that people steer clear of Jason and I when we're together? Most people know we are up to no good. Remember telling them that?
That's the truth. Most of the time me and Jason was together, we was up to no good. We was usually getting high or going. He was usually trying to steal something.
What kind of car did Jason drive back in April of 2011?
PT Cruiser, gray, 4-door.
Did he come to your house later that day before y'all went over to Dottie's?
He did yeah, he came that day.
So you did see him that day, later that day?
I did.
Okay. All right, y'all went to Dottie's together, and you're both covered in blood, is what your brother and Shane told the police. You both have blood on your clothes.
That's a lie.
No, that was, of course, that's a lie. Yeah. And that's when y'all got in a fight, right? You and Shane got in a fight there.
Yeah, but what? So he just pulls up my house. He got blood all over him. We're just gonna go go about our daily business with just blood all over. That makes no sense whatsoever.
There's a lot about this that doesn't make much sense.
You're right. Like you're absolutely right. Like those ATM videos. We had those ATM videos of that day. You would see Shane Austin. You would see me in the driver's seat. You see my brother in the back seat. But where are they at?
Right.
If we could get those, if the TBI would have did their job and got that, we wouldn't be here today. Promise you we wouldn't be here today.
Jury heard that you were in Parsons at 11:16 in the morning. The jury heard that from your own expert.
Miss
and
Wire,
they did
of course
not
they heard that.
care. Do you know what time Holly Bobo was abducted?
I don't.
7:50 in the morning on April 13th, 2011. So your defense team, you filed a notice of alibi, didn't you? You and your lawyers. Remember who your alibi witnesses were? You remember who you told the court your alibi witnesses were going to be in a written motion?
I think it was. No, I don't recall.
Dick Adams, Dylan Adams, Shane Austin,
Right.
and Rebecca Earp.
All the people that I seen that day.
Right.
All the people I made phone calls to that day. Everybody you just stated, I was talking to that day. Everybody you just stated, every one of those names you just stated that I talked to on the phone that day.
Right.
Every one of those names that I seen that day. Me and Dylan and Shane, we was all together that day.
Did any of those people, who of that bunch saw you at 8 o'clock in the morning on April 13th, 2011?
Nobody. Well, nobody.
So on April 13th, 2011, much later in the day, after you've gotten into a fight with Shane at Dottie's, your grandfather calls 911. Not once, but twice. On April 13th, 2011.
That's correct.
The jury heard that, right?
That's correct. If I'm not mistaken, he said he's trying to get a gun and a vehicle. Well, why was I needing a vehicle if I had the white pickup, like you said? That makes no sense whatsoever. And I believe you said it yourself yesterday. if I had access to a vehicle, why was I needing his vehicle?
Maybe you were trying to get out of town fast because you
That's not
just
the truth. It's
kidnapped,
because I didn't have a
raped, and
vehicle.
murdered Holly Bobo.
It's because I didn't have a vehicle. That's why I was trying to get his van.
See if you recognize these voices.
You're too late in hell with me.
Is that your grandfather?
That's Dick.
You may be right up quality. 911, where's your emergency? Yeah, this is 260 Adams Lane. Zachary down here raising hell again. Who? Zachary Adams. Okay. Y'all in trouble? Yeah, he's causing trouble. Is this Dick? Yeah, it's Dick. All right, stay on the line, woman. Okay. You got any weapons or anything? No, he don't have any weapons now. Did he have? Oh, yeah, he just raising hell with me. Okay. County units, many have been route 260 Adams Lane, 260 Adams Lane. I have a grandson causing problems. Come out 2146. It's just you and him now? Well, his brother here too. That's he's the only one causing problems. Yeah, he's raising hell wanting another I'm not gonna let it happen. I'm talking to them around my mom, so I'm not every day. I told you, you raising hell with me, I tried to get you to leave. And you got out of me, how are you? Well, he can't even leave now. Was he leaving in? Well, he ain't got no vehicle. There's nowhere to go. He's on drugs or something. I don't know what the hell it is. I can't put up with this. I'll let you know about it, okay? Well, he said he'd leave me with Bob. It's just totally up to you. You call me. Well, I mean, if you want him to come, I'll take care of it. Okay. I'll let him leave. All right. If you need us, call us back. Okay, I'll call you back. All ready. All right, bye.
He ain't got no vehicle. That's what
There's another
Dick just
phone
said.
call. There's another phone call.
Okay, but he just said he ain't got no vehicle. Yeah, I didn't have no vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Where's your emergency? Hey, there's someone out here. Zachary's run, but he grabbed 2 guns. I got him away from him, but there's something down here getting him. He's on drugs. Okay, has he got any weapons now? Hang on just a second. No, he ain't got any weapons now. I got him. Hang on just a second. County units, we'll need units to be back in route for 260 Adams Lane. 260 Adams Lane. I'm not gonna do that. Subjects come back causing problems. I'm not gonna do it. Go ahead. Hang on, just stay on the phone. Okay. I'll be leaving you on out here right now. Well, I apologize. I can't put up with this. Where's he live? He lives right next door to me. What's his number? 235 Adams Lane. Has he got the guns or you got him back? I got him back. Okay. And he may have one out his house, an old muzzle or something. I don't know. He's all time taking the same thing. He put the guns back up? I got it. Okay.
You didn't have a car or truck at that time, right? Because it had been confiscated on April 4th, correct? When you got arrested?
It was confiscated, and then my granddaddy went and got it out and hid it at Betty Bell's house.
He hid it from you, right?
Yeah, and I didn't get it. So Holly got abducted April 13th, 2011. That Friday after this is when he took me up there to get the truck. It was hid behind their house, behind Betty Bell's house.
What time did he take you up there?
I don't recall, Miss Wyrick. I know it was around lunch, I would say.
All right. And where's that truck today?
You know more than I do. I'm sure the TBI had it.
They searched it, right?
They did.
They searched the black pickup truck.
They
They
did.
searched a lot of cars that you had access to, right?
Tore my house all apart.
Right. How many cars that you had access to did they search? Do you remember?
All the cars that y'all searched, none of them ran. That white Nissan never ran.
How many cars and trucks that you had access to did the TBI search?
The Silverado that was wrecked, that was incapacitated.
Just give me a number.
I'm counting right now. I'm counting. I'm doing it right now. If you're just my Silverado that was crashed. I had a black Nissan. It didn't run. The white Nissan, it didn't run. And then there was another black Nissan that didn't run. It was just a parts.
Okay. They searched it all.
Yep.
All right. There's more to this 911 tape if we may continue.
So is the state's theory here that old Zach here and his brother and his buddy went and killed Holly Bobo, and then came back to his grandfather's property / his property and acted a fucking fool to the point where Grandpa's calling law enforcement. I mean, is that like if you had just abducted and killed a girl that the whole fucking town is looking for? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to go fucking act a fool? You're going to inject law enforcement into your life that day? It's a great theory. It's a great theory. Well, like Grendel's, they were there allegedly. You're not doing that kind of shit, addict or not, if you've just abducted and killed a girl that the whole fucking town's looking for. I'm sorry. I ain't buying it.
Yep.
All right. There's more to this 911 tape, if we may continue.
He's run to 235. He's run back to his house at 235. Calm down, Dick. We're gonna get you some help out there. He just come in and woke you up? Yeah. He's been let asleep all day, and I can tell he's messed up on drugs. I called his power too. And you just tell him if he comes back over, okay? Okay. He go back in over his house. I don't know where he just run out toward his house. I don't know where he went. But he run out toward his house. He want me to get him.
What's his motive, Melissa? He just woke up this day, decided to go hunt for a girl who didn't know, just to take her out and kill her, sexually assault her. That's the theory.
Your vehicle. So what you said, he want me to get him the vehicle. He want my vehicle. So I just had to go to Lexington and get a. I called him up there with a bunch of drugs. That's Trey Park. And I had to go get my vehicle out for the record store to in. He messed up. I know it. He said he's location. 2164. Don't know what all he's messed up on. No, I just know he's messed up. I mean, he hadn't seen him since he took off. No, he grabbed that couple of guns and I got him away from him. And he run. So he comes to my house again. I tell him, "I'll shoot." Hang on.
Pause that, Mr. Wood. For what purpose are we playing this?
We're just playing the entire thing, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I think it's almost done. To show that his frantic state of the defendant on April 13th, 2011, trying to get to vehicles and trying to get to guns. Is that it?
You're muted, babe.
Oh, I was just saying, this thing doesn't work. So the concept is that
Goes Mandy.
there goes Mandy. the concept that this guy would bring a couple of his buddies to SA, somebody he just decided to wake up in SA that he didn't know that morning, is not how this works. It's just not. It's not how dudes that do
What
that
if
kind
the
of
other
shit
people knew
operate.
her? How do we know the other people didn't know her?
Who?
There wasn't somebody else's idea.
But they didn't do anything.
Yes.
Allegedly. Like that's not part of the state's narrative.
Right.
So like Autry's, standing somewhere and he hears the gunshots. And his brother's like, it's not how that works. It's like the folks in here that think he's guilty. I don't know if you watched the trial. I'm assuming that you did. If you didn't watch the trial and you're in here screaming that he's guilty, shame on you. But if you did watch a trial and you believe it, man, I pray to God that nobody in your family ever gets arrested on some bullshit evidence that like they had on these dudes, this guy. I think at that point you'd start to realize, oh my God, they don't really have any evidence. Yeah, I know, Tennille, I'm a defense attorney. We know it happens all the time. I don't know. Like this is like, see, this is when Yankee called us when he first moved down there, baby. He was like, this thing, there's so many people down here that don't think these dudes did it, but it's like, I want some evidence. Anything, any evidence. People are talking about, he said he didn't have access to a truck. Well, it's not the same colored truck. It's his brother's truck. Do we not care about the color of the truck? Somebody says they saw a white truck leaving the Bobo property, but now that doesn't matter. The color of the truck doesn't matter. Oy.
I think it asks that this be marked as the next exhibits.
Objections, Mr. Baseline. Just put those both on one flash drive, collected exhibit 117.
Thank you. A few days after this, did you get one of your granddaddy's cars that night after he's calling 911? Did you get one?
I did not.
Okay.
No,
A couple days later, Warren Rainey comes by your house, correct?
I don't dispute that.
Law enforcement? Okay. And he asked you for your phone number. You wouldn't give it to him.
I didn't cooperate with law at the time like that.
He noticed that you were shaking.
They knew my phone number. Why
Okay.
do I have to?
Sure.
Stuff like that. They had my DNA. I'm not, it was just little stuff like that. They would ask, back then, Miss Weiler, it was me against the police. I sold drugs. I did drugs. I knew that the police, it's not like I am now.
Right. So if they knew all about it all, why were you shaking so bad that day when he came?
I had about 5,000 marijuana plants right behind the house there
Okay.
and inside the house. It was all inside the house. I'm talking I had at least 5,000.
But they knew you were a drug dealer.
Yeah.
Okay. So he comes by, wants to talk to you, check some things out. You won't give him your phone number. That's when they watch you for hours. That's when you're vacuuming out the truck. That's when you're running back and forth between your granddaddy's house and washing off this mattress. You never once mentioned, wait a minute, I was at the bank on April 13th, 2011. I was at the ATM at 11:16 in the morning. I was with Shane and I was with Dylan. You never mentioned it.
No, I never mentioned that. But if we'd had that video, if we had that ATM footage, like I said, it would show Shane. He got the ATM getting. And like I said, I don't know where the video's at. If TBI would have did their job, I wouldn't be sitting here right now in blues like I am.
Well, thank goodness for your cell phone expert. Thank goodness for Jonathan Reeves, who made it clear to the
Babe, check out your phone.
Oh, that's what that buzz was for, huh?
Yeah, and put on your pounding on the keys there. Like,
Because I can only use one finger, so I'm like,
but
I gotta get off of here.
mute your mic.
Okay. All right, I'll do it when you get back. I told the judge that I'd get this stuff over to the ASA today. So I've got 2 hours and 20 minutes. You're muted.
All right, I'm going to run that now.
So do I don't have control over this. Should I do that so I can pause it? Babe,
Yeah.
jury.
if you send me the link.
Wouldn't be sitting here right now in blues.
At 11. Never.
It was police.
What is this? Law and
You
crime?
wouldn't give it to him.
Court TV?
Law
What is it?
enforcement.
Yeah, law and crime.
And he He's calling 911. Did you get one?
I did not.
Okay.
No,
A couple days later, Warren Rainey comes by your house, correct?
I don't dispute that.
Law enforcement? Okay. And he asked you for your phone number. You wouldn't give it to him.
I don't cooperate. I didn't cooperate with law at the time like that.
He noticed that you were shaking.
They knew my phone number. Why,
Okay.
why do I have to? I mean,
Sure.
stuff like that. They had my DNA. I'm not, it's just little stuff like that. They would ask, back then, Miss Weiler, it was me against the police. I sold drugs. I did drugs. I knew that the police, it's not like I am now.
Right. So if they knew all about it all, why were you shaking so bad that day when he came?
I had about 5,000 marijuana plants right behind the house there
Okay.
and inside the house. It was all inside the house. I'm talking, I have about at least 5,000.
But they knew you were a drug dealer.
Yeah.
Okay. So he comes by, wants to talk to you, check some things out. You won't give him your phone number. That's when they watch you for hours. That's when you're vacuuming out the truck. That's when you're running back and forth between your granddaddy's house and washing off this mattress. You never once mentioned, wait a minute, I was at the bank on April 13th, 2011. I was at the ATM at 11:16 in the morning. I was with Shane and I was with Dylan. You never mentioned it.
No, I never mentioned that. But if we'd had that video, if we had that ATM footage, like I said, it would show Shane. He got the ATM getting. And like I said, I don't know where the video's at. If TBI would have did their job, I wouldn't be sitting here right now in blues like I am.
Well, thank goodness for your cell phone expert. Thank goodness for Jonathan Reeves, who made it clear to the jury. Zach Adams was in Parsons at 11:16 in the morning. He made that clear to the jury.
Well, ma'am, that
Law
ATM
enforcement-
footage would have showed me. It would have showed me sitting in that 2007 Silverado with Shane in the passenger seat. My brother possibly in the back.
Mr. Adams, I know that's your position. Ms. Wyrick, I know that.
All right. I just want to confirm I've got the same stream as you. Mine's 2 hours and 13 minutes.
I just sent you the link for it. It's an 8-hour hearing.
Oh my God. Is this a fucking sick joke?
We're at 2:05:32.
Oh my
I
God.
I emailed it to you.
All right, I'm looking. I'm not happy about this.
You can tip.
No, well, not right now. I can't.
Right now, you can't.
Where are you at?
2:05:32.
All right, I'm going to go back a little because it started getting juicy and we were.
Okay. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Wait, why can't I boost it?
You can.
It's not giving me the. All right, let me try.
Go wait in the car, dude. I'll be there in a second. Hold on.
Yeah, my little thing to boost isn't here.
It's Courtney's birthday.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I told him. I guess I'm just the best sister.
Okay, I love you. My phone's been dead all day. Thank you, Scarlett. I didn't even realize what day of the week it was. Oh my God, she didn't get a happy day before your birthday day. Wow. Okay, am I sharing the screen? Because I'm confused.
No.
A couple days later, Warren Rainey comes by your house, correct?
I don't dispute that.
Law enforcement? Okay. And he asked you for your phone number. You wouldn't give it to him.
I don't cooperate. I didn't cooperate with law at the time like that.
He noticed that you were shaking.
They knew my phone number. Why do I have to? I mean,
Sure.
stuff like that. They had my DNA. I'm not, it's just little stuff like that. They would ask, back then, Miss Weiler, it was me against the police. I sold drugs. I did drugs. I knew that the police, it's not like I am now.
Right. So if they knew all about it all, why were you shaking so bad that day when he came?
I had about 5,000 marijuana plants right behind the house there
Okay.
and inside the house. It was all inside the house. I'm talking, I have about at least 5,000.
But they knew you were a drug dealer.
Yeah.
Okay. So he comes by, wants to talk to you, check some things out. You won't give him your phone number. That's when they watch you for hours. That's when you're vacuuming out the truck. That's when you're running back and forth between your granddaddy's house and washing off this mattress. You never once mentioned, wait a minute, I was at the bank on April 13th, 2011. I was at the ATM at 11:16 in the morning. I was with Shane and I was with Dylan. You never mentioned it.
No, I never mentioned that. But if we'd had that video, if we had that ATM footage, like I said, it would show Shane. He got the ATM getting. And like I said, I don't know where the video's at. If TBI would have did their job, I wouldn't be sitting here right now in blues like I am.
Well, thank goodness for your cell phone expert. Thank goodness for Jonathan Reeves, who made it clear to the jury. Zach Adams was in Parsons at 11:16 in the morning. He made that clear to the jury.
Ma'am, that
Law
ATM footage
enforcement-
would have showed me sitting in that 2007 Silverado with Shane in the passenger seat. My brother possibly in the back.
Mr. that's your position? Ms. Wyrick, I know that his expert testified.
Yes, sir.
You already heard it.
Yes, sir.
Let's move on.
Yes, sir. April 23rd, 2011, law enforcement comes back. They see the scratches on you. You said that you got those on April 4th of 2011 when you were arrested by Henderson County. That was investigated. You didn't get the scratches then. And there was testimony about that you lied about that. Again, you don't mention the bank. You don't mention Jason Autry. And you don't mention, I was frantically on my phone the morning of April 13th, 2011, trying to get a hold of my grandfather and Jason and Shane. I couldn't have done this. Never mentioned
I
it.
never mentioned that.
July 6, 2011, law enforcement again comes by, different version. This time you're getting up a little bit earlier. This time you mentioned Tony Weber. And when that was run to the ground, problem there was Tony Weber said, I didn't get gas that day. I wasn't at that gas station that day. I don't know what Zach Adams is talking about.
Miss Wyrick, I believe that we found bank statements where he did get gas that day. And it wasn't once. I think it was twice, if
No,
I'm
sir.
not mistaken.
Well, the record will reflect what the record reflects. August 28th, 2012 is the first time, August 28th, 2012 is the first time you mentioned to law enforcement that you were with Jason Autry. You then go.
Miss
and
Wyrick,
Miss
I wasn't
Etu-
with Jason Autry. He came by. I remember he came by that day. And we went over to Victor's house for a little bit, and I got morphine. I was the go between him. Like, it wasn't like we was together all day. He was there for like 30 minutes at the most. He came by. We got the morphine. We smoked a joint. Me and Shane had a little spat. We got out. We got out of there. Like, Victor got him and said, "You can't be coming over here fighting." We went back to my house, and he left. Like, Jason wasn't with us that day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
Thank you.
Just Sergeant Mark.
No, sir.
We suspended him. Set of documents. No, that's just a transcript of the moment there. That was never marked. 116. Notification.
What does it say at the top of that?
Original list regarding Zach's stupid mouth. Brian Smith.
How many pages is that document?
1, 2, 3, 4.
You're not asking that 4 pages. That
Mark is at 180.
Is it?
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. When did you hire Jennifer Thompson? Do you remember?
I was arrested February 28th, 2014. I think it was later on that week she came. Her and Jim came. I wouldn't say I hired her right then, but she came on, and it was right before the preliminary hearing at the Decatur County for the trumped up charges that was later dismissed with Amber Bray and that.
The charges where you held Amber Bray hostage? That
No.
was the accusation, correct? Until she gave you money?
Until what?
Until they gave you money?
That's false.
Okay. That was trumped up.
Well, how come y'all didn't prosecute that then?
That's what I'm asking you. Is that the case you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were also indicted at some point for threatening to kill your brother, Dylan Adams, correct?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall being indicted for that?
Miss Wyrick, from February 28, 2014, you know how many times the TBIs came, they've dropped the charges, recharged me. I've been charged with so many things. I couldn't even tell you how many times y'all have dropped charges, recharged me, charged me with stuff, tampering with evidence, all kinds of stuff that never went to court over. So if you was to tell me that, I don't recall, but I wouldn't doubt it.
The jury heard testimony that you tried to get Jason Autry to kill Dylan Adams, your brother.
Absolutely not. That's a total lie. I
Jason-
love my brother with all my heart.
The jury also heard testimony that you got word to Dylan Adams that he better keep his mouth shut. Was that a lie too?
No, I did say that. I was upset, and that's the reason that all this happened is the lies that he told.
When Miss Thompson came to meet with you each time, you spoke to her, right? Like you answered her questions, y'all talked, you got along?
Absolutely.
Did she show up at every court appearance?
Absolutely.
Did she file motions on your behalf?
Yes.
She argued those motions?
Yes.
She subpoenaed witnesses to the trial?
Yes.
She asked you questions about, all right, I mean, where were you on April 13th, 2011? She asked you where you were and you told her, right? You
Yeah.
gave her everything you knew, right?
Yep.
You gave her names of people to talk to?
I did, but throughout that day, there wasn't really a whole lot of people that I seen other than Rebecca, and like I didn't like throughout April 13th. We went to Parsons. We didn't really run into nobody that day that I could specifically give them that I didn't run into anybody that I knew. I didn't get out. I don't recall getting out of the truck after I left the Shell, and then we got up there to the drug dealer's house. I don't recall getting out of the truck except for up there at Joe's video. Other than that, I don't recall getting out of the truck that much that day.
Would it surprise you to learn that Ms. Thompson, in talking with one of the many consultants that she brought in on this case, shared with that consultant that you were not engaged, you were not talking, and that you had absolutely no short-term memory about these events because of all your heavy drug usage? And she was doing the best she could, given the fact that you were not sharing information with her. Would it surprise you to learn that she said that?
It wouldn't surprise me at this point. It wouldn't surprise me what anybody would say. There's been some lies told on me. I wouldn't be surprised what anybody would say.
All right. You were convicted by the jury. How long did they deliberate? You remember?
I don't recall. It was a couple of days.
A couple days, wasn't it? They were out a while. It took a while to come back and convict you, didn't they?
I don't recall the amount. I know it was a couple.
Okay. When you made the statement, no body, no gun, to Misters Cooper and Kirk, you were just talking?
I don't recall making that statement, ma'am.
Okay. When you made the statement, I couldn't have picked.
That's another thing. Y'all had those two inmates, but there was a corrections officer that was right there too. How come y'all didn't get her to come up here and testify that I made those statements? She was right there. She was right there beside me. I was in protective custody. They had me up there in a cell. I wasn't in general population. I was up there in the front in a cell all by myself. They had me right there beside the guard. How come y'all didn't get her to come say that? How come y'all had to get two inmates? Oh, let me guess. Y'all couldn't give her a deal. Okay.
You have an opportunity to explain.
Okay.
You finished?
Yeah.
Okay. You were convicted by the jury, and then conversations started about the next phase, right? About the death penalty.
Which if I'd had to do over, I'd have went on and let them get the death penalty. It'd have been, I'd have got better appeals. I would have went on. If I'd hindsight been 50-50, I'd have went on. I would have took this deal.
Well, you could have taken a deal, Mr. Adams.
I shouldn't have though. I should have went on and let them get the death penalty, and then let these death penalty activists fought this, and then the truth would have came out, and all the shady stuff that has went on, like the ATM video, and all the stuff that's been hidden and covered up, would have came out.
Well, then why didn't you tell your lawyer to sign me up for the death penalty?
I should have.
They
You
may
didn't
be
know.
trying to get you to plead to something lesser than life without parole, right?
I wouldn't. I ain't going to. I never will. I won't ever plead to nothing. I'm innocent. Why would I plead to something I didn't do? That'd be stupid.
After you were convicted, you began having conversations with your lawyers, right, about the next phase, or did they not talk to you about it? Did y'all talk about it?
We talk.
Okay. And they said the state is willing to take death off the table and give you life without the possibility of parole, right? Did they say that to you?
They did. They did. And they come back and they said the first time, I believe it was they didn't want me to have no appeals. I said no, absolutely not.
So you took
And
life.
I do remember that at this point there was some animosity between Mr. Jim Simmons and and Jennifer, because Jim came to me trying to get me to plea out behind Jennifer's back, and then after I said no, I'm not pleading out to something I didn't do, he made me sign a motion. He wanted me to write a motion to the judge because he wanted to recuse himself, in which I did.
You accepted life without parole, right?
I did.
Okay. What year was that?
2017, September.
You remember writing a letter?
So what he's saying is, that in retrospect, he wouldn't have, and he would have let them give him the death penalty, because the appeal process, when you have a death penalty case, is much more rigorous. You get more, your rights are you have more avenues for relief. You get more assistance. You can get more investigation money, things like that. So that's why he's saying, I wish I would have just said, go ahead, give me the death penalty, because then his appeals would have been more intensive.
Letter to Ms. Thompson in 2018. Do you you remember writing a letter to Miss Jennifer Thompson in 2018?
I don't recall. If you have the letter?
I do. Jennifer, hear me out. I can take care of myself. Please get me off of Max. I'm sorry, I was trying to see if you remembered the language of it.
Well,
Is this your handwriting?
I can't see that far.
No, I am. Is this your handwriting?
I can't see that far.
I was past the witness, Your Honor. Is that your writing?
That is.
Okay. I would ask that that be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
Mark it as exhibit 119.
Second page.
Okay. We're at.
I wanted to go to trial and you made that happen. Remember telling her that?
Well, that's what happens when you don't plea out. So I don't believe that she made that happen. I believe that that's part of the court system. That's what happens whenever you don't take a plea. You go to trial, right?
Is that your writing?
That is my right.
Is that a letter you sent to Ms. Thompson?
That is.
Okay. May 22nd of 2024.
Anything else? Ms. Wade?
No,
Pass
no,
it
sir.
down, please.
Sorry, thank you. May 22nd of 2024, do you remember having a jail conversation?
What's the date, Ms. Wyrick?
May 22nd, 2024,
May 22nd, 2024.
you're in jail, you're having
Who
fun.
was the phone call to, Ms. Wyrick? 'Cause I'm making lots of phone calls.
Ms. Spirko,
Okay.
and she was needing instruction and help on burying something. Remember this?
I don't recall, Ms. Wyrick.
She said she had something she needed to bury. She didn't say what it was. And you told her where to go. You instructed her to go to a piece of property that your family owned. You remember this?
Okay. Yeah, I remember.
You remember that?
Seems like I remember. Seems like I do. Keep going, though.
Told her to go to that property and bury something and not to take a cell phone with her. You remember that?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Seems like I do.
Okay. Do you know what it was that she needed to bury?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Do you?
Do you know what she needed to bury?
I do.
Okay. What was it?
I don't really recall. I don't really recall the conversation exactly, but it was something to do with if something happened to me, it was the story so if something happened to me while I was in prison, it was the interview that I gave to her of everything that the truth. That's what it was.
Nothing from your honor.
Redirect us.
The interview he gave to who? Does anybody know about this? Who called him? And he gave them an interview with the truth and told them to bury it and not bring their cell phone. Bury it on this piece of property and don't bring their cell phone. See if you guys. And who's Rebecca? Was that the lawyer? Was it what the heck is happening here? Miss. Yeah, but so is that the lawyer or is that an investigator? Or is that just some random person? Oh, she's the one who's barred from watching the proceedings. Oh. Okay. Post-conviction relief team. The state wants her head on a platter. And then this one says girlfriend. This one says ex-girlfriend. So Rebecca's the girlfriend. Katie's the investigator. All right. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Adams,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Wyrick asked you a bunch of questions about how hard Ms. Thompson worked in preparing for your defense. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
And she read through your testimony to the court, telling them it was your decision not to testify.
Okay. Can I elaborate a little bit? So I've never been in a trial before. I never knew how a trial worked. So I never knew. I couldn't looking at the way she worked and the way y'all work, it's like day and night. She was so unorganized. She was just, she didn't know. It's like she didn't know what she was doing.
Well, let me ask you this, okay? Did you have any idea that your attorney did not know the circumference of a 380 round?
I did not.
Did you have any idea that your attorney did not know the difference between a cell phone expert and a cell phone tracking expert?
I did not. But I do know we had unlimited resources that we could have hired any kind of expert available. And we didn't. I believe the only experts we hired were a jury consultant and a cell phone expert.
And do you recall seeing any video, still image, anything that showed your truck at the ATM during trial or before?
Nope. I remember I told Miss Thompson that about me being at the Delta, and I remember she was asking me like which pump I was at, but no, I've never seen no video of the ATM.
Okay. You recall Miss Wyrick asking you about when you accidentally shot your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And she read off a report from a medication expert that said that using your mother, it would be a problem using your mother as a mitigation because you shot her, right? So during that incident, when you were mishandling a weapon, were you on drugs?
I was.
So were you high at the moment that happened?
I was.
And do you typically remember 10 days after a regular day of your activity, everything that you've done?
10 days ago, I couldn't tell you how many times I used the bathroom or how many phone calls I made or exactly who I talked to. But I could tell you that I probably talked to my mom. I probably talked to my granddaddy. There's 2 or 3 people that I always talk to. But other than that, I couldn't tell you what we talked about, the substance of the conversation, what I ate, or a lot of things. No.
Did the police at any time ever ask you specifically about Jason Autry?
They did not. They just wanted to know where I was that day. Where was you at, Zach? And I told them exactly where I was at.
Okay, so your testimony was that you met up with Jason Autry and went to Dinsmore to go buy morphine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is that something you would want to tell the police?
Absolutely not.
And you also mentioned that, Mr. Autry's a commanding figure. Would you agree?
6'6", he's a big dude.
And you said that you didn't want to get on his bad side, right?
Absolutely not.
So we heard the 911 calls from your grandpa.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first instance that you ever had your grandparents have to call 911 or had problems with them?
No, ma'am.
Because you were using drugs, right?
That's right.
And you would get in fights with your grandparents.
That happened a lot. They would say I was high, and we would have an argument, and that was the easiest way for them to get me in jail and get me cleaned up. Happened all the time. I would go to jail, and I would take a plea, and I would plea out. Happened all the time. Happened all the time.
And I just want to be clear. Miss Wyrick characterized she read off all the text exchanges that you had the morning of April the 13th, 2011. Do you recall that? She said you were frantically texting.
Mm-hmm.
Were you frantic that morning?
I was not frantic. I had been up arguing with Rebecca, and I was asleep. Like I said, I don't recall going to the river with Jason that morning. It's because nothing stood out that morning. We didn't catch no big bass. He didn't have a large amount of drugs. There was nothing that morning that was out of the ordinary. And the only reason I remember Shane calling is Shane never called like that. He never asked me that. I was like, Shane, why would you call and ask me if I wanted to overdose on Xanaxes? But like, it's just the way Shane was. He was just kind of he was trying to be funny about things.
So that's something that stood out to you about that day.
It is.
And isn't it the reason that you're testifying about? You testified earlier that you don't have a specific memory of going to the river with Jason Autry that day.
I don't.
So is it because of the phone records that you've reviewed?
I'm not disputing the phone records, but I don't remember it. But that's the whole thing. I went to that river so much with Jason. He would come by. He would come by. He said, "Let's ride the river." We would go down and we would fish for 10 or 15 minutes, and we would go back. We would smoke some weed. Sometimes we would just go down there and get high and smoke meth, or we would go down there so often. You know, it was a place that we hung out.
And the document that you received that said all the stupid things Zach said. Have you ever seen that document before?
I haven't. I haven't.
1 second, Your Honor. Okay, that's all I have.
One more question. Were you at the river on April 13th, 2011 with Jason Autry?
The phone record says that. I do not remember.
Were you at the river?
The phone
I'm
records.
going to object. He's answered that. He says he didn't remember.
You're asking me different questions.
I am, because I recall two different answers now. On April 13th, 2011, were you at the Tennessee River with Jason Autry?
The phone records reflect that. Like I said earlier, I'm not disputing the phone records, but there's nothing about that morning that stood out. So I'm not disputing being at the river with Jason. I went to the river so much with Jason. I'm not disputing that, but there's nothing about that morning that stood out.
And no reason to dispute the phone records, right?
That's right.
That's true.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Oh, well, good. We can just blew past. Here we go.
Good morning.
Just pause a second. See. See, Shelby says, I was engaged to Zach for his first 5 years prison sentence. He was definitely innocent, would never hurt anybody. Wow. All right, Shella Nobody. Thanks for the inside information there. Now, Pamela Campbell asked, confused, why did brother say he killed her? This is my limited understanding, and maybe we'll get more from this, and maybe more people in the chat know, and maybe they've already answered it. But A, he is intellectually disabled, has some sort of intellectual disability, and B, he was living with a police officer who apparently was coercing him, pressuring him. And in his recantation, he indicated that he only told this guy what he wanted to hear to get him off his back. That's my limited knowledge on it. All right, let's see what's next.
Just stand right here in front of the stand, this one, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Please proceed, go up to the mic.
State your name, please. Spell your last.
Jennifer Nichols, Nichols.
Ms. Nichols, how many years have you prosecuted?
All right, here's the prosecutor.
$23 in three different times.
And you have been a circuit judge in Shelby and now in Sumner County. Right.
No, I was not circuit. I was a criminal court judge in Shelby Hill.
You were the lead prosecutor through the trial prosecuting Zach Adams, correct?
I was.
And fair to say this was one of your bigger cases in your career.
I don't know that I would agree.
You put it on your judicial application,
Of
correct?
course, of course.
How many cases did you put on your judicial application?
A lot.
How many?
I don't remember.
You would not want this conviction to stand if your state's witnesses knowingly lied to the jury, correct?
I would not want.
The conviction to stand. You'd want the verdict to be overturned if your witnesses lied about important things to the jury.
What do you mean by important things?
Well, you get to define it. If it's an important thing and they lied to the jury, you want the conviction to stand.
It depends on what you think is important.
Well, if what you think is important
Is important.
was false,
It was all important to me.
they were all?
I said a lot. It was all important.
Okay,
to me.
good. So that distinction's irrelevant, correct?
No, it's very relevant.
Okay.
I'll give you an example, Mr. Bates. If a witness
Could the
lied,
court instruct the witness to answer the original question?
Wow.
Yes.
She's answered the question and she's going to give an explanation.
if a witness lied about something that was not material to the guilt or innocence of your client, then I would want the conviction to stand. If a witness lied about something that was material to the conviction of your client, then I would not.
How much evidence did you present to the jury that was not material to the issue of guilt or innocence?
I don't know because I was not on the jury. You never know what they consider to be important.
Is there anything that you presented that you did not think material and relevant to the issue of guilt or innocence?
Yes.
What?
Oh, lots of things in context. Example, Holly Bobo's lunchbox and what was in it, what she was studying for that morning, her cards, her study cards for pharmacy class that were found on the side of the road. We put them in. Was the fact that she was studying for a test that morning material? No. Did it add context and let the jury know what she was doing that morning before she was abducted? Yes.
Fair enough.
The fact that Dana Bobo put $20 on the counter beside her purse that morning, was it material to her, to the conviction of your client? No. There were lots of things like that.
You would not want this conviction to stand if you knowingly misled the jury on material issues, correct?
I would never mislead the jury on material issues.
If TBI coerced witnesses to say things that were not true, you would not want this conviction to stand, correct?
That didn't happen that I know of.
If it did, you would not want it to stand.
Coerced who to say what?
Material witnesses to say material things regarding the guilt or innocence of Zach Adams.
Correct.
All right. When you came in the case, when did you come in?
I was appointed November of 2014.
What was your understanding of why you came in?
My boss at the time, Ms. Warwick, was the DA. I was the deputy DA. It is my understanding that she received a request from the District Attorney General's conference to provide support to General Stowe. She agreed. She walked into my office, which was next door to her office, and asked me as deputy, who do you want to put on this?
At the time, and you accepted the appointment.
I said, I'll do it.
At the time, who was Jason Autry's lawyers?
I don't remember. Whether it's Herbison, Long, Herbison. I'm sorry.
John Herbison, Fletcher Long.
I think they were on it then.
All right. And both of them were disbarred.
Were they?
You remember them coming off the case?
I don't remember them coming off the case because they were disbarred. I honestly don't. I do.
Okay.
I know they came off the case.
And did you have any communications with anyone assisting the appointment of Jason Autry, an attorney?
Did I have any conversations with anyone
Correct.
about?
The appointment of attorneys.
Oh, of course. My whole team was always interested in who was going to represent any of them.
Did any court staff or liaisons ask you for recommendations?
Not that I remember.
Okay. You came in November 2014. Had the death penalty been requested yet?
Requested by Mr. Stowe.
Correct.
I don't know if he had or not. What is my understanding is that he campaigned on the issue that he was going to seek the death penalty for the individuals responsible for Holly's kidnapping and murder.
Had he filed that yet?
I don't know.
You then did.
I did.
What's
Actually,
the process?
I don't know that I did or whether it's Ms. Wyatt, because we did not, as her assistants, you had to have permission of the DA.
Okay.
I don't know who signed it.
What was the process that you had to do
What I just said.
in court? You have to file. You have to go to the grand jury, or you just file a notice.
You don't file it with a grand jury.
Okay. When did you file that?
I don't remember.
How soon after your
I
appointment?
do
I'm
not remember.
frozen.
Months, weeks?
Oh, there I am.
Mr. Bates, I don't remember.
Okay.
If I did, I'll give you the date.
Fair
I'm
enough.
sure it's in the file.
And you know approximately how many months?
I do not.
Okay. What analysis did you do in determining your intent to kill Dylan, Jason, and Zach by operation of the death penalty?
My intention to kill them,
The processes, end result was they would be put to death, correct?
you're familiar with the factors that one has to look at to see whether or not a particular homicide even qualifies.
My question is,
Okay, are you familiar with that?
I'm not on the stand right now.
I understand.
My question is, what did you do?
Okay.
I know the law.
Okay, that's I'll ask. So that's what I did. I looked at the law. I went through the factors. I looked, and don't ask me which ones because I don't have it in front of me. Whichever ones I found applied, and then I presented that to my boss.
What analysis of the facts did you do?
I can't tell you the analysis of all the facts I looked at. What you look at are the facts that determine whether or not a crime qualifies based on those factors. And so to determine whether those factors apply, you would have had to look at the facts of the case relative to each of those factors.
Did you, prior to filing the notice, review the September 2014 interview of Dylan Adams by Jeff Jackson and Brent Booth?
I don't remember the date that I filed the notice. Therefore, I can't say for sure. But what I can tell you is I reviewed that interview early on.
Okay. What were your impressions of that video?
My impressions,
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't believe him.
When did you stop believing, or did you ever believe it?
I don't remember. I don't remember what information I had at the time I reviewed his video. I don't remember what I had or what point in time I got that information.
What all led you to not believe the video?
I believed he sought to minimize his role by claiming he was forced to do certain things and he didn't want it, and he didn't know what happened before and didn't know what happened afterwards, and just sort of happened upon the events.
What's the importance of minimizing your role? Why did that jump out at you?
You asked me why I didn't believe him. I'm telling you what I didn't. That's part of why I didn't believe him.
What effect, in your experience, does minimizing your role have in a so-called confession?
No, I would never. If it was so-called, it sort of changes everything about how you would analyze it. Are you talking about Dylan Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Let's start here. He admitted to raping. He says he raped her, correct?
Correct.
He talked about a night of planning the evening before.
I believe so. Mr. Bates, it's been 8 or 10 years since I've looked at that.
Okay.
It's been a long time. If you want me to answer those questions, I would be happy to review it. As it stands, I didn't review it.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean, as it stands,
Well,
I didn't review it?
I asked you several times leading up to today, what information do you want from me on the stand? We had this discussion. I didn't know what you wanted. I did not review things.
Okay.
I don't have access to things.
Did you ever believe Dylan Adams' video was going to be used as evidence in this case?
Against which defendant?
Any. Because initially,
Well,
all,
then it's not one answer.
All right.
I'm not, I mean, that's 3 different questions. We had 3 different defendants plus another suspect. So did I believe that it would have been used if we had tried Dylan Adams? Maybe, because parts of it he did admit to. Against his brother? No. It would have been inadmissible. Against Jason Autry? No. The co-defendant would have been inadmissible.
when you don't know when you file the notice of death penalty if you believed or disbelieved the truthfulness of Dylan's statement.
I don't know the timing. I do know that I didn't believe Dylan Allen. All you have to do is watch it.
At the time, you recall being concerned about the behaviors of Brent Booth and Jeff Jackson interview methods.
Whether I was?
Yes.
No,
You don't think perhaps their conduct created answers?
I never thought that. He had confessed to other people before that.
And were you aware that, remember who Sheila Kilser was?
I do.
Was it your opinion that Sheila Kilser contacted TBI in an effort to get favorability for her son, Jason?
You want me to comment how, whether I believe that was her?
Yes. That was a motivation of hers.
I did not.
Any reason why TBI would say they did believe that?
You'd have to ask TBI, and not as a whole. That's an organization. You could ask the individuals,
Fair enough.
agents.
You were aware Jason Kilzer provided statements that he nor Dylan had anything or any knowledge of the crimes against Holly Bobo.
I do not remember that.
Would that be an important thing in this case?
Potentially, but as I said, I didn't believe Dylan Adams.
Right. You didn't believe what he said. Did it concern you in this process of yours that witnesses said multiple things, multiple times?
About what?
Information regarding the guilt or innocence of Zach Adams.
Oh, of course. I was very interested in the 8 or 10 or 12 individuals that said Zach confessed to them. Very interested, always. Even though the statements he made were made to people that didn't have contact with one another, different parts of the state, out of state. Is that what you mean?
Talking about what happened the day of April 13th, 2011.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you when your back was turned.
Do you remember different witnesses testifying to different facts that occurred or didn't occur on April 13th, 2011?
Testifying?
No. Their discussions with TBI changed over time.
I do not remember what individuals said or how necessarily. If you gave me a name in particular, I might can.
Victor Densmore.
Okay.
Do you remember his statements changing over time? Yes or no?
I don't remember them changing. What I remember during my involvement in the case, because remember, it had been going on for over 3.5 years when I got on it. I remember Mr. Densmore adding or recalling a different, additional information. So not necessarily changing my recollection, not necessarily changing what he had said, but recalling more or being willing to tell us more.
Right. Do you remember listening to Victor Densmore and Dennis Benjamin talk about a gun purchased from Shane Austin?
No.
Okay. Are you aware the first gun Victor Densmore said, the only gun he says he purchased from Shane Austin was a .22 long rifle?
I'm not aware of that being the only gun that, well, could have been the only one he purchased. Maybe the second one he got from Shane and he traded it maybe for some drugs, if I remember correctly.
Do you remember the first gun discussed? Victor Densmore had any connection with Shane Austin?
No.
You don't remember it was a .22 long rifle?
No.
Did you listen to Victor Densmore's recorded conversations with Dennis Benjamin?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Today. I'm not saying I didn't. I don't remember.
Do you remember in the IRs where it was discussed that the possible murder weapon could have been a .22?
A rifle?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bates, I don't remember.
Okay.
Are you talking before or after? I'm trying to, before or after Holly's remains were found with a bullet hole through the back of her skull? Because at that point in time, we had information about what would have caused that type of defect.
Which is important if somebody's sharing this information with witnesses, isn't it?
What information?
The size of the defect.
Important if you are sharing it with an expert?
No, with a potential testifying witness.
I guess it depends on who the witness would be. I mean, is it somebody that's going to be asked to comment on that?
Did you listen to Brent Booth interview Victor Densmore in May of 2017?
Yes.
What weapon did Victor Dinsmore say he got from Shane Austin then?
I don't remember.
Okay.
But I know that I heard that interview.
Now, at this time in May of 2017, you were present when Jason Autry provided a proffer statement that says the vehicle used was a white Nissan, correct?
You're referring to a whiteboard behind you. I can't see that if I'm supposed to. So
Witness can be past Exhibit 15.
I don't have my readers.
We need to take a break for you to get your readers.
Is my purse back there? If somebody will retrieve some readers.
Please pass over. See what these-
Thank you.
And do you recall the proffers with Mr. Autry where you were present?
I do. I remember being in the room at the table with Mr. Autry, his lawyers, Mr. Hagerman.
Do you recall Mr. Autry saying that Mr. Adams transported Miss Bobo in a white Nissan and then hid it at Victor Dinsmore's property?
And you're talking about Zach Adams, not Dylan Adams, doing the transporting when you say Mr. Adams?
Zach Adams.
I do remember the proffer including the information that Zach Adams transported Holly's body wrapped in a blanket in the back of a truck. The second part of your question, I don't recall.
Do you recall that being the topic of conversation between Brent Booth and Victor Dinsmore in May of 2017?
I don't.
Okay.
But as I said, Mr. Bates, I listened to that interview.
You just don't recall it.
That's
All
right.
We'll have a fellowship of listening.
May I have some water?
Yes.
Thank you.
May 18th, 2017.
Which exhibit is this?
Yeah.
Pause it.
Thank you.
Exhibit 62, Your Honor.
I'm good. You ain't. What in the world happened to you? Good. Go show me. Why? No. It's too full. One of the subpoenas and my daughter's in class up here. So, nursing. Oh, really? Yeah. What school? She's down right here at a nursing school, getting some extra training. So it's kind of a twofold trip. This city is it's good for that. Oh, much as it is. But it's pretty good man that bring. For everybody. All the east side where we're at. You wouldn't think that looking around here. We're at, really? Our house stayed on 3 days, so we're going to move now. Where'd it go? East Tennessee, Kentucky. I should have I say here, you got the 21st century shoppers. Yep. Good schools, got to stay in Indiana. Okay. So I'll go here. Okay. There's you one thing. The 10th of July, 18. I got the phone number. We'll call. Yeah. When I'll call you before and let you know exactly when to cut them. Okay. Y'all got it, didn't you? Tell us about, let's talk. Come on over here. Sit down. Yeah. Yep. Come on over, sit down, let me tell you. Well, get the front of the back.
What's going on, buddy?
All right, let's talk. Jason is wrong.
I figured you'd go. Did live all the way.
And let me tell you what he testified to.
Okay.
If you remember. He says, in the part that involved you when he came over to the, what's your name is, it's not.
Yeah.
That he got the truck and said, I can drive. He was sitting on the passenger side, was in the middle.
Yeah, that's right.
And Dylan was sitting back there in the back seat.
I didn't see Dylan. When they come to dogs,
They come down.
I didn't see Dylan.
He said they pulled up and he was in the garage.
Yeah, because I was following her garage, you know, outside.
What's your name? The passenger.
Yeah.
He came out. And he, that guy, I first thing Dylan was off and right face.
Yeah, they started happening. Now I remember what they were saying. They were fighting who was going to hit that little bitch first when they got back. That's what they were saying. So that's how.
He says that, yeah, he said the fight started actually at the end of the driveway down there. Of course, they were letting out a plane.
Oh, it's into my, they got their big
Oh, yeah, it was already.
that we were hurting.
Yeah. Over that, over what had happened, what was.
And then they take her because drugs. I thought
Part of that.
when I got to know that, I figured after this happened, they took her because she burned down the money. You know what I'm saying? Well, yeah, that's right. She said no, that was it. He said, that's just how I thought it was at the end. I got to know that.
He says that also Zach had taken his truck and put it in the garage, and that he had told you, or he had seen you when he brought it up there. And he saw you when he put the truck in the garage. And I know the truck was there, I know it wasn't there, because we pulled recordings and pulled tapes from that one, and Dick says that the truck, he didn't have his truck down there. That he had taken that
It wasn't your house.
in the garage.
No,
But he had done that, you not, no, it don't matter. I didn't nail this down.
I remember.
This is what's gonna be
He
testified.
borrowed the brown truck and had me drive his old truck, and I looked at Victor, I said, I'm not driving that truck, it's hard to tell what he has in that truck, I want the brown truck back.
yeah, he just borrowed my brown truck so he could go up to Decatur. That's the only time he left his truck at my house. No, that wasn't that day. So, now I know he didn't hide a damn thing in my boulevard. Now he might mark it outside, you know, behind my boulevard and let it there for a minute, but I remember that day, buddy.
Listen,
Well, according to him, that's what, according to what we got from Dick, that's.
Now, which truck are you talking about?
A little white front.
he told me the day that he had with the brown truck, while you guys were doing that, because he had his truck in Caterville, that when cuts of that thing happened.
They're telling me something in here right there. That white truck was the my house. I'll tell you.
They said they hid it in Caterville because that stuff matched transport.
Yeah, that's right. So, but now they got
We never did find out.
she come to after about a week getting back, and she remembered that she went and she leaned over and stepped in the water because she didn't want her damn fingerprints on it. So it's in the water right there alongside, and it went too far. It had water, no rush like a creek, Victor. So I was gonna call him. They bring my metal detector. He covered. I looked for something, but I don't be down messing with the local county cops. I just don't bring. Okay. So they don't like me. You know what I'm saying? I know. So, but it's and she thinks that it was right there. The first big pull off. She got off, leaned over. She said, put it down in the water, and covered up with some leaves. So there would no fair. I believe it. I believe that. So.
All right, so we needed to get water.
It's in water. It's in water, and I know handguns. I know people over with it, but they might come to learn to come out of this stuff. Everything it's there. It's there. So and that tells me that nobody found it. We're riding a four-wheeler, nothing down through there. So it's there. It's in the water somewhere. So
We done both sides of the road.
I figured you got to check it out too.
I'm switching it back to me because Allison dipped and left me no control.
It's in water. It's in water, and I know it. And I know it's in water. But I tell the work time this stuff, everything. It's there. It's there. So, and that tells me that nobody found it. You know, but right before we would have down through there. So it's there. It's in the water somewhere. So. I figured you got to check it out. And it's totally different. It was higher, so the road was wider. That's 5-6 years now. So, yeah. But I don't remember him storing that truck at my house. I do remember him using my truck and leaving his light truck here, but what was inside, it was been outside.
Yeah.
Because I have to vote, you know. They kept what he did over in Manchester. Yeah.
You know,
supposedly, that's what he said. That's what's going to be testified to. They had to move around to get it in there. And that he saw you when he was putting it in there, and you knew you saw him putting it in there. You didn't know nothing. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I just tried to nail it down. You wouldn't have thought nothing about him putting it in there. I thought he might have now, Trent down. You know, I was doing a lot of dope again, okay, and I mean meth and stuff, so but he might have right about that time. There might have been another night. I don't know the only time I can definitely remember. Is when he was in that shit Natchez Trace and he wanted to go hang out and kind of let the little kid really don't work on the truck.
What Jason is going to testify to is he told you that when you pulled up over there at Dodge, he said, I put my truck in your garage. I saw Sandy, she knows it's in there. I had to move 4 rounds to get it in there.
No. She remembered that.
Well, it's just, I don't mean.
We didn't do it. It could have happened. Okay. It could have happened. I can't say no, man. I was smoking weed, I was drinking liquor, I was doing that. I just didn't want to be here. So I can't remember shit. But when I do check it, I remember. So
it helps me. It helps this case. The more pressure I put on him, the more.
Let's think about jog your memory about this recording.
I would like to say yes, but I don't. Without listening to it, I don't remember, what was said. So this is helpful if you want to ask questions about what was in it.
All right, we'll keep playing.
Yeah.
The more y'all can remember, the more it helps push the state case to make it complete. That's what I'm saying. If they complete.
Are they chancing to get out?
No. I what a damn jury's gonna do, but I gotta know. It's got more details that I can nail down, the better I think. No, he did that.
He may have.
I think maybe he did, yeah.
The same day that you're home?
Yeah, we've been probably around lunchtime, maybe a little later.
And I was real sick too.
Yeah,
So
I had
I've been out of the
You were in,
I thought you probably did that because that's when he come out for running my property.
Yeah.
You know, I trust him a little bit.
You got to be just a good boy.
Real comfortable with light guns and shit like that. But okay, yeah,
that could have,
let's just
it did.
let's say that. Because I'm starting to think now. I ripped the boat because that's what I went to that woman. Is that God? That's what we did. Okay, my boat wasn't in there. And I got taken. I was there. Yeah, but what I got him I had.
So where was you when they came to die?
They already killed him.
Still remembers.
They had already killed her and notified. That's what they need to hide. You need to hide the trail. Still have to look back.
Have son of a bitch. Yeah, I see the other day. And the wheels that have to take off.
Is that why you borrowed the brown truck again?
Probably is. Now, more to think about it. That's the time where I was off.
They were borrowed from the
Brittany had asked, anybody know why she's so evasive? Any prosecutor that has tried a case and gotten a conviction on it, and the shit starts to go sideways, gets super fucking evasive. Them's facts. Not just this case, all cases. It's how they operate. It's how they operate. There's never a mea culpa. There's never, I think we got this one wrong. I shouldn't say ever. I mean, I've seen it a couple of times. It's very rare, though. It's the exception, not the rule, for certain.
And then I had to drive his old black truck and make me very upset. I told him, oh no, I'm not driving. Because I looked at the garage and I'm not getting caught for somebody to hit it.
Black truck. That was the black truck.
That was the black truck.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. The black truck was
got that there, I mean, you don't know if you're not in trouble. Or nothing.
Oh, that's not him.
I gotta ask you a hard question. I don't know why. I gotta know. Were they getting morphine from you?
At first, yeah, they were getting some pills and morphine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did they just come that morning from docs when they came over there?
No.
Sure. That's what's gonna be testified to. But that's fine. Autry said that he didn't get it from you because you didn't trust him. But he gave his money to Zach, and Zach bought morphine from you that afternoon.
You might have. I have a nearby brother that has morphine.
Okay.
And I would get them off him for cheap. That's not make no good money, you know what I'm saying? They might have got some. I know that what's what we're doing.
He was still in the Grammys, but
Yeah. He had bottles.
Well, I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? It's about that or not. That's not wrong. My asshole, you know, that's great. That's fantastic. Yeah, I'm not just, it's not a sick, yeah, it could help. You know, they come up, I know for sure, going to fucking joint.
Just Shane get him from you.
Yeah, Shane, he was trading guns and anything he could do to get down.
Did he trade you that gun?
He might have, I got a couple of others.
But that doesn't make sense.
I mean, I can't hear a word they're saying anyway.
I'm not going to assault rifles and 22s and probably pistols, so, yeah.
Yeah, that's why the captions are critical.
Well-
Captions are spot on.
They are?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm thinking we should split this into like 2-4 hours or something, you know. 8
sure.
hours seems excessive. No one wants to sit through 8 hours.
Oh, well, you say no one, but you mean you.
And the people.
I'm sure the people would sit through 8 hours. Are
Well-
like what speed were you playing it at?
1.25.
You were?
Yeah, 1.5 is too fast. People.
It is super fast.
So that's why instead of doing something like that, we end like
We'll see.
when
We'll
her
see.
cross ends or when her direct ends. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see.
All right.
Yeah, like whatever the case may be, I will never torture you and make you have to sit there for 8 hours. If I decide to power through, you know, I won't torture you. Make sure you turn your mic off, but we can hear you eating your meatballs. Just for the record.
I'm doing nothing of the
Yeah,
sort.
I pretty fucked up, but I do remember Bob being one of them. And that's,
That helps.
yeah.
Not easy to say.
did everything right after the Holly thing, when everybody was still looking for second officer to be down, supposed to be, because we had the gate,
Yeah, lock gate.
and he told me, quit locking your gate.
That night, they were coming trying to get her, our buddy got in that truck wreck. He got that, he was walking over her. That's what we did. Okay, I was scared. You know, I dare John on the answer. But when I tried to take my kid, I knew I had to go. My 12-year-old kid, I was.
Who did you try to do that?
I don't know if they said, what's the name stand?
That Margaret, that seriously wasn't.
Margaret Christian was the one boy with the car driving. Our little girls out playing in the yard. He pulled up and said, "Well, go help find Holly." And she said, "Let me go ask my mom because we thought of that." And she was going, he put the reverse of the slinger out the back all the way out the front. I wasn't there. I was working at National at that time. So, yeah, so needless to say, I was glad when I found out that the fog truck got off. I wrote that we put an old rock head in. That's what I was going to do, right? Because you don't deserve to fucking die. If I do that to a 12-year-old kid. So, yeah. So I mentioned that some of that was what it is. I was out for about a year and a half, right? And I felt like Justin, I felt getting my mom.
Does Stranger Things drop tonight? Is that tonight?
It was definitely this week.
Ms. Nichols, refresh your memory.
I have the same answer. I can hear what was said. I know that I listened to this at the time.
Okay.
Can I tell you what was said next? No.
Okay. Do you condone what Brent Booth did?
Interviewing Victor Dinsmore?
Yes.
Yes.
The way he did it.
It's not the way I would have done it.
What, do you condone the way he did it?
I'm not sure I can speak to how he did it. This is what I would have done had it been me. I wouldn't have led. I wouldn't have led.
He more than led.
Okay.
You agree?
No,
He said,
I heard him lead.
this is what Jason Autry is going to testify to.
Okay.
You condone that?
Well, that's a different question.
That's my question.
I don't know that whether I condone it or not. I
Is relevant.
understand that he was trying to get information, understand that he was trying to trigger Mr. Dinsmore's memory, a person who admittedly was on about every kind of drug you could be on. And much as what's happening to me today, when somebody tells you things, like you're telling me certain things, trying to trigger my memory. That's kind of the way I look at the way Mr. Booth was. But remember this, I had already interviewed Mr. Dinsmore. So.
Oh, but you don't look at it that way when it comes to Zach and his memory, his drug-addled fucking mind and his memory that goes along with that. See, that's the thing here. That's the thing about this case. That this is the fact that every single one of these people that they ended up charging with this crime were all drug addicts. You can't trust it. You can't. Can you imagine? Can you imagine trying to recall what you did 3
Yesterday?
years? Right, 3 years after the fact,
Well,
at
we
a
know that-
time that you were using, and you're still fucking using. Could you imagine trying to come up with the details of what you did on a given day?
I mean, I can't do it without using. So no.
I mean, it's like, I don't understand how a jury can give that any fucking weight. I just don't get it. Like, realistically, like, how can you give that weight? This guy, yeah, as far as his brother and the learning disabilities, for sure. You know, but in terms of, you know, Wyrick giving Zach all kinds of shit because he doesn't remember things. And now we're, you know, I mean, he's not going to have any independent recollection of anything at this point. But even at the time when we were talking 2014 back to 2011, can you imagine being in that position where you're trying to recall what you did on a given day when days are just blurring together? I mean, when you're an addict, there is no day. I mean, we're just podcasters / YouTubers, and every day blurs together. Sometimes I forget it's the weekend. Like, the only thing that lets me know that it's the weekend is that we typically don't stream on weekends. That's it. Otherwise, I don't know one day from the other. Now imagine injecting massive drug use into that equation. I don't know.
Forget about it.
It's tough.
Flew up there and interviewed him.
Before this?
I believe it was before this. So I already had met him.
With a TV officer?
Yeah.
Was an IR generated on your visit?
I didn't generate ours.
Okay. But if he said anything different than what was recorded, it would have been Brady material, correct?
Anything different?
Yes.
You mean like
on May 18th, he's saying it didn't happen. The truck wasn't there. When he realizes how important it is to bring Booth in the case, he says, put it there. Yeah, let's do it. Go. So my question is, if he said something different when you were there, it would have had to be disclosed to defense under a Brady, right?
if he had said something different, I don't remember discussing that the trucks with him when I went. It wasn't. I met him at the airport, introduced myself, met his wife. I don't have notes, but
Well, why do you not have notes?
excuse me,
Did you not take notes?
I didn't say that. I said I don't have notes.
Did you take notes?
I don't remember. You,
Or
sir,
was it your routine practice to take notes talking to important
Excuse
witnesses?
me.
sometimes and sometimes not.
Did you
But,
take
but
notes?
Mr. Bates,
I don't know.
I invited you to my office. I set up every single item we had in the file. You and I had scheduled a 3-day event where I told you you would have a conference room. I would give you a phone. I wouldn't be there with you. And you know what you said?
But I got the 4 terabytes to review on my own time and not 3 days, I believe.
No, that's not what you said.
That I got from the Ms. Thompson the discovery to go through it, correct?
You said that.
You thought 3 days was enough for me to go through it?
Oh, no, you
Okay.
picked the 3 days. I thought you'd need to be there for a while. But the difference is you would have had access to anything in the file, including my notes, if they existed, as to interviews, because I don't remove things from files.
Okay. Do you still have your notes?
Of course not.
Okay.
I don't have the file, sir.
Okay. So, do you remember trial testimony on this issue?
Queen, BKC, I don't know. At this point, I need way more information. DB says that I won't get much out of the trial. I definitely want to watch Autry's testimony at trial. But the one thing that is pretty clear to me is that Zach Adams did not get a fair trial. So, you know, the reality is that guilty people cannot get fair trials, and they still deserve one. They should get one. And obviously, innocent people cannot have fair trials. And where this one lays, I don't know. I tend to, where I'm at right now, and it's on gut alone, I don't think this guy did it. I don't get, I don't get what, if there was a motive, I just don't see that if a guy has designs on going and finding a woman to essay, that I don't think he'd be bringing his buddies unless they were planning on joining in. I haven't heard anything even remotely close to that. I don't even know where they came up with the fact that she was essayed, considering the condition of her remains when they were found. Like, I mean, do they have evidence of that? Or is that just some shit they said? Right, TB. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's really the reason that I want to watch. So that's it, right? So it's just more people saying shit. I mean, this whole case is people saying shit. A bunch of fucking addicts and convicts saying shit. And this guy ends up convicted. I mean, if there's more to this case in terms of evidence, let me know. But it sounds like it's just a bunch of people saying shit. Addicts and convicts.
Issue.
I don't have the file, sir.
Okay. So, do you remember trial testimony on this issue of the truck in the Dinsmore garage?
Perhaps.
All right.
I don't remember. I don't know if I remember exactly what you want to ask, but I was there in the trial.
I have a transcript for the court and for the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
There you go, lady. Have at it. Enjoy.
And you go to page 1505.
Tell you what, Zach Adams got a damn fine post-conviction lawyer here. Bates is really thorough. Really thorough. It's telling when Zach was on the stand talking about, in comparison to Jennifer Thompson, his trial lawyer, and the preparation and organization of his current counsel is such a vast crevice in terms of what she did for him at trial, which you're dealt this hand where you have to try to undo something that is damn near impossible to undo. It's so hard. It's so hard once you're convicted in this country. You know, it's just, and then when you get the state that is not going to budge an inch, it's like Mandy had me watching, and I did watch it, but I forgot a vast majority of it. I started watching it last night. Outcry about Greg Kelly. That was a case. You know, high school football player was accused of essaying 2 4-year-old kids that were at this house that he was staying at. That the woman ran a daycare, and he's convicted. And it's like those prosecutors, man, they unrelenting. They just never are willing to make any kind of concession that they got it wrong. It just makes me sick. It really does. It just makes me sick. There's no shame, you know, and if it's a money thing, because they're worried about liability in terms of having to pay these folks out when they're wrongfully convicted, that's disgusting. It's disgusting. Money ranks so low on the totem pole of shit that really matters in our lives. I know it feels like it does because we all have bills to pay. We all want to take vacations, you know, whatever. Have to raise our kid. We have to have money. It's a necessary evil. But in terms of when it comes to somebody's freedom and you're worried about fucking money, go fuck yourself. Like, seriously. Like why do they die on the Hill? Why do they always want to die on the Hill? I just don't care. There is no shame in admitting you're wrong. I do it all the time. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm not going to be so dug in on a position looking like a jackass when I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong and my mistake ends up putting somebody in prison that doesn't deserve to be there, I'm the first dude. Sign me up for saying I'm wrong. I'm so sorry. I realize I cannot give you back time, but the one thing that I can do is admit that I'm wrong, admit that I made a mistake, and we'll figure it out from there. It's disgusting to me. It's disgusting. That should be a prerequisite question that is asked of anybody that wants to become a prosecutor. If you find out that you got it wrong, are you big enough to admit it so as not to extend the torture of the innocent person that you've placed in prison? Can you do that? Are you capable of doing that? Or is your ego too big? Fuck out of here, man.
$1,000 what?
505.
Oh my.
And you see,
No, I'm not there yet. I'm having
Apologize.
a real hard time with these
I'm
tiny
sure I
little
would.
numbers. So give me a minute.
Oh, and she's even worse because now she's got the ego of a judge. So you've got it compounded. You've got her dying on the Hill that she believes that Zach Adams did this. And now you compound it with the ego of being a judge and being challenged. You know, I mean, that's what you're looking at here with this gal.
Mr. Bates, can you come up here, please, sir,
If the court lets me.
and help me find the page? Because I cannot read these little numbers.
Yes. Ms. Lacy.
I can't read them.
I'll-
I think I'm in the one vise. Thank you. Sir?
All right, 1505, and you see.
Okay.
You are
Tell me, sir, which square on these two pages? Left
Bottom.
page, right page?
the bottom left.
All right, bottom on,
Yes.
on the left page.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I got it.
First question, line 2. You're asking Victor Dinsmore, do you remember getting a morphine pill or Zach buying a morphine pill or Shane buying one for Autry while they were there? No, not there. This fight, how much of a fight was it? Jumping around, basically, swung at each other a couple times. I think Zach hit Shane, about black as eye. That's about all there was. And I went out, told them they couldn't do it. They had to go. So you said that they pulled up in Zach's, no, Dylan's truck. Answer, Dylan's Chevy. What color was that truck? Black. And while they're on the property, did Zach make statements to you about speaking to your wife or going to your wife's house and putting a car in the shop? No. Question, he did not say anything? No. When you asked that question, did you expect the answer to be yes?
I have no idea what I expected the answer to be.
You had Jason Autry's proffer that said the truck was hid there, right?
Well, I do not recall everything about the proffer. I can tell you the things that stood out from the proffer. It's not my habit, never has been, to take notes during a proffer.
What you just said earlier, that sometimes you do take notes, sometimes you don't.
Right.
Which is it? You take notes and you don't? Or is it just in a proffer?
What I said was it is not my habit to take notes in a proffer. Which is not, that's different than a witness interview.
Well, Victor Dinsmore had an immunity agreement, correct?
He did.
Jason Autry had an immunity agreement.
He did.
Both of them gave you what they were, all the purpose of the statements were to go over what their testimony would be.
No. The purpose of the statements was to tell us the truth.
Oh.
And whether or not it became testimony or not wasn't decided at that point.
Okay.
Do you want me to keep the book?
Yes, ma'am. He continued on line 20. You continued line 24 at any time. Did he tell you that? Answer, no. Next page, bottom right quadrant. Has he ever hidden a truck in your twice? Did he ever hide his Nissan? Yes, that was a very short time. Question, but you don't recall him mentioning it there on the property? Answer, no, I don't remember him saying anything there. I was trying to get them out of there before Mr. and Miss Doug or Dottie showed up. You recall, of course, being interviewed by law enforcement several times after this happened, correct? Correct. And in that statement, just a minute, in that statement, if you told, and there are several objections, and then it continues on 1507. My question is, did you make a statement or TBI Trout that Zach hid his grandfather's white Nissan post-abduction? Answer, yes. What was your understanding of the time of that post-abduction hiding?
I'm trying to catch up with you.
Just go to the bottom right and then pick back up to the top left on 1507. And while you're reading that, if the witness can be passed, Exhibit 112.
All right, I found the question. So my question is, did you make the statement to TBI Agent Trout that Zach hid his grandfather's white Nissan? Yes. That's it. Okay, what was your question?
You remembered, in your opinion, that Mr. Dinsmore told Agent Trout the white truck was hidden at Mr. Dinsmore's property. Is that your understanding?
I do not remember the interview. I'm reading what the testimony, I have no reason to believe that this is not the testimony. So I don't independently remember anything about an interview with Agent Trout. I'm sorry. There were 250,000 pages, and I don't know how many interviews. I don't remember all of them.
Do you remember when Ms. Thompson was trying to bring up this recording of Mr. Booth that you?
Do you want me to look at what was just passed or the
Well, I'll
book?
tell you what, before I get to that, can you look at IR 112? I'm sorry, Exhibit 112. It was just passed to you by the officer.
Do you want me to read it? So,
If you can, please.
okay.
Do you? And if you can turn your attention to the last paragraph, the bottom of page 2.
I've read the last paragraph of page 2.
And nowhere in this statement does it say that Victor hid the truck. I'm sorry, that Zach hid any truck at Victor Densmore's house or property. Correct?
That's correct.
Do you, and you can now go to page 1537. You want me to come up and help?
1337 of the transcript.
Yes, come on. First time my eyesight's been calling help.
Is it? I could read the language, but I can't see the numbers.
This is 1537. Okay, we'll go this way, this way, this way.
All right.
At the trial, did you think the recorded conversation with Brent Booth and Victor Densmore was damaging to the prosecution?
At the trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I think that? Was it played?
It wasn't. But did you think it was damaging if it would have been?
Not particularly.
Okay. Then why did you object repeatedly to it coming up?
Because the witness was on the stand. Unless there is, the witness was there. The witness is there to ask himself. We didn't go back and play all of these recorded statements and introduce all the written statements at trial.
Bottom of page 1542, middle page, the far right bottom.
Got it?
Question, when did you and your wife talk about the fact that the white Nissan truck was parked in your shop? Answer, before Brent came up. Question, before Brent? Answer, yeah. Now, as we're sitting there, we've listened to Victor Densmore and Brent Booth, and now we've read the transcript. You admit Victor Densmore lied when he said he remembered it before.
No, I can't. Which trip is you talking about before Brent came up? Brent was there several times.
This is the last time he's up. May 18th and May 19th, 2017. From 1536. The discussion comes up. You met him in a parking lot, the sporting goods store. Yes. You actually got in his car. Your wife got in the car. You were talking to him. Yes. So at that point, this special agent, Brent Booth with TBI, isn't it? Yes. At that point, he proceeded to tell you what? General Nichols, Your Honor, I'm going to object what Brent Booth proceeded to tell. Ms. Thompson said, I'm not going to say what he said. I'm going to just, you said, she literally just said at the same time Brent Booth proceeded to tell you. If there's a question, the court said, all right, make your question, be aware of the hearsay objection. So we're talking about the sporting goods store parking lot.
Is that where they met
The first time on May 18th.
the first time?
Of the May visits. The next day was in the house.
Okay.
And the question was,
You asked me if I thought if he was lying. I don't know.
well, I mean, isn't that your job? You had Victor Dinsmore under subpoena, correct?
We did.
All right.
I don't know. I honestly am confused by jumping around from Trout's to trial testimony to you having me listen to a recorded conversation. I don't know when he said what.
Ms.
So I'm
Nichols, you
sorry.
don't have to worry about being confused. The court's going to make
No.
decisions.
No, I do have to
question
worry.
is-
I do have to worry about being
All right.
confused.
My question is, Mr. Dinsmore said before Brent Booth came up, the May 18th, 2017, I remembered the white truck being hit at my place. You would agree with me that is inconsistent with the recording of May 18th, 2017, where Mr. Dinsmore says repeatedly, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And only when Brent Booth says how important it is to the case
Okay.
does Mr. Dinsmore change his tune.
Okay. I mean, the recording is what it is. The testimony is what it
And I'm
is.
asking you, is it inconsistent?
The way you put it, it sounds to be.
And did you know it was inconsistent when you let it go unfixed?
I would never put someone on the stand and suborn perjury. Have I seen many times witnesses be inconsistent? Yes.
Of those times, how many times?
If she could finish her answer, Your Honor.
Let's let her finish the answer.
This witness, it should be clear to all that have heard that recording. He remembers more. He'll say no, and somebody will confront him with something, and he'll go back and say maybe. And I'll give you an example: the drugs. He's a felon. He's not wanting to admit that he sold or traded drugs. He did, and when confronted, he's like, okay, maybe. I mean, this is his lifestyle of drugs and running with people like Zach Adams. I would be shocked if there were not inconsistencies.
Untruths.
You're familiar with the jury instruction that says just because there are inconsistencies, it doesn't necessarily mean somebody's lying.
Of the inconsistencies you've presented in your past, how many times are they a reflection of the TBI officer saying, it helped me and it helped this case? If we can get this little detail tied down. Or was this the first ever?
Well, I didn't hear Mr. Booth say that. If we can just get this little detail tied in. I don't remember another case that I had with TBI where.
Let me pause you so we can make sure I'm not misleading. Let's go to minute 10 of this recording with Mr. Booth and turn the volume up, please.
Crank it.
I don't make them. You know, there's a shit could have happened.
It could have happened.
Okay.
It could have happened. I can't say no, damn it. I was smoking weed, I was drinking liquor, I was doing that. I just didn't want to be here. I can't remember shit. But when I do tell you, I remember. So
It helps this case, if you can remember.
Pause.
The more pressure I can put on.
All right, clear on that. Agent Booth says it helps me.
I heard him.
It helps this case.
If he could nail this down.
Now, how many times have you had a TBI or law enforcement officer change what would be an inconsistency in their testimony to make it consistent with two witnesses in your career?
I have no idea.
That many.
I didn't say it was a lot or a few. I said,
Take your time. It's important. How many?
I said, I have no idea.
Does it concern you that what you presented to the jury was the result of TBI telling witnesses what would help get a conviction?
You and I listened to that differently.
Tell me how you listen to it.
I listened to it as Brent Booth having just apparently, because I used the words rolled, Autry rolled, I think towards the beginning of this audio. Brent Booth armed with information that filled in a lot of holes, and he is going back and re-interviewing people to see whether or not, if they too are armed with additional information, if it jogs their memory or if it doesn't. I know him. I mean, Brent Booth wanted to give it the truth. I worked with him for years. I saw him at work. I never saw one time where Mr. Booth tried to have someone lie.
Okay, sure. No, Brent Booth wanted to fucking secure a conviction. That's what Brent Booth wanted to do. He didn't give a fuck about the truth. That's that thing there. That thing that happens where a cop's main concern isn't the truth, but it's to secure a conviction. That's what Brent Booth cared about. Who you crapping, lady? Who you crapping?
Or that he covered things up. And Mr. Bates, he came back and immediately turned this audio over. He wasn't trying to get.
So we now have full memory of it.
No.
Well, how do you remember him turning it over?
Because I do remember that. And I answered your question the first time. When I don't remember other things, I remember this. I remember him coming back. I remember him going up there, and I think he went on a motorcycle. I don't know why I remember that, but I do. And I know that I heard it, which means it was turned over to me and it was turned over to the defense. Because that's what we did with every piece of evidence. We turned it over.
Set the ATM video. Didn't turn that over.
You admit getting this white truck hidden was a central part of the case.
Do you want me to look at this? You're pointing at the whiteboard. Am I supposed to look
I'm
at
pointing at
this?
the whiteboard because it helps me. You can if you want.
Oh.
And you can, I'll orient you to it. The cell towers are in various colors, postcards with the names and cell.
And correct me if I'm wrong for those of you who watch this trial or are steeped in the facts, but the truck, the white truck, is really the only circumstantial evidence that existed with regard to this case and a connection between Zach Adams and the Bobo property, correct? That's why this truck being hidden, this white truck being hidden, is so critical, because everything else is just people saying shit. And this truck, where there was an independent witness that said that they saw a white pickup speeding away from the Bobo property, becomes a central piece of evidence in the case, right? Yeah, but what I'm asking, DB, is at trial. I mean, we know that now, but what I'm asking at trial, was that truck critical to them in terms of being a connective tissue between Zach Adams and the Bobo property? At least in terms of their theory. That's what I'm asking.
Things, the Bobo residence in the bottom south view to it. The cell towers are in various colors, postcards with the names and cell pings. The Bobo residence in the bottom southwest. Highway 641.
Referring to exhibit 15. Go ahead.
See, I'm getting conflicting reports from you guys. The two of you.
Do you remember the need to corroborate Jason Autry's testimony that the white truck was hidden?
Do I remember the need? That characterization doesn't, isn't in play with
Okay.
what I felt like in trying to build this case.
Then why send Brent Booth up to Indianapolis if it wasn't important?
I didn't send him up there.
Who did?
I don't know. Ask him. I didn't send him up there.
A white van?
I didn't TBI. I mean, go here, go here.
Who owned a white van? Who owned a white van? And all right, so Indiana girl seems to know a lot about the case. The neighbor saw a white truck allegedly from a creek, and another lady who was a teacher supposedly saw one in the area that day. Okay, a white truck down in the fucking hollows of Tennessee. Shocking. I'm stunned. I can't believe that somebody saw a white pickup truck down in the rural hollows of Tennessee. Right. Exactly.
They helped me. They took me
Dreaded
places.
white van.
I think he was going up there anyway.
Did he
Is
talk
what he
with you?
said.
Hours.
He says about his
Hours. Sorry.
daughter class. I heard that in the
Did he talk with you in between the May 18th and May 19th?
I have no idea.
Do you remember saying, we need to clean this up?
No.
Do you remember saying, or anyone on the prosecution saying, it seems like you might have put words in his mouth?
I do not remember saying that. I don't know whether someone else said it. If I had the discussion with him, it wouldn't surprise me that somebody thought that. I said he
What I'm
led,
saying.
and that's basically the same thing. He wasn't asking open-ended questions.
As you reflect back on this case, do you acknowledge witnesses were interviewed until they provided what the state was satisfied with as quote unquote the truth? And then there were no other interviews afterwards?
Do I acknowledge they were interviewed by me or by TBI? Are you talking about during the course of the investigation or when I got on it, I was doing trial prep?
Let me ask
It's
this.
very different.
When TBI interviewed, both before and after your case, you went through important witnesses' statements through IRs, correct?
I did my best to read as many IRs as I could.
And you're aware, like Jason Kilzer gave one statement, a year later he
Then why on God's green earth are we talking about it? If it didn't come up at trial, like where did the white truck come up? In a statement from Autry or Zach's brother? Like one of these two dudes said that they were in the truck. Like where did the truck rear its ugly head? That's what I want to know. See, this is why I want to watch the trial. I want to watch the trial. I'll tell you right now, I know Josh Hallmark has been looking into Holly Bobo potentially being a victim of Israel Keys. I know that they were working that angle pretty heavily. And that I think they were able to put Keys in that area around that time. I don't know.
gives another when he's incarcerated.
I don't remember today. I would have been aware at the time.
Yes.
Victor Dismore gave multiple statements.
It is.
Correct?
I know I talked to him, wasn't giving a statement. I was just interviewing. I know that what we played today is one. I believe they had been up to interview him another time. Whatever is in the IRs, then that's how many statements he gave. I'm sorry, I don't remember, but I know there were, that's 3 right there. Well, two official statements, the recorded one and then the earlier one. So yes, that's multiple.
Does it create alarm flags in you on a case largely built on what people say, what people said?
Okay.
That pressure was put by law enforcement, and after pressure was applied, statements became exactly what law enforcement wanted.
That's not my experience here.
In this case, it's not your experience.
No.
This Brent Booth is just a one-off. Or you say it's not even Victor Dinsmore, in your opinion, didn't change his testimony because of any pressure Brent Booth applied.
Yeah, I didn't consider it pressure.
What do you consider?
I considered it him trying to jog his memory. And had I been doing the interview after hearing the proffer, I would not have led.
See, I don't know, we're at a decent stopping point, but I can keep going.
Let's go into it. You're not done.
I'm not done, no, you know.
There's no-
After what?
You have to eat lunch alone.
Can I eat
I'd
with,
like to discuss,
can I eat with my daughter?
Okay.
I will if I stay up here long enough.
Old Judge Fussy Britches.
I may not need it. Thank you.
Yes. Y'all ready?
Ready?
This way. Oh. Is it too loud?
Terry, you on there?
Hey, y'all know this mic's not on?
All right.
No. One second, Judge. We're having a mic down. We didn't know until right when we were walking in. I don't know which one to go this one, 'cause
was your battery dead on one?
on this one.
Just flip over. What's your-
Is that enough? Do I have room for my book?
Oh, you need to look at
It's a big book. While they are doing that, Your Honor, on that report that I did abide by the court's admonitions, the only person I spoke to was my daughter. But there's a woman out here that was very upset to find me.
do we need to take this up, James?
No, sir, I'm just telling you, she was upset thinking I was with the public. And so I didn't say anything, but
Okay.
the only person I spoke to was the one you told me I could.
Thank you. You're right, you're still on the. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols, you gave the closing argument, the second part of the closing argument in the Zach Adams case.
Yes,
And you agree with me, closing arguments are important to connect the evidence that the prosecution thinks it's proven.
that is certainly the goal.
Okay.
Are we done with the transcript?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
It is important for you to present to the jury evidence that you think is true.
Of course,
And you would agree it's misconduct to state evidence that's not true, if you know it,
right.
or if you should know it.
Well, that's two different things.
But if you should know it,
Well, if you know it, yes. If you should know it, I would say it would be subjective.
fair. And would you agree at this point that any inconsistencies, quote unquote, the closing argument is the chance to show what is the state's theory, resolving any inconsistent evidence?
No,
So if it says one thing, if you say one thing, you're okay if it's the other?
that's not what I said.
Okay.
I disagreed with your premise. I believe closing argument is the opportunity to go over with the jury what the proof was.
Okay.
And you may discuss jury instructions if they were charged ahead of time, or if you have permission or seem to have an understanding of what the judge will charge.
Let me ask you, you don't have to follow this. I'll read it, page 2732, line 9. You remember the night, the 13th, the 911 call? Do you remember the heavy breathing of Dick Adams, who had to wrestle 2 guns away from his grandson? Do you remember Zachary Adams asking his grandfather as well as his brother for their vehicle? Why didn't he have a vehicle? Why didn't he have a vehicle? Where was the white truck? Hidden in Victor Dinsmore's garage for a minute and then returned back to the Bells. Do you remember saying that?
I was going to ask you, are you reading, is that what I said?
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't remember saying it. I've never reviewed my closing argument. If that's what the court reporter took down, I have no reason to suspect that I didn't say that.
And you would agree that is saying your belief that Victor Dinsmore had the truck in his garage.
No, in fact, we're not allowed to give the, what I think, and I guess this and I that. You're supposed to not, that what we're supposed to argue is what the proof was,
Right.
as opposed to our own opinions.
Well, the proof was Victor Dinsmore said in the answer that we went over before lunch, Victor Dinsmore said, no, I don't remember it. Then you clarified it. Well, sometime or other, you said that you put the garage in and after the mattress trace after the abduction. We just went over that before lunch.
Okay.
Right.
Wait, I'm waiting for the question.
Where did you pull this out of to present to the jury that what Victor Dinsmore testified or said to Brent Booth in May was somehow wrong? Where'd you get that?
Everything I said was based on what I remembered the proof as being.
Talk about the gun. Well, that's exactly what you said, page 2734. Let's talk about the gun.
Do you want me to go to try and find that page?
You don't have to. I'll read it for you and
Thank
we
you.
can discuss. What are the chances Jason Autry finally started talking? He didn't know where the gun was, hadn't seen the gun since shortly after it was used to kill Holly Bobo, and he went with his cousin Shane, traded it for drugs to Victor Dinsmore. He's done it with it at that point. He's done with it at that point. Victor Dinsmore gives it to his wife to carry. He's sitting there one night talking to somebody, and he gets worried about where the gun has been, what gun is this? I better get rid of the gun. He tells her, get rid of it. She does. He's done with the gun. That's in 2011. They left Tennessee before the end of the year. And when TBI agents go to talk to Victor Dinsmore and his wife, they tell us where the gun is. They dig, they use the backhoe, they bring him down, can't find it. Road's been regraded, it looks different. They go back, they talk to them some more. She's thought about it again. They go back to the spot. She tells them with underwater detectors, and guess what? They find a gun. I don't know why Miss Thompson is upset that it wasn't buried. Nobody said it was sitting on top. You saw the pictures. There and there, what it looked like when they raised it, it was covered in slime and rust and all sorts of crap. And Serving Broswell soaked it, got it off, and guess what? It still fires. It still fires. Still loaded. Still fires. Your opinion was that was the murder weapon that was found. Correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the various statements regarding various weapons that were used, possibly used?
No. You asked me earlier about a long gun or something. I don't remember.
I'm going to hand you IR 1929 and a copy to the court. Can you identify
That century?
No.
1929 would be exhibit.
120.
112. Great respect.
You familiar with this?
No. Well, I mean, being familiar, meaning as I sit here today, no. If it's an IR, then perhaps I was at one time.
All right, just read it.
I'm sorry, what?
Please just read it.
Okay.
So we have in January of 2014, it's a 22 rifle that may have been used. You see that?
I'm muted. Investigative reports, Mandy. That's what IR is.
Yes.
I'm finding that statement again. I see where this person reported that that person told her that her husband bought a 22 rifle that may have been used in the Bobo case.
And are you familiar with the Victor Dinsmore, Dennis Benjamin conversation in February of 2014? Victor Dinsmore says the only two guns related to Shane Austin are a 22 rifle and a 22 pistol.
No.
Do you ever remember listening to that conversation?
not sitting here today. Not
You
saying-
remember listening to the conversation where Victor Dinsmore was threatened by Dennis Benjamin in March of 2014?
I do not remember.
Okay. If Dennis Benjamin was threatening the death penalty on Victor Dinsmore, would that be important as a prosecutor relying on these witnesses?
If a non-prosecutor was threatening someone else with the death penalty,
Yes, ma'am.
that's what your investigator did to one of the witnesses, threatened arrest and prosecution. Those people have no ability to make those decisions. So I'm not sure. I don't know the context. I don't remember what was said. So I don't remember being particularly struck by it.
You don't remember if Dennis Benjamin, the man who got Dylan Adams' statement that you say I don't believe, told Victor Dinsmore, I've talked to the TBI, the FBI, the Bobo family. If you don't give us the body, you're blank.
I do not remember. But remember, Mr. Bates, we didn't prepare a trial against Dylan Adams.
Now, you remember you didn't take notes during Mr. Autry's proffer, correct?
Correct.
You remember what firearm Mr. Autry said he remembered seeing on Mr. Austin's holster?
I am guessing. So take this and give it what weight you want to. I think he thought it was a 38. I don't know the most about guns. I think he thought it was a 38, but I don't.
Witness can be past Exhibit 61.
I'm sorry, what?
You'll be past Exhibit 61 and look on page 2, top third of the page.
Thank you. What am I looking for?
What caliber gun?
You said focus on the top third.
Oh, page 2.
It's on page 1. So this says 357.
Okay. Then, do you
Do you want me to
remember
keep-
in May of
Do you want me to
2007?
keep holding this?
You can if you would like.
Well, no.
Okay.
Do you want me to hold this?
No, ma'am, sorry.
Okay.
You get back to court officer.
Stack it up.
Do you remember on May 8th, 2017, meeting with Mr. Autry and his attorney to further the narrative about this gun and its relation to Victor Dinsmore?
I do not. I know that I met with Mr. Autry a handful of times. I'm never going to remember a date or most likely what was discussed.
Which is sometimes why notes are helpful. Would you not agree?
Well, certainly why these IRs are helpful.
All right. Do you recognize IR 3142?
I do not recognize it.
Okay.
Do you want me to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
While she's reading, will there be objections to this IR? We'll move it into evidence as Exhibit 121.
I've read it.
Now, would you agree that the activity date was May 8th, 2017, but the report was generated on June 12th, 2017?
That's what it says.
Would you agree that
I didn't prepare it. So,
Of course not.
But that's what it said.
you agree that the 32 revolver was found in between these dates?
I don't remember when it was found. I know that finding the gun was the basis for a trial continuance, and I can't remember the dates of those. I know that the date it was found is certainly recorded somewhere.
Okay. would you agree with me during May, there's now this effort to go back and forth between Autry and Dinsmore, Autry and Dinsmore.
It was not where I was putting my time.
It's where Brent Booth was putting his time. Yes or no?
I don't know. I cannot tell you what part of his days he was spent on those issues.
Okay.
I'm sure if the if the IRs show what he was doing, and that's what it appears, or that's what's proven, then it is.
We're now going to play Exhibit 63. Ms. Nickel, this is the recording from May 19th, the second day of Brent Booth's trip to Indianapolis to see Mr. Dinsmore. And prior to lunch, you heard the first hearing where Mr. Dinsmore's talking about the gun that he in exchange with Shane, correct?
I heard the recording from the first day.
Okay, and now let's go to the second day, starting at minute 5, second 40.
And he said that he didn't get them all over it, but I could trust fronting them to me, but I didn't get them paying later because he'd never do that. I heard it.
He buy it, he buy it directly from you.
Yeah, he had cash, but I wouldn't let him get him a run because he never paid. He was notorious for that.
We talked about the gun. Do you remember them trading you a revolver for Shane and they trading you a revolver?
Shane, I remember now, the Shane traded me a back 38 revolver. All right. That just a regular revolver, but it was only consistent cylinder, like 357. He came to me and wanted to get some pills for it. I said, I can't remember how many I gave him. I think I gave him some more time. The next time I put him on, go for this one. But then we started talking. Remember when Jamie Dardell moved in with some mom and dad through out. She was carrying that, and she pulled out and he saw it. He asked where we got it. We said, where it came from. And he told us we need to get rid of it. That's when I told her she went to the doctor in where was it, Kansas? Yeah. I think that she was going to the doctor, and I told her to go to the river, way down through there. She didn't because there's too much traffic. Came back, and that's when she pulled off into all that river.
So it's just going to keep it and hide it somewhere. And I thought, no, I cannot do that.
She was going to take it out of that boat. I had me not going to my property to look there, but she was going to dig it up and put it in there. I wish she would have. It'd be dead. So
you pulled up on the road.
And she
right there in the water.
And she laid down. I know what she did. She laid down. She didn't want to press on the ground. Her back off. She laid down the water and she took his brush and stuff over the top of it. So she done.
Why did that need to be?
They're about to get bottom. We don't know it.
And you never let that?
Because that train has him. And I remember when I told you about the other gun. The other gun was a junky little piece of shit 32. And I took it myself. I threw that in my cousin's mom. Okay, because I was afraid he'd climb his long fall. Then I didn't want to keep the pills away. We got off the pills. I traded for them pills. I had her start carrying it because hell, I thought somebody was going to snatch her. All the little stuff was going on. I was going to be protected. And come to find out the son of bitches that was doing it, did it was hanging out in the house.
Well, I forget. So now we have a 38 revolver with an interchangeable 357, and Mr. Dinsmore admits that he threw a 32 away unrelated to the Bobo case, right?
I was having trouble hearing some. I heard him talk about a 32 and I couldn't hear what he did with it.
Okay, we'll play it again. Which gun did you not hear?
I heard him say something about a 32 at the end of the interview, but I couldn't hear what he said he did with it or what happened to it.
No problem.
I heard him call it a junkie gun.
When we got off them, I traded for them pills. I had her start carrying it. And I remember.
starting at 7:51.
Still exhibit 63.
Yes, Your Honor.
You get rid of the gun, you make have a law on it, okay?
Because they bring that hands on. And I remember when I both guys about the other guy was the junkie little piece of shit dirt dude. I get myself through that because of Paul. Okay, because I was a Brady blocker.
Junkie, piece of blank, 32. I took it and I threw it in my cousin's pond.
Okay.
You heard that.
But I heard if that's what it says, I'm not disputing it. It's breaking up. I heard he threw it. This time I caught that. So I want to just trust you, Mr. Bates. That's what it says.
And you know who the cousin was?
No.
You're not aware of that?
I don't know who the cousin was.
The Bowens?
I don't know who the cousin was.
Fair. Okay. So now I've given you the life cycle of this gun. The 22 rifle, IR 1929, the Dennis Benjamin's 22, to a 357, to a 38 interchangeable barrel with a 357. Why did you refer to it as the murder weapon of a 32 revolver? When Mr. Dinsmore told you I had a junky piece of blank 32 that I threw in the water, in a pond. Did it ever dawn on you? I think that's the 32 he's talking about.
No.
Why not?
Because it's not what the proof was.
What was the proof?
That
Mr. Autry's statement
excuse me,
was-
did you ask me a question or do you not want me to answer it?
I want you to answer.
Great. The proof was that he traded drugs for the gun. He was nervous about the gun. He gave it to his wife. His wife, I think, was later told there could be a body on it, and she put it over here. And we went and looked for it. And that was the gun that was supposed to have been used.
Does it concern you, prior to pulling the 32 revolver out, that every other statement before this, a murder weapon was something different than the 32 revolver?
No.
It doesn't give you cause.
It did not give me cause.
During the prosecution,
Sir, I said no. My answer is not going to change.
Huh? Didn't give her cause or pause. What the fuck's wrong with her? Let's go back. I want to watch that little part where she did her little snarky, stupid shit.
Turn off the camera real quick.
No,
Just let me out.
no, you're stuck there. Trapped.
For it. And that was the gun that was supposed to have been used.
does it concern you, prior to pulling the 32 revolver out, that every other statement before this, a murder weapon was something different than the 32 revolver?
No.
It doesn't give you cause.
It did not give me cause.
During the prosecution,
Sir, I said no. My answer is not going to change. No matter how much you yell at me or no matter how much you argue with me, I believe we found the murdered weapon.
and that's the manner in which you prosecuted this case, right?
I don't even understand that question. That's the manner that I prosecuted this case. So I guess I would say yes. I believe that Zach Adams kidnapped, raped, and murdered Holly Bobo. He was prosecuted for it. A jury heard days and days and days of proof, and they found him guilty, not me.
Your closing argument, page 2,733, line 21.
Am I supposed to find that page?
I'll read it for you. There was some discussions about the measurements of the ammunition. Marco Ross told you the exact measurements of the hole in Holly's skull as compared to the measurements of a .3.
Oh, she definitely meant to say pause. He said that didn't give you pause, and she said it didn't give me cause. It didn't give me cause. I don't know what this man is talking about. Why are you yelling at me, Mr. Man?
.2 caliber. And then, bless his heart, the defense witness that came in with pictures of different calibers, I have no.
All right, for all our Southern folks in the chat, what does bless his heart translate into?
No doubt that the way he measured them is the way he reported it, but he didn't know how to measure them. Didn't know that remove the projectile from the casing and then measurement. So the expert who testified about that gunshot wound to Holly's head said it matched my words perfectly, basically .32. And if you look at those measurements and you remember his testimony, it excluded a .38. Excluded it. Do you remember giving that part of your closing argument?
I do not.
All right.
As I said, I don't remember my closing argument. I have never gone back and read it and nor have I ever gone back and listened to it.
You were the attorney in this case when the post-conviction filing
Mhm.
brought this up.
I was.
Did it jog your memory to go back to the transcript and read it?
Are you asking me whether I actually did read it and I'm not willing to admit it?
No,
Because
I'm
I told
asking you what
Mr.
I
Bates, Mr. Bates, I did not read it.
Okay, but you were on notice this is an issue.
Honestly, I don't remember what notice I had about various issues. There were several that stood out in my mind.
And one of them was that you misstated
No.
the diameter of a .38.
I was never worried about misstating it because you're incorrect.
Okay. Well, what is the diameter of a .38?
I am not,
Sorry, a 380 auto round.
Mr. Bates, you are wasting your time if you start asking me about various diameters.
No.
Argue with Mr. Bates.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I know what the expert said. I know what Marco Ross said
Well,
about the defect in her head,
right,
her
but
skull.
how many hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars did the state of Tennessee have at disposal in prosecuting Zach Adams?
I have no idea.
A lot of money. Yes,
Is that a question that the state had that much money?
yes, it is.
I mean, I don't know how much money they had to spend on it.
All right. Did anybody say, hey, how about we buy a micrometer and measure what a 380 auto round is, like the one found next to Holly's remains?
I don't know if anybody said that or not.
Did anybody, including you, go to www.google and see what various sites said?
I don't know what anybody did.
Well, then how did you say .38, which is the exact caliber of the bullet found by Miss Holly's remains, was excluded?
Okay. Marco Ross, who was the person who performed the autopsy a second time on Holly's remains. Unlike me, he measured, he knew and testified to the measurements of the defect. And he said, any caliber of gun, this level could have made the defect. Any caliber of gun larger than that could not have.
Are you familiar that a 380 round is not in size .38?
No, I'm not. I said a minute ago, I am not a ballistics expert.
Do you stand by what you said at closing argument?
Yes.
She may not be a ballistics expert, but she's the person prosecuting the case. She has to have some kind of knowledge base of what the evidence shows in order for her to ethically move forward with prosecuting somebody. This fucking bitch is insane. I cannot stand her. I cannot stand this woman. Ugh, God. Like, I don't want to hate prosecutors. I really don't. I want to, like, think, you know, there are a bunch of white hats out there trying to do good. Oh, God, dude. Oh, I hate her. Drew Carey's getting in that ass, though. I'll tell you that.
Were you in charge of the reward money getting to various witnesses?
No.
Did you have any part of that?
No.
Do you have any awareness of that?
No.
Were you prepared to prosecute Jason Autry for the death penalty?
Well, you mean instead of Zach? Or like that day, or like how
At
that,
any time were you prepared to prosecute Jason?
we were
Autry?
prepared to go forward.
And prosecute him for that.
We were not, you don't prosecute someone for the death penalty. You prosecute someone for murder in the first degree. The jury has three choices: death penalty, life without parole, and life.
And you filed aggravating statements, correct?
Do you-
Aggravating circumstances to justify.
Is that aggravating factors?
Yes, sir.
Just like I don't remember, of course we filed one. I don't remember filing it or what date it was filed on.
This is already in the record. We'll mark it as exhibit 122.
You recognize that file?
I certainly recognize my signature at the end of the filing. I haven't read the filing. It says June 3rd, 2015, which makes sense.
If you could just take a moment and read it, please.
While you do that, let me correct that. This is not in this record. This is the notice of aggravated circumstances of state versus Jason Autry's case. So it's exhibit 122 this time.
You read it.
I have.
What evidence did you have to justify these of Jason Autry?
I'm objecting the relevance of the aggravated circumstances notice filed against a co-defendant.
All right, the objection is relevant, Mr. Bates.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe this is relevant and ineffective assistance to counsel to have brought out to show Mr. Autry's bias, as well as whether the state on the Brady violations part of the petition and other parts of the evidence.
I don't think it fits under the IAC claim, so I'll let you present this.
So what was your question?
What evidence did you have that Mr. Autry,
Okay.
for
So
instance,
number two, Mr. Autry had one or more felonies. And I don't have it with me. I assume you have his record. We have his record. Number five, the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that involved torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death.
let's stop there. What evidence did you have that Mr. Autry committed this crime?
You're familiar with, the premise that if you, criminal responsibility, you know that, correct?
Just answer the question.
Well,
I am.
criminal responsibility for one thing. If he didn't do it himself, we had,
Take out criminal responsibility.
I know, because you asked me what I had. That's what I had. I'm not going to take it out.
So what evidence did you have that Mr. Autry was criminally responsible for somebody else's actions?
Because they were together. Everybody said they were together. Their names were mentioned immediately. Their names were mentioned with all due respect to TBI. Because I have a great deal of respect for the officers who, in the end, worked this case. But they went in a direction and ignored what was right in front of their face. And if you go back and you had, you're asking me about Autry. The person I tried was Zach Adams. We had Zach Adams confessing in detail to several people, making short confessions to half a dozen others. We had a lot of proof.
Jason Autry. You had statements that later.
And I began this with they were together. Okay. Whoever ended up doing one thing or the other, they were criminally responsible for each other's actions. That's what the law says. That's not Jennifer Nichols.
So fair to say you had no evidence, in your opinion, when you filed this, that Jason Autry is the one.
I'm going to object. That's not what she's saying.
I'll let him ask the question. She can clarify this.
You have no evidence when you filed this in June 3rd, 2015, that Jason Autry was the one who raped Miss Bobo, who murdered Miss Bobo.
No, I'm not ever going to agree with that.
Okay, then tell me what evidence it was.
You know what? We have a fundamental problem because there are 250,000 pages. I can assure you that when you asked me earlier about the process we followed, we had to present to the DA what we had for every single aggravator that we were using. We just did. You didn't just go in there and check one. Okay. I don't remember the dates that we found out everything, but excuse me. Thank you. But we knew Holly had been kidnapped, hit right outside her back door. Her blood was spattered. We knew they got her out of there. We knew that they traveled up and down. We knew where they went. She was killed. Her remains have been found. She has unfortunately, a bullet to the back of her head. Even though we didn't believe everything that Dylan said, we had Dylan admitting that they raped her. And we did believe that. We thought he minimized his responsibility, that nobody can make you rape somebody. But I mean, we had a lot of proof. I will say this, Autry's case was probably the weakest of the three because he didn't talk. You know, at the time, he wasn't telling people different things.
So you did believe Dylan's video until you didn't?
Not what it said.
You said Dylan's statement said this, but we didn't believe it.
Right.
So
you didn't ask me what parts.
So you think part of Dylan's statement was true?
Yes.
Well, earlier this morning, you didn't say part. You said I didn't believe it.
No, you didn't ask me to clarify. Nope.
I asked you the video. Did you watch the video? Yes. And I didn't believe it. Do you acknowledge that was your testimony this morning?
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't say there were some things I didn't believe. You said I didn't believe the entire, you didn't believe the video.
I'm not going to play semantics. I said what I said.
You think I'm playing semantics?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Yeah. He's the one being.
You remember?
Do you want me to put this one down now?
You didn't ask me that. You didn't ask me
I
that
don't mark it.
specifically. You
Unless
didn't
somebody
ask
else
me
did.
if I didn't believe the whole video. Now, did you? You would.
This fucking woman. Oh my God. Well, you don't, Brian? I can't understand why. You're so likable.
One for the witness, one for the court. You recognize this document?
No.
Okay, you can review it.
While she's reviewing, this should be in this record. This is a statement of response to Zachary Adams, motion 142. People been talking about it.
Does this appear to you to be a motion that y'all, a responsive pleading that state filed in this case?
It appears to be a motion that Steve Ragland, who's one of his main functions was to respond to motions.
And paragraph 5 states this.
And that is his signature.
Paragraph 5, the state is now unaware of any evidence which tends to exculpate Zachary Adams of the crimes charged against him. That was the state's position as of.
November 8th, 2016.
Is that correct?
And that's what's filed.
Well, is that your memory as well? That in November 2016, the state was unaware of any evidence which exculpated Zachary Adams.
I don't know of any today.
Okay.
Still.
At some point, do you remember any discussions about Dylan Adams testifying in the state of Tennessee?
Discussions with whom?
We'll start with Mr. Maddox or Mr. Bruno.
Yes.
When were they ongoing?
No. They stopped.
When did they stop?
I don't remember the date.
Was it before or after Mr. Autry provided his proffer?
Before.
How soon?
Are you talking like perjury? Sticky? Is that what you mean? I mean, in theory, yeah. If he perjured himself.
after that?
I don't remember. It probably was a good while because and the discussions did not go very far.
With Dylan's attorneys.
Correct?
Then you had discussions with Mr. Autry's attorney.
I did not have discussions with them. We put it out to all that we would talk to any of the three of them that were interested. Two were interested, two defendants. Mr. Zach Adams' attorney was never interested. Again, it's difficult to guess, but if, and you're not supposed to guess, Dylan Adams was not ever going to come off of the statement that he gave. Did not appear that way to us. It did not comport with the proof that we had. So to try him first and to put on a statement or to that you didn't believe and that you were trying to, I guess, fill in other holes, didn't appear to be the smart thing to do. I've already said Autry's was the weakest of the three. So we prepared for trial for Zach Adams. And once we made the decision, that's who we were going to try first. And Dylan Adams was not offering anything that we found to be reasonable. We got ready for trial. We were going to trial without Autry.
When do you remember discussions with Mr. Autry's attorneys regarding?
I didn't have a discussion. We put it out there that we would listen to anything. I'll tell you this. I remember not the day, but I got a phone call from Michael Scholl. I was walking around the lake at Shelby Farms. I remember who I was with, and the phone rang. It was Mr. Scholl. I answered the phone, and he said what he said. You want me to repeat it?
You can.
Okay. It's hearsay, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. You want me to say what he said?
Sure.
Okay. And he told me, and he called me before anybody else knew, that Autry wanted to talk.
All right.
And he was interested in a proffer.
And when was this?
I just said I don't remember.
Was it?
It was close in time to the proffer. I'm not ever going to be able to give you a date.
How close in time? 2 weeks, 3 months?
No. I don't know. Certainly wasn't months.
Okay.
We had trial coming up. I said close in time. It would have taken a few days to arrange that and get ready and get everybody in the same room.
And do you remember Mr. Autry's motion to continue that he filed and was set for hearing?
No.
Okay.
There are markings on here. Are you wanting me to pay attention to the particular markings or the brackets?
No, Your Honor. No. And Your Honor, I apologize. This was a copy I probably had and make copies of markings. I can white it out and submit
It's
it.
not bothering me. I just didn't know if you were directing my attention to this. So it's a long motion. Are you wanting me to read the whole motion?
Well, if you could just review it quickly to see if you have any memory of Mr. Scholl's motion to continue.
It is a 11 or 12 page motion. I won't be able to review it quickly. I told you I don't remember this being filed. I know that there were requests for extensions. So it looks like Mr. Scholl filed this on August the 12th of 2016. Although it's not stamped filed on the front, I'm assuming it was filed. But the copy you passed doesn't have the clerk's stamp on it.
You're familiar with Mr. Scholl.
Yes,
He's
very.
You consider him a friend.
I've never socialized with him, never gone to dinner with him, never been to his house. He's never been to mine.
Would you consider him a friend?
That's a stretch. I consider him
Who are 3 people that have never been in my kitchen?
to be somebody I respect as an attorney. He was known for being a very good attorney. He's beat me before. I beat him before. He was known to be ethical. Judges frequently ask him to accept difficult cases in both federal and state court.
So when he writes on page 3, lead counsel has to travel 200 miles one way to visit the client. Sometimes contact visits are not allowed, which makes the visit worthless.
Hang on, I'm getting to page 3. Okay.
Further, because of availability, all experts are at least 200 miles from the client. When a contact visit is made available, counsel is forced to sit in a room with the client, which is approximately 4 feet by 4 feet. An officer sits outside the door. There's no table, no place to write or spread out documents. Further, because of the nature of the facility, counsel is not permitted to take a computer. Therefore, he's unable to review many pieces of evidence with the client. When the counsel gives the client discovery, it is often seized by the authorities, much of which is not returned. You have no reason to doubt the truthfulness of that statement, correct?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
But you trust what Mr. Scholl puts in pleadings?
Of course.
All right.
I mean, as an officer of the court, he wouldn't lie to the judge.
So, what do you remember Mr. Scholl telling you, hey, I don't have a copy of the cell phone records in November of 2016? And you sending those cell records via Joe Walker to Memphis to give Mr. Scholl another copy?
That's not quite how I remember.
Okay, well, how do you remember?
Well, I think the phone records were there and he may have had trouble opening them or he couldn't do something with them that he was wanting to do. I do remember there being phone records delivered. I couldn't tell you when. I certainly didn't remember that it was or who delivered them. And you said what date?
November 2016, a couple of weeks before the proffer, a month and a half.
That was after Mr. Hagerman had gotten on the case. And we pretty quickly had divvied up work. I was not going to be the phone person. So I would defer to Mr. Hagerman. I mean, that was his area. There was too much for one person to do.
No reason then why the TBI said it was authorized by you.
Everything in the case would have been authorized by me.
Any reason to doubt Mr. Scholl's statement in August of 2016? It is imperative that he be granted a continuance of the upcoming trial date so as to receive adequate, competent, and effective representation and for such further relief as a court deems necessary.
Is that in this motion?
Page 12.
Okay, so your question about that is what?
Any reason to question Mr. Scholl's truthfulness in presenting that to the court? It says, hey, by April 3rd, 2017, I can't be prepared on this case.
Mr. Bates, just like in this post-conviction where people have asked for resets, it is very common for defense lawyers and prosecutors to seek to push a case back. I'm not sure anybody ever feels like they have enough time. It looks like he'd been on this a year. Whereas for the Karen and Clint and Dana Bobo, this case had been pending for years. It was the center, but for somebody like Mr. Scholl, a year is not that long for him to get up to speed.
Any reason to doubt it? First paragraph, the necessary investigation, motion filing, discovery, and defense scientific testing analysis cannot be accomplished without additional time. counsel cannot provide competent and effective representation by April 3rd, 2017.
You are repeatedly asking me if I believe Mr. Scholl. Ask Mr. Scholl if he was telling the truth. This motion, he wasn't asking me for a reset. I would have said no. We wanted to try the case.
Okay. The TBI team at the time of trial, I think I'm correct. The main players were Brent Booth, Joe Walker, Kathy Ferguson.
Well, there were a lot more that considered themselves to be and were main players.
Okay.
And I can't name them all for
Well,
you.
fair enough.
But it's people who's invested a lot of time. But in terms of the day-to-day contact that I had, those would have been the three people that I spoke to the most.
Y'all had a good working relationship. Yes.
Yes.
They had worked on the case from virtually the beginning.
I don't know when. I believe Brent Booth made the scene within a couple of hours. I don't know when Special Agent Wheeler got on the case. And it's my recollection that Kathy Ferguson got on, if not on the first day, soon.
Did you trust their analysis and their work product?
I don't really remember them analyzing things for me. I relied on their work product. So yes.
You think they're intelligent people?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes.
They were honest to you?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes. As far as I know.
Okay. Jason Autry testified on page 1265.
Are you done with this motion?
Yes, Your Honor, if I move
You want
it.
to move it in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Objections from the state?
No, we don't know if it's in file, but I guess the record will speak for itself.
No, this was actually in Mr. Autry's case. So
Right.
Right.
It was that file. I can't tell what, it probably was filed, I just can't give.
It's marked as Exhibit 5 to some other pleading. We'll make sure that that is already on the face of this document. It's going to be Exhibit 123 for this hearing. And it is a motion to continue the trial set on April the 3rd, 2017, in State of Tennessee versus Jason William Autry. Go ahead, Mr. Mason.
Hey. I'll start at 1264.
Read slow if you're going to read to me.
I'll read it to you.
Okay.
And Mr. Autry's on the stand.
Okay.
Line 15, page 1264. You made a statement, looks like we got away with this shit. Answer, that's correct.
May I ask you, is this my questions or is it Ms. Thompson's questions? Just so I can.
Your questions.
Okay.
And yes. You asked, what did he say? The court, I believe this was the end of the offer of proof. The court said, all right, ladies and gentlemen, as I told you the other day, this is not being offered for the truth. What he said, it's offered as follow-up response. So you shall not consider what he said for the truth of it, okay? All right. Page 32, 1265. What did Zach, or how did Zach respond? Answer, he said the real reason that we were there was to show Clint how to manufacture meth. He said we got there early. She came outside screaming and raising hell, and we took her. Did you believe Jason Autry was testifying truthfully?
About what part?
That Zach was there to make meth with Clint?
No,
Why did you present it to the jury?
because it was part of what was said. And had I not let it all go out there, as that's what it said, you'd be asking me, did you parse the statement to hide something from the jury? The jury could decide. You asked me if I thought that Clint Bobo would have taken and cooked meth at Karen Bobo and Dana Bobo's house. The answer was no. I did not think Clint was going to cook meth in his backyard at the Bobo's house.
But you submitted it to the jury.
It wasn't my statement, Mr. Bates. Yes,
11 days ago, who's the first person you phoned on 11 days ago?
don't know.
You don't recall?
No.
How many people did you call 11
Don't
days
know.
ago? How many people did you text 11 days ago?
Don't know.
Can you start from when you woke up to when you went to sleep and remember exactly where you were every part of every minute of every day on 11 days ago?
No.
The last time you went to an ATM machine?
I went last week.
You know the date?
I can figure it out by looking at my bank records.
You're aware at 8:52, Zach and Jason had a phone call, correct?
Without looking at the records, I would not be able to tell you the times. What I remember is that Zach Adams was calling a lot of people, including them. Jane.
Do you have an answer to the question of where on April 13, 2011, Holly's cell phone was separated from her body?
Of course not. I have a theory.
What's your theory?
My theory is it was separated from her body before they headed to the river.
You told the
My
jury.
that's based on where the phone was found and where the SIM card was found, and the fact that they stopped, they being the gurus that track phones, quit picking up anything.
Okay. The state really didn't dispute the analysis of Mr. Reeves, correct?
Who's Mr. Reeves?
The defense expert at trial for the cell phones.
Wasn't my witness. What I remember about that is that Mr. Reeves did not dispute Mike Frizzell and the TBI. So I kind of look at it reverse of that. In fact, Mr. Reeves agreed with TBI's findings. I would say he was, he may have, I don't even want to use the word tweak because that makes it sound like he changed. And he didn't, but he did not agree with the main points that Mr. Hagerman was trying to make with the phone records.
And if the witness can be passed Exhibit 25.
All right, technical analysis and report, Jonathan D. Reeves.
If you can go to what's the 7th page.
With a lot of red and blue writing. Is that what you're looking at? I don't see them numbered. I just want to
I
make
don't
sure.
think.
Is it this page?
I may approach you on it.
You may, let's clarify which page you're looking at.
I tried to count.
So it starts. Keep going. More.
Further, like
Well, tell you what. You just hand them to me. I'll get to you.
it's not the 7th.
I'll hand you this page. If I do the one before, it'll be just the page before.
Mr. Bates, while you're there, it appears that they're not in the same order as what we have, so let's either hand her an initial this page, this is what she's testified about.
Oh, they are.
clarify,
And sir, you just want me to initial it?
just top right corner, additional please, that your testimony is made.
And it begins call records and locates for 731-549-7352 and 731-733-70191. 0191.
From 8:19 to 9:50 a.m.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
And do you see at 8:53, there are two phone calls, Zach Adams, and one is from 731-733-2073. And another one is a 901 number.
I see Zach Adams on the left, 853, voice from, and two different numbers. Or that's, yeah, those. I don't know whose numbers they are.
Okay.
I see this, but you said, I think it's saying Zach Adams' name being on the left means it's from him, but I do not
Right.
remember the report. I see the two calls you're talking about.
And the next page to put a B on is Jason Autry's phone records.
So you went to the next page that says call records and locates for 731-733-0191. That page?
The one previous with
All right.
549-7352.
Right, I'm looking at a page that says call records and locates for 731-549-7352 and 731-733-2073 from 8:17 a.m. to 9:42 a.m. Is that the right page?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll initial that one.
And you see at 8:53, Jason Autry voice from 733-0191.
J. Autry 853 a.m. voice from 17311733091.
Correct.
I see that.
All right. So you agree it shows the 8:52, 8:53 phone call between these two people.
Well, I didn't go back and compare.
Okay, you can if you
Yeah,
want.
no, it's okay. I mean, the record is what it is.
Now, hey,
Do you want me to, am I going to look at something else on here?
you can put it back in the binder, or I bring, keep it just in case.
Okay.
That's okay. And you agree that Zach Adams is at 31523 and 31522, these two cell towers.
I cannot agree with you because I don't know.
Okay. You agree the proof showed they were pinging off these two towers.
I'm looking at Jason Autry. You said the 853 is the last number where it says cell 31522. Is that a cell tower?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I read that's what it is. I didn't know that's a cell tower. I don't remember that. But I see that.
Well, all right. Do you remember the transcript that Autry talks with Zach and then comes to Shane's house? And that's where he sees everyone.
Do I remember the transcript that says that?
Remember the trial?
Are you talking about when he went to Shane's house and the burn barrel was there and Shane was wearing a gun and Holly was wrapped up in a blanket and
That was
Truck?
that was his
I
testimony.
remember that.
All right. Page 1200. And this, did it strike you when Mr. Autry was telling with pretty good detail the times he made a phone call 6 years beforehand? How odd that was?
No. Sort of like I remember some things 8 years ago like that, not having read the transcript or reviewed any of the testimony, but I remember bits and pieces. And I remember phone calls in my life that were really important from a long time ago.
Question, line 9, page 1200. Did you have any idea what time in the morning this was? It was after 8. Okay, probably 8:40, 8:50.
Can you
maybe.
tell me who's asking questions and who's answering?
You're asking Jason Autry
Okay,
questions.
okay.
Somewhere in that time frame. Question, earlier you said you wanted to kill time until you could make a phone call. Answer, that's correct. How late were you wanting to wait before you started calling? I made the first call at the river. You can't get a signal. It's pretty tough to get a signal there. It's real low. When I come out of the river, I made the first phone call at approximately 8 besides Palmer, Tool, and Dot. So from 8 until you actually made contact, sometime within the hour, you had called both of them more than once, correct? Hadn't got a response, and then he finally called you back. That's correct. So what you did after he told you, when I get to the, I'm busy, when I get to the location, we'll contact you. I went that general way. I knew that I headed in that direction. Question, okay, I'm sorry. Nobody here but you knows in what direction you're talking about. I went in that direction. Well, I left Benton County, headed towards Decatur County down Birdsong Road. And why the Birdsong Road area? It was the easiest access from where I was to get there. Plus, it would be a delay. I mean, it was just the easiest access to get there from where I was, other than going down the main road. Did you talk to him again? I did. Who? Mr. Adams. He called you, or did you call him? I believe he called me. What did he say? He said, we're at Cousins. What did that mean? That means that we're at 30 Yellow Springs Road, Shane Austin's house. Your cousin, he called him Cuz too. But that's your cousin, correct? So did you get there? I did. How far away were you? How long did it take you to get there? Probably 20 to 30 minutes. Do you remember Mr. Autry testifying to that?
No.
Do you remember Mr. Autry saying when he got there, Dylan had his shirt off
When he got where?
to Shane Austin's house?
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Autry saying when he left, Dylan was still there?
Yes.
All right. So if it's at 8:52, you add 20 to 30 minutes. That would be, the earliest would be 9:12. The latest,
8:52 plus what?
20 to 30 minutes. 8:52 is the phone call. 20 minutes to get there,
20 minutes to get where?
to Shane Austin's house.
Okay. I mean, I'm going with you, but I'm not doing the math.
Okay.
So-
Did you ever do the math?
I'm sure I did.
Okay. Then
Not
if it's
recall.
at 9:12 to 9:22 and everybody's at
Did
Shane's
you-
house, can you
do
explain
the
why
math?
Holly Bobo's cell phone was still traveling south to its final ping at 9:25 by Goose Creek?
No.
You just can't explain it.
No. You have to give those times that they gave and explanations and how long it, I mean, you have to credit memories and about what time different things were happening. I don't.
You have no answer for why you told the jury Dylan was dispatched to get rid of a cell phone if it's inconsistent with Jason Autry's testimony. You have no answer right now, correct?
I always got an answer.
What is it?
What's the question?
How did you tell the jury Dylan was driving to get rid of Holly's cell phone if the proof shows Dylan's at Shane Austin's house?
Because I don't believe what you just said. And I'm sure that's not what my theory was.
I just read to you what your witness.
You read to me a lot of things. And I got to tell you, after about 2 lines, you lost me. You read and read.
Wow.
Jason Autry says it took 20 to 30 minutes to get where he was from the last phone call to Zach.
Okay. Now, is this the Jason Autry that you believe or you don't believe?
You tell me.
No.
You put him on to the jury.
Yeah.
How many? Did you believe Jason Autry told you the truth?
I
Told the jury
did.
the truth?
But I didn't ever think that Jason Autry was Big Ben and that his times were something that should be recorded in history. Any more than when you went through your colloquy with me asking if I remembered times 11 days ago.
It doesn't show you're a liar if you don't remember something 11 days ago, does it? Doesn't show you're falsifying an alibi, does it?
Well, I'm not sure how I could lie when I didn't remember it. If I'd made up something and answered it, maybe I'd be lying, but I didn't. I don't understand the analysis or the analogy between that and what I said versus Jason Autry and what he said.
Who in TBI told you they believe Jason Autry raped Holly Bobo?
Who in TBI?
Yes.
The first time I heard it was from Dylan.
After the proffer. Who told you that Jason Autry's proffer was not true?
What?
After the proffer, who employed currently at the time by TBI told you they did not believe Jason Autry's proffer and that he also raped Holly Bobo?
I do not remember that. I can tell you, if you put all the players around a table today, the people who tried the case, the people who investigated the case, there would be differences in their theories, which is why we endeavored to put it all out there for the jury.
Is that why you filed a motion for protective order to prevent coming from in evidence the opinions of TBI officers?
Opinions of TBI officers would be irrelevant. I know you know what opinion testimony is admissible and what opinion testimony is not. I do not remember filing a protective order. Maybe I did it if I got wind that that was something that the defense sought to introduce. But I know you know the rules of evidence.
Don't give me too much credit, Ms. Nichols.
Well, I mean, assuming you know the rule about what's admissible with opinion testimony.
Is this a motion you filed?
I got two. Are they the same? Is it two copies of the?
Hopefully we're the same.
This looks like a motion filed on June the 3rd, 2015, and served from Mr. Herbison, who I think we have established represented Mr. Autry.
Is that your signature at the end on page 5?
It is, and Mr. LaPointe.
You asked.
All right, so we're at about 6:30. We've got about 2 hours left of this testimony. We're going to call it for the day. We've been going for about 5 hours, 20 minutes. I got to eat. I got to eat dinner. I got to do dinner. Gots to eat. Hungry. But tomorrow, here's what the game plan is. At 3:30 p.m., actor Michael Chernus is coming on the show. He is the actor who played Gacy in Devil in Disguise, the new Peacock series that's been out here for a few weeks. I'm really excited to have him. He's a fan of Buried. He listened to it, prepping for his role. I've been dying to get him on the show. Super pumped. So that's 3:30 Central Standard Time tomorrow. Michael Chernus. If you didn't see the Gacy thing, maybe you know him from Severance. If you didn't see Severance, maybe you know him from Orange is the New Black. I'm pumped. It's going to be a great interview. I got to interview him a bit on Tony Bruschi's show a couple months back, month and a half ago back. I'm interested to talk to him. So I think he did a great job in the series. I think that he was able to capture kind of the essence of Gacy pretty well, and he certainly resembles him. Buried is not on YouTube. It's a traditional podcast. I think we're going to get it over there at some point, but it probably will not be until we've dropped the whole thing. I think we're on 17 is out. I think that's what dropped on Saturday. But plan on being there tomorrow. It's going to be great. I mean, it's a cool guest to have on the show. So I'm pretty pumped about it. But I'm thinking what I'll do is if I can get up early enough tomorrow, we'll wrap this one up. And then what I'd kind of like to do over the next, not before Thanksgiving, obviously, but after Thanksgiving, is we go back and watch the first couple of days of this hearing. I think it's fascinating stuff. I really do. If you're not familiar with the post-conviction process, I think it's very informative. It's very interesting. So I think that it's well worth our time to dig into it. And I think that it's just a really, really interesting case here. Where it stands now, my opinion is that this man didn't get a fair trial. Whether or not he's innocent or not, I don't know. I didn't watch the trial. It would be foolish of me to say. I know that there's plenty of people in our chat that believe he's innocent. And And the fact of the matter is I need to hear everything before I make any kind of conclusion. I definitely want to hear the recantation. Maybe DB said he sent me the link for trial and error. I'm assuming that's where the recantation takes place. Is that correct? Because I'd love to listen to that. Maybe we do that on a stream. I'll hit them up and see if they're cool with me using it. And we could check that out. But so that's the game plan. So tomorrow, kind of keep an eye out early. I won't give you much notice. If I decide that we'll do the last 2 hours of Thursday of this date, I'll do it early so that I have a break before Chernus comes on. And, we'll make a full day of it before the holidays come. So yeah. All right, y'all. I think it's really, really interesting. I'll keep it exactly where it's at right now. The 6:30 mark. That's where we're at. But I hope you guys are taking something from this. I think it's, like I said, I think it's fascinating. And I think it's awesome that you guys are taking an interest in post-conviction work because it's so important. So important. All right, you guys, I adore you, mods. Thank you so much for everything that you do on a daily basis. All of you, I adore you. Mandy and Tracy, thank you guys so much for everything that you do beyond even just modding. You guys are the best in the business, and I adore you. I did get a few soups here real quick. Kim Gonzalez, a new member. Oh, family hug. Welcome. Marie Jubinaville. Marie Jubinaville. I don't know if I'm butchering that. Happy Thanksgiving to all who celebrate. True. Hugs. Thanks for being a member. Appreciate it. Hospice, RNA, Autumn. Oh, family hug. It's an important gig you have there. Thank you for doing that, Hospice. Appreciate that. And Pamela, confused. Why did the brother say he killed her? I don't know. Are you talking about Holly's brother said that? Or are you saying, why did Zach's brother say that? He was getting squeezed on a federal bid. I don't know what he said. Like, we don't know what he said. Apparently, it was a written statement taken by some former Memphis cop that he was forced to live to as part of his plea deal on a federal gun case. So I don't know. But thank you for your generosity. And Shella Nobody, I was engaged. I heard Allie reading this when I was getting back from driving Scout. I was engaged to Zach for his first 5 years in prison sentence. He's definitely innocent. Would never hurt anyone. Huh. Be interesting to hear more. Tell us more. Tell us more, Shella. Or is it Sheila? It's Shella. Shella, we want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Tell us why he's definitely innocent. We definitely want to know. I mean, I definitely want to know. I'm assuming everybody else does as well. And thank you for your generosity. Hopefully you'll come and hang tomorrow. But we'd love to hear more. Tell us more. All right, y'all. I adore you all so very much, because without you, I would just be an old man fighting a cold and talking about all kinds of cases. Talk to you next time.